Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Search and Destroy by Julie Rowe, narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. Chapter 1. Monday, March 17, 10:10 a.m. The headache trying to drill its way out of John Dozer's head was going to kill him if arguing with the woman standing next to him didn't do it first. "I'm fine." He glared at Dr. Carmen Rodriguez, who wasn't quite his boss, almost, but not quite, and spread his arms wide. "Yeah, I'm a little beat up, but I've been doing physical therapy for over a week now. There's no reason to keep me here in the hospital." Nope, he didn't want to be in this hospital bed. He wanted to be in Carmen's bed with her curvy body beneath him and her dark brown curly hair spread over a pillow while he kissed, licked, and stroked every gorgeous inch of her. Physical therapy to strengthen muscles performed while you're still in bed doesn't come close to making you ready to leave. He opened his mouth, but she wasn't done talking. "Someone tried to kill you again," Carmen said, her expression edged with a fury that only made him hotter for her. If an attacker strolled in, murder on their mind, John had no doubt she'd kill them with her bare hands. Recovering from a gunshot wound, multiple hairline skull fractures, and a severe concussion will take time. You are staying in the hospital until I say otherwise. She took a couple of steps closer and thrust her index finger in front of his face. "And you will stop arguing with Gunnar and Joy over everything. They're here to keep you from damaging yourself further. I don't need round-the-clock babysitters who bicker more than we do to keep me company." It was the flirting sort of bickering he and Carmen used to trade with each other, a secret language anchored by desire and need. But that was a lifetime ago when they were different people. He missed it so much it hurt worse than all his injuries combined. "It's them or protective custody. Which would you prefer?" She vibrated with outrage, which was out of character, unless she was using it to hide. Concern? Overwhelming concern? The worst of his pain disappeared as hope washed over his body in a wave of warmth. "Well," she asked, putting her hands on her hips, "which is it?" Joy and Gunnar are a couple of Homeland Security agents. No contest. Homeland wouldn't waste a couple of agents on his babysitting detail. He'd end up with some kids who'd never seen any real action. Someone who'd follow the rules to the letter. At least Gunnar and Joy knew which rules could be bent or broken. "Fine," he said. "I'll stop bitching, but I still think you should convince that overblown doctor to discharge me. You stay until your skull is healed up enough to stop looking like Humpty Dumpty's on an X-ray or a CT scan." There was something in her tone that made his gut tighten. He took another look at her, her professional clothing and heels that said she was meeting with someone she wanted to take her seriously. "What's going on?" he asked. "You going somewhere?" She rolled her eyes and sighed. "I have to fly to D.C. and speak with the Surgeon General about the frequency of outbreaks, their link to terrorism, and what the CDC is doing about it. There have also been a couple of cases of measles reported in Vermont, which is an odd place for them to be popping up. I want to stop in and check on the situation." "So only gone a couple of hours?" he asked, trying to make it a joke. It fell flat. "I'll be gone a couple of days, which is why I want your promise to cooperate." Well, shit. She was going to force him to give his word to be a good boy. As much as he didn't want to do that, he could see he was dancing all over her last nerve. "I'll be good," he said, putting one hand on an imaginary Bible and the other in the air. "I promise." Her expression didn't change. "Really?" he added in a helpful tone. A snort preceded her response. "I don't trust you." All traces of humor and hope drained away, allowing pain to fill him again. That's the real problem, isn't it? At one time she had trusted him with her life, but something happened to destroy that trust 9 years ago, and she still hadn't told him what it was. She stiffened, her mouth pinched tight, but she didn't argue. What the hell had he done to deserve this level of suspicion? He let out a sigh of his own and spoke to her like he would his boss. "I'll cooperate. I have some terrorists to hunt down, and I can't do that if I can't get medical clearance to go back to work." She gave him one sharp nod, hesitated, then strode to the closed door of his room. She opened it to chaos. 10:20 a.m. A shout and the commotion on the floor 4 feet in front of her had Carmen yelling at John to stay where he was as she slammed the door shut behind her. A man in his 60s was holding another man face down with one knee, pinning him to the floor. The senior didn't seem to have any trouble holding his captive's hands behind his back. "Stop wiggling, you little shit," the older man said, his voice sounding like it was strained through several pounds of gravel. "Or do you want a broken arm?" "I've called security," a nurse said, a phone in her hand. "Good," the man said. "Drill sergeant?" Carmen asked. "What happened?" He didn't like being called that outright, but since he'd spent the better part of 30 years as a drill sergeant for the Army, it got his attention quickly. "This puke thought he could just walk into our boy's room." "I'm not armed, old man," the guy on the floor said as he continued to struggle. "I'm a journalist." "You're a fuckwad," Diaz said in a tone that sounded almost happy. "You've got a knife strapped to your leg." A knife? Frost invaded the base of her skull, then shot down her spine to the last vertebra. Was this man trying to kill John too? No one outside of the CDC and Homeland Security should have known where he was. No one. Behind her, John's door opened. "What the fuck?" She put a hand on his chest to stop him from going any farther, though what he thought he could do with bare feet and pushing an IV pole, she had no idea. "Get back in that bed." He stared at the man on the floor. "Who's this? Another fucking incompetent assassin?" Diaz's cackle rose above the outraged, profanity-laced denials from his prisoner. Carmen didn't allow the noise to distract her. "Bed," she said, making the word an order. "Now." John was going to argue, she could see it on his face, but he met her gaze and stopped. After a second or two, he nodded. "Yeah, okay." He gave Diaz and his detainee one last hard look, then went back into his room. Carmen closed the door behind him. That was much too easy. "He's got a phone." Diaz thrust his chin to the right. Carmen picked it up and searched for text messages and phone calls. "It's a prepaid throwaway." Only one text. "Atlanta General Hospital, room 321. A wicked winter wind slid into the room, coating the air in ice, extending its fingers along her ribs, stealing her breath. Someone had sent this information to an armed man. The sound of booted feet jerked her out of the cold. 2 security guards approached, their hands on stun guns holstered at their waists. Carmen stepped forward. The man on the ground is armed with a knife. That refocused their attention away from Diaz to the man he held down. "Got any zip ties?" the older man asked. One of the guards pulled a plastic tie out of a pocket and secured the suspect's hand together. Then he and Diaz grabbed the man under the arms and yanked him to his feet. "Police are on their way," one of the security guards said. While it was the right thing for hospital staff to do, the police would just get in her way. Carmen went into John's room, closed the door, then pulled out her cell phone and called her emergency contact at Homeland Security, currently John Dozer's supervisor, Mark Rones. "What's going on?" John asked. She pointed at the phone. As soon as his boss answered, she explained the situation and the need for a couple of Homeland agents to take charge of their uninvited guest. "What else do you want?" her contact asked. "Because you wouldn't have called me unless you needed something big." "John Dozer has been blown up, shot, and now someone with a knife tried to get into his room. He's not safe. He needs to be in protective custody." "Oh, hell no," John said. "I'd rather go home with Joy and Gunner, or DS even." "I don't have people to spare for guard duty," Rowan said. "Local law enforcement may be able to help, but that's only a short-term solution, a week or two at most." "I'll handle it, but as soon as he can be moved, I want your permission to—" How could she put this without sounding ridiculous? "To take him and disappear." John stopped ranting and barked out. "What?" After a 3-second pause, Rowan asked, "Have you got a place to go?" "I think so." She hoped so. "Fine, go, take him. I hope you know what you're doing, Doctor." He hung up. She put her phone away. "So do I." Continuing to ignore John's increasingly irritated questions, she exited the room, closing the door in his face. Again. "Homeland Security is sending a couple of agents to deal with him," she said to the security guards and DS. "The police will be here in a couple of minutes," one of the guards said. "That's fine, but this isn't a simple case of assault. Homeland Security will be taking this man into custody. Excuse me." She waved to DS to join her as she walked back into the hospital room. I can't believe how popular I am. John's voice was saturated with sarcasm. I should have gotten myself blown up and shot years ago. The drill sergeant laughed. Carmen glared at both of them. This isn't funny. Sure it is, John argued. I'm stuck here unarmed while idiots with knives try to finish me off. So he'd heard enough to figure out the situation. You're not helpless, Diaz said. Your mouth seems to be working just fine, and that IV pole is very threatening. John rolled his eyes. And I have either Gunner with his own concussion or an old geezer for a protection detail. Don't think of me as old, Diaz said, his tone mild. Think of me as skilled, experienced, and irritated. Enough, Carmen said, then took in a deep breath and met Diaz's gaze. As soon as his doctor clears it, I'm moving John somewhere more secure. Where? John and Diaz asked at the same time. Nothing good could come from the two of them agreeing on anything. Somewhere no one will be able to find you. That's going to be quite the trick. Diaz angled a thumb at John. He's going to need hospital-level medical care for a while. Not going to be a problem. She gave John a hard stare. Someone just tried to get in here and stab you with a sharp, pointy object. You're going. Why didn't I get sent to this hideaway in the first place? You were on Homeland's turf, not mine. They picked it. Until this latest attempt to kill you, I wasn't thinking worst-case scenario. Now I am. John Dozer smiled. Always start with worst case. That way, if things turned out better, you're not disappointed. Cocky bastard. So glad you agree. She turned to Diaz. Can you handle the police until Homeland gets here? Yes, ma'am. I'm going to see if I can track down John's doctor and find out if we can move him. A noise outside the door had them both tensing. A woman in scrubs appeared. She smiled at them. Hi, I need to take John Dozer for an MRI scan. Chapter 2. John stared up at the smooth white cylinder only inches from his face. MRI machines were noisy. In order to get a good picture, you couldn't move. You couldn't talk. You couldn't hear. It was almost like some of the sensory deprivation interrogation training he'd gone through as part of his induction into Homeland Security. Only this wasn't a black ops site, and the person controlling the machine was a healthcare technician who only wanted to do her job. That didn't stop him from feeling like he was inside a science experiment about to go very, very wrong. He was wearing a set of noise-canceling headphones that didn't quite negate all the sound the machine produced. He'd had a headache before he'd been put into the huge, body-untangling piece of equipment. What he was going to have after was something he didn't want to think too hard about. Couldn't move, couldn't talk, couldn't hear. He closed his eyes and focused on what he could do, rather than all the things he couldn't. This was what, the second intentional attempt to kill or get to him in the space of a couple of weeks? The only thing that had happened that could have made him a target was the explosion at the presumed FAFO storage unit. Were they afraid he'd seen something important? He'd given a report, but maybe there was something else. Something more. Using a memory technique he'd acquired during his time in military intelligence, he took himself through that entire day. A detonation that put him in this mad scientist's contraption from beginning to blast off. What had the weather been like? What smells were in the air? What had he heard? Expressions on people's faces? Body language? What pieces fit and what didn't fit inside that storage unit? In order to give Carmen and everyone else as much information as possible, he had to dig all of that and more out of the back of his head, assuming the back of his head was undamaged. No one had mentioned the specific regions of his brain his concussion might be affecting. He'd been tired, had gotten a couple of hours of sleep at the hotel near the Frank Creek Brewery, but that was it. He'd been amused at Gunner and Joy's irritation with each other that morning. The smell of decomposition outside the storage unit had told them they were going to find at least one dead body inside. The smell was pervasive. Once it got into your nose, it never wanted to leave. After donning protective gear, they'd gone in. The body had been on the floor near the back of the space, under a counter strewn with petri dishes and other plastic disposable lab tools, a couple of notebooks, a few glass bottles that looked a little like perfume bottles, and a simple microscope. What had been on the notebooks? The platoon he rested on moved, pulling him out of the machine. John blinked at the bright lights overhead, his concentration broken. The tech appeared in his line of sight, a big smile on her face. "Good news?" he asked. Her smile got wider. "I'm not allowed to say, but—" She pointed to the smile on her face. "This should tell you something." He still had a headache, but relief made for a pretty good painkiller. The tech guided his bed back to the floor and into his room. Carmen wasn't there, but DS was, sitting in her chair, a tablet in his hands. A couple more nurses came into the room and got him all hooked up. "Missing any of your marbles?" the old man asked. Dozer snorted. "The mothership took most of them a few years back." The old man laughed. "You seem to manage fine with what you have left. What's the situation with you and Rodriguez?" The question was phrased to sound normal, but Dozer wasn't fooled. DS was fishing for information, and when that man wanted to know something, he didn't stop until he found the answer. The only way to distract the bastard was with the truth. "Her people getting hurt has rattled her, I think," he said slowly. "Plus, I didn't die, so she's afraid whoever dropped that shot is going to try it again." The older man grunted. "Why would anyone want to kill you?" "Maybe whatever I saw in that storage unit before it exploded could lead us to the morons playing with deadly bacteria and viruses. And if there's a tie with the FAFO bastards who boasted they caused the outbreaks in Texas and Utah." Diaz studied Dozer's face with the unrelenting gaze of a father having the talk with his daughter's boyfriend on prom night. "Since you came out of surgery to plug up that hole in your chest, she hasn't allowed you to be left alone in this room. She's terrified." Diaz crossed his arms over his chest. "Why is that?" "If you're asking me to explain why a woman does anything, I've got nothing. Half the time she seems angry with me about something she won't explain." "Quit trying to change the subject." Diaz drew out the words like they were taffy. "She's taken a personal interest in you, a very personal interest." "She's not Army," Dozer pointed out, "and I think she's taking all this as a personal insult. Deflect, deflect, deflect. The explosion was a direct attack against the CDC and her investigation." Diaz gave him a look that clearly said he wasn't fooled. Someone walked into the room. He knew the sound of that stride. A woman. Carmen. "John?" she asked. "Here," he said as the concern in her voice punched his heart rate into a higher gear and his headache into knockout territory. She arrived at the foot of his bed. "As soon as we hear back from the doctor, you're going to be transferred to another healthcare facility, one with better security. Richard, please stay with him until he's settled in. I have to leave for Washington right away." "Any new intelligence about the FAFO?" Dozer asked. "No, but we're not waiting for them to make a move this time. The Surgeon General, the head of the CDC, and Homeland Security want to get ahead of them. But before we can do that, we need to figure out if there's a pattern to their attacks, what their goals are, and where they might strike next. I'm not sure how long I'll be gone." Her jaw was clamped so tight he wondered if her dentist could see the marks on her teeth. She didn't want to go. Because of him? "You said a couple of days before." He tried to sound nonchalant, like it was only a small matter of when she got back, but her gaze sharpened. "You will follow every order and suggestion the doctor gives you." Her tone offered no other options. "Say it." He raised an eyebrow. Did she think he didn't want to recover as soon as possible? Or maybe she just didn't trust him to do the smart thing. "I'm not an idiot. I'll do as I'm told." Her mouth twisted like she'd eaten something very sour. He was getting very tired of being on her shit list. Fuck. "I've got him," Diaz said. She didn't move. "Don't worry," Dozer said, finding the wherewithal from somewhere to keep his tone light. "We're going to do each other's nails and braid our hair. I even brought a big bag of those crappy little beads," Diaz said with a sarcastic lilt to his voice. "Will look like we spent the last week on some beach in Mexico." "I'm surrounded by comedians," Carmen muttered. She walked up to his bedside and checked his IV and his pulse. "Get better or else?" "Or else what?" Her glare became superheated and she leaned closer. Was she going to kiss him? Yes, please. She froze, her face pink, then shook her head, turned, and left the room. Damn it. Diaz chuckled. If he didn't want to hear about this until the end of time, he'd better distract the old man quick. "So your real name is Richard?" Dozer asked. Diaz grunted. "Does your last name start with an S by chance?" "Suckler." Dozer paused to digest that answer. "Did your parents hate you that much?" "I'm drill sergeant or Diaz, take your pick," the old man said with all the friendliness of a grizzly coming out of hibernation. Call me anything else and you'll regret it. Emergency contact only. It was hard not to laugh. Got it. The doctor came in with one of the nurses to give him the news his scan showed significant improvement in the reduction of brain swelling. He'd need to remain in the hospital for some time yet for continued monitoring and to give his ribs and the hole in his chest a chance to heal. But he was out of danger. The staff were going to let him move a little bit, but he was to stay still and prone as much as possible. The doctor went on about further restrictions in physical activity and all the things he couldn't do that would exacerbate his concussion and broken bones. It was a long list. As soon as the doctor was done talking, DS went with the nurse to fill out paperwork, leaving Dozer to contemplate all the ways he could convince Carmen not to look for a permanent person to take over his role as the liaison between Homeland Security and the CDC. He couldn't stop her, that much was a given, but he could paint the others to look like idiots or assholes. As if she didn't already think he was one himself. Fuck. He had it bad. Thursday, March 20, 1:40 p.m. Dozer was transferred to a VA hospital in Atlanta 3 days later, a place with extensive rehab facilities and excellent security. His name had been adjusted, as DS called it, to J. Michael Dodger, and he had a whole new medical history which said he'd received his injuries during a bar brawl. If DS wasn't keeping him company, it was someone else from the Outbreak task force. Joy, Ashiro, and Gunnar hung out with him most afternoons for the first week. Gunnar even did some physiotherapy alongside him. The grumpy bastard had also gotten shot by FAFO terrorists when trying to keep them from poisoning the water supply for the French Quarter in New Orleans. Midway through the second week, Joy and Gunnar were put back on duty and sent to take the lead in a series of now outbreaks of norovirus on a couple of university campuses in the Northeast. He was sorry to see the pair go. Their sarcastic commentary during PT sessions was both entertaining and motivating. Henry, a CDC lab tech and veteran Special Forces soldier, also took turns keeping Dozer company, since this was the same hospital he used for any issues with his prosthetic leg. Henry did not talk for fun, but he was all kinds of interested in discussing the FAFO. They came up with several theories about why they were trying to use bioweapons, greed, lust for power, and revenge, but none of them really fit. Homeland still didn't know the origins of the FAFO despite all their resources. There were hints they were connected to several different competing groups out of the Middle East, but no solid evidence. Dozer demanded his computer so he could keep up with paperwork and scour the internet for any mention of the FAFO. 2 weeks after he'd been moved to the VA hospital, a car bomb went off in Washington, D.C. It was nowhere near any government buildings, but it raised the alert level for law enforcement all over the city, and every government or military building tightened already tight security. He wanted to get on a plane and make sure Carmen was okay by doing an inch-by-inch inspection of her entire body. It would take him hours, but there was an edge of desperation to the desire he found troubling. He practically shook with the need to see her, ensure her safety, and wrap her in bubble wrap. If only he could go back and fix whatever it was he'd done that made her run from him in Afghanistan 9 years ago. She'd trusted him then, but ever since he'd walked into her office as her assigned liaison, she'd treated him like a stranger. He got the message. Keep things professional. The same heat simmered beneath the surface of every conversation as it had 9 years ago, though. He'd never forgotten her, never stopped wanting her, never gave a second thought to his plan to seduce her all over again. She was a puzzle he found endlessly fascinating, and she challenged him in so many ways. He wanted to call her to find out how her meetings were going, to find out if she was getting through to all the political people in Washington who had no idea how dangerous the FAFO might be with the wrong pathogen in their hands, to find out when she was coming back. Instead, he'd had to make do with watching a couple of interviews of her with reporters, providing verifiable facts and explaining medical shit so almost anyone could understand what the CDC was doing and why. Poised and professional, she handled some of the fiercest journalistic piranhas with calm confidence. He was so fucking proud of her. He missed Carmen. Missed her quiet, missed her sharp wit and intellect. He wanted her sexy voice in his ear and her body under his hands. Even 9 years later, he could still remember how she felt, warm with silky soft skin that shivered under his touch. They were driving him nuts, his memories of her. He wanted to feel her again, and if he didn't soon, he might just finally lose all the marbles Diaz claimed he didn't have. A week later, his doctors finally gave him permission to go home to convalesce. Dozer was packing up his go bag when someone knocked and came into the room. Someone with a curvy figure, hair corralled into a bun on the back of her head, and a glare on her face. Fuck, he'd missed her. "Hello, stranger." He put every moment of thinking about her into his voice. Instead of smooth, it came out rough. Shit. He cleared his throat and tried for casual. "I thought you were in Washington." She paused, either his words or his tone throwing her off. "I was. I answered questions until I damn near lost my voice." She said it like someone who'd say they'd had to stick their head in a guillotine. He pasted a smile on his face. "Good work." The circles under her eyes were almost black, and the rest of her face looked paler than usual. "Did you just fly in?" "No, I got in last night. I went into the office early." "So no sleep?" She frowned. Something was bothering her. Her shoulders were almost hunched over, and had she lost weight? "You've got bags under your eyes, and you're missing your usual energy." Shit, that came out sounding like a damn accusation. "Way to go, asshole." He cleared his throat and resumed pecking. "I mean, maybe you're working too hard." When she didn't respond, he stopped to give her his complete attention. "What happened?" She took in a deep breath. "We need to talk." "About?" "Your role with the CDC and whatever it is you were doing in Afghanistan after." She wanted him gone. He could tell by the closed-off expression on her face and the slightly lifted set of her chin. She expected him to fight her. Was waiting for it, braced for it. It set off an emotional bomb deep in his chest and woke the pissed-off protector inside him, the one who wanted to grab hold of her and kiss her until she looked at him with the world in her eyes again. He would not let anyone hurt her, not even himself. Some of it must have shown on his face because she backed up a couple of steps. If she got any whiter, she was going to faint. He slid closer to her and said with all the softness he could muster, "You look like you just took a gut shot, so I'm going to ask this again. What happened?" "Two men from the Justice Department met me at the airport last night. They wanted me to go with them to give them a statement about the incident in Afghanistan." She put air quotes around the word incident. "They were very unfriendly when I said no. They're supposed to be assholes, that's part of what they do, but the fear of God in a people." He sidled another step closer within reaching distance. A lot of stuff happened that day. They'd survived more than one attempt to kill them that day. He'd fallen in love with her that day. And the next day, she'd run from him. The memory combined with the ache of healing bones in his chest, creating a caustic mix of concrete plugging up his lungs. The struggle to breathe made him stop and think past the pain, past the panic. Wait a second. It had been 9 years. They'd given all the reports, statements, and evidence right after the incident. Why the fuck would anyone need anything from either of them now? Something about what she said sank in. "They wanted you to go with them?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "Yes." Her gaze was angry, confused, and sad. His stomach dropped in a sickening rush, and the world spun in place for a long second. "Why didn't you?" "I couldn't. The drill sergeant was picking me up for an emergency meeting with the CDC director who wanted to report on my briefings in Washington. Diaz told the two agents exactly how they could go fuck themselves. They tried to intimidate him physically, but, well, you can imagine how that went." He raised his voice. "He ripped them apart so badly security came to see what all the fuss was about. The two men left after promising things would get tougher for me." The dizziness retreated. He was going to kiss that old man when he saw him next. "I need to make a call." He grabbed his phone and punched in the number of a buddy of his in the Justice Department. A minute later, he had his answers. "No one from the Justice Department was sent to interview you or bring you in." He saw his own hand shaking. Someone had tried to take her, in a public place, in front of any number of witnesses. Who the fuck could be that brazen? "What?" She stared at him, her brow furrowed. "Someone tried to take you." There was a snarl in his voice he couldn't suppress. "Someone almost got you." When he caught up with that someone, he was going to rip the fucker's guts out. Carmen's cheeks grew pink, and she swayed toward him. He stepped into her personal space and grabbed her by the shoulders. Her gaze was a little fuzzy when she met his eyes. "That's right. Only thing between you and being kidnapped last night was a fucking senior citizen." Swallowing hard, she steadied herself, her expression coalescing into cold resolve, and asked, "How likely would it be to identify those 2 men from airport security tapes?" He wanted to grin. She might just beat him to the someone and do some damage of her own. "We won't know until we check," he said with a grim smile. "But don't make the request yourself. Go through Homeland Security. It's standard operating procedure for us to review airport security." She pulled out her phone. Someone had tried to take her. "All I need to do is grab my stuff in the bathroom and we can leave." She made eye contact for a second before saying hello to whoever answered her call. Her expression told him she was tired, angry, afraid, and hanging on to her composure by a thread. A couple of assholes had impersonated federal agents and tried to pressure her into going with them. He was going to find those assholes and hurt them too, slowly, repeatedly. Dozer went into the bathroom, a room large enough to accommodate a wheelchair. He didn't bother turning on the light as he grabbed his razor and other toiletries. The room got darker when the door slowly closed on its own. Something that happened all the time, but it didn't bother him enough to want to turn on the light. What bothered him was the extremely careful tone in Carmen's voice when she said, "Can I help you?" to someone not him. "Where's Agent Dozer?" a male voice asked. The number of people at the hospital who knew his real name and that he was anything more than a veteran recovering from a bar brawl was small. A handful only, and he knew all their voices. This wasn't one of them. Dozer had been craving violence like a fucking junkie for days. It looked like he was about to get his fix. Knowing he was going to beat on some asshole gave him a calm he hadn't felt since the explosion at the storage unit. He stepped out of the bathroom, ready to use his fists to say hello to his new BFF. Chapter 3. Sunday, March 30, 1:43 p.m. Carmen plastered a polite smile on her face as she answered the young man dressed in hospital scrubs and a white lab coat. He looked around the room like he was sure he'd left something in it, but couldn't seem to see it. Like maybe a sandwich? His right hand clenched something inside the lab coat pocket at his hip. Something heavy. It pulled at the fabric with the right shape to be a gun. "I'm sorry, I don't know who you're referring to," she said, maintaining the polite expression. "My husband just moved into this room." Behind him, the door opened slightly and Dozer slipped out without a sound. She tried not to look at him, but couldn't help a quick glance, and the young man saw it. He spun, his hand coming out of his pocket, revealing the weapon. Dozer grabbed the wrist of the intruder's gun hand, and he snapped up the heel of his other hand, striking at the young man's face. The intruder dodged at the last moment, turning Dozer's strike into a glancing blow. The gun fired, slamming a bullet into the tiled floor beneath their feet. The noise set off a flurry of activity outside the room, but Carmen ignored it to focus on the fight. His assailant landed a punch to Dozer's chest, a punch that could turn his cracked ribs into bone shards, splinters that could penetrate his organs, killing him. "Oh, no, you don't." Worry, fear, and rage set fire to her entire bloodstream. There weren't any heavy objects handy to bash against his head. She'd have to improvise. Several feet of oxygen-lined tubing hung in a tidy bundle on the wall next to the bed. She ripped it off the wall, took 4 rushed steps, then hooked it around the assailant's head and pulled it tight around his neck. Dozer punched the young man in the face, a solid strike, and wrestled with him for possession of the gun. With her choking the life out of him from behind and Dozer beating on him from the front, it was only seconds before John had the gun and had it pointed on its owner. A shadow clouded the doorway. "What the fuck is going on in here?" Diaz demanded. "We got ourselves an assassin," Dozer said, his voice harsh and low. Diaz came in and took a long look at their intruder. "Don't look like much of a problem to me." He suddenly smiled at the assailant, and it was his scary grin, the one that said he could kill you with his bare hands and enjoy it. "You alone here, boy?" The would-be assassin gurgled. Carmen realized she was still choking him and released the pressure on his neck. He took in a couple of deep breaths and shook himself, like he was a big dog shaking off a dip in cold water. "Feel better, boy?" Diaz asked, his tones saturated with scorn. "Want to call home to Mommy?" "You're gonna die, old man, all of you." He tried to laugh, but his abused neck didn't cooperate, and it sounded more like a cough. "Every single one of you. You're dead already." Dozer grinned just as mean as Diaz. Does he actually know anything, or is he just trying to sound scary? "I don't know, but we can find out." Diaz looked way too happy about it. "Torture is against the law, gentlemen," she reminded them. "Not if he's arrested as a suspected terrorist," John said. "All we have to do is take him to one of several black sites. No one will ever see or hear from him again." "How?" Carmen asked with a calm that surprised even her. "Did he get in here with a gun in his pocket?" John and Diaz looked at the man in question. "I want a lawyer," he said with a sneer, but that sneer was slipping. "Dude," John said, "you're not under arrest. We haven't read you your Miranda rights." He kept the gun leveled at the kid's chest. "How?" Diaz asked, all mirth gone from his face. "Did you get in here?" "I'm not talking without a lawyer." Their assassin shifted uneasily on his feet, looking past the men to the corridor outside as if he was expecting someone. "The cops, didn't you hear what I said?" John asked, interrupting. "Homeland Security is coming, and you'll never find your way out of the hole we're going to stick you in unless you start talking right now." I have rights. You can't just question me and toss me in jail." The words came out of his mouth in a rush, tumbling over one another and tangling together at the end of the sentence. "You came into this room with a gun in your pocket and the name of your target rolling off your tongue." Carmen was so fucking angry she was shaking. She took a step toward him and he moved, fast. A hand grabbed her neck, squeezing hard enough to buckle her knees. The assassin was yelling, but it was babble. Her heart pounded, her breathing cut off. Something large crashed to the floor next to her. The assailant's grip on her neck slipped, and she jerked back from him, kicking out with both feet to keep him from grabbing her again. Something flew across the room, spreading smoke or some kind of gas. Carmen got a face full of the stuff. It irritated her airway, causing her to cough and choke. The smoke turned the hospital room into a battlefield strewn with landmines, enemy fighters, and deadly shadows from the past. She managed to take a breath as the caustic fog swirled around her. A man landed on his back on the floor a few feet away. John. Was he hurt? Had he been shot? A flash of metal split the smoke and connected with flesh. Diaz stumbled and fell to his knees next to John with a grunt of pain. "Security! Security!" someone shouted. It sounded like their terrorist, and he was leaving. "2 men jumped me in that room!" The pounding of running feet and heavy boots had her crawling toward the nearest source of shelter, the bed. The fire alarm began to ring, its deep toll adding to the confusion and cacophony. Nausea threatened to hijack her stomach, throwing her back nearly 10 years to when she'd lain on the ground trying to understand how she'd ended up there. The smoke and shouts and shots told a story, a life and death story. Hers. "Carmen," John shouted at her, "we need to get out of here." But where could they go? They were in Afghanistan, surrounded by strangers, most of whom wanted to kill them. No, this was Atlanta, not Afghanistan. The armed men who swarmed toward them weren't insurgents, they were security guards. Those guards grabbed John and Diaz by the arms, twisting them behind their backs and hauling them out of the room. She wasn't a wet-behind-the-ears doctor anymore. She wasn't someone anyone could dismiss, disregard, or discount anymore. She got to her feet and plunged out of the room into sweet, sweet, clean, clear air. "Stop," she said, her voice a command, an order. "These men are victims. The assailant is the young man in the lab coat who just ran out of here." "Ma'am, please step back," one of the security guards ordered. "Don't interfere or you'll join them." He pointed his taser at her for 2 long, ludicrous seconds. Carmen held up her CDC identification. "I'm Dr. Rodriguez from the CDC. You're restraining a Homeland Security agent and a retired Army drill sergeant, both of whom are my people." The guard looked at her ID blankly for a couple of seconds. His hand wavered. "Shots were fired. Yes, by the man in the scrubs and lab coat." The guards looked at each other, then slowly helped John and Diaz get to their feet. Carmen watched John touch his ribs with a grimace. Acid rose from the pit of her stomach, but she forced herself to swallow it down. Your head, your chest? That little asshole tagged me with an elbow. John glanced at the guard who'd been about to zip-tie his hands behind his back and pressed one hand to his ribs. Getting manhandled didn't help much, but I don't think they're any worse. She watched him breathe. Shallow. It hurt worse than he was saying. You're getting another set of x-rays, she said to him. He had the gall to roll his eyes. Where did the fucking smoke bomb come from? Diaz asked. Carmen reviewed the events of the past few minutes. Their attacker, John, and Diaz had been wrestling with one another. An object had been tossed into the room, spewing smoke. Their assailant had had help. Stomach turning to ice, she turned to the security guards. I need to see the security feed from this hallway for the past hour. Any angles you have. Now? The guard who'd threatened her with a taser asked. Right now. Ma'am, the police have been called and we have to follow hospital protocol. I'll stay here with your partner, Diaz offered to the security guard, while you three take a look at that video. The reluctant guard looked like he wanted to continue to argue, but his cell phone went off and he answered it immediately after looking at the screen. He listened, then dropped the phone into a pocket. This way, he said, sounding subdued. Must have been a boss or supervisor, or possibly hospital administration. They took the elevator to the main floor and followed the guard down the hall toward the security office. Are you okay? She asked John. Fine. You're favoring your ribs more than before. She put a hand on his arm. How bad was it? Are you bleeding again? I'm fine. She might have believed him if the words hadn't been shredded by his clenched teeth. Once inside the security office, the guard called up the footage of the hallway outside John's room. She saw herself walk in, then a couple of minutes later the young man appeared in the frame. He entered the room without showing his face to the camera. The next person to come into view on the footage was the drill sergeant, but only for a couple of seconds. He was moving fast. Someone dressed like a veteran taking part in therapy, in jeans, a t-shirt, and a baseball cap, walked by the room, pausing only a moment to throw something inside. The smoke bomb. 20 or 30 seconds later, the assailant ran out just as the security guards arrived, shouting. At no time did the cameras have a clear view of the assailant or his friend's face. Either the cameras were placed poorly, or the two men knew where the cameras were and kept their heads down. Very smooth, considering he found you when he walked in rather than me, John said. He brought backup. He's wearing one of our lab coats, the guard pointed out, enlarging the insignia on the pocket of the coat. This was planned, Carmen said, fury a rolling boil in her blood. Who knew I was here? John asked her. CDC and Homeland Security, she answered. But whoever they are, they might have used a description rather than a name when they looked for you. That implies enough people to add up to a network. His jaw was set. He was no happier with that conclusion than she was. She wanted to dive into an investigation, skip the bathing suit and water wings. It was time for a running start cannonball into the rapids. Doing it might give her adrenaline an outlet in the short term, but it might also lead to any number of dangerous outcomes. It had taken many bumps, bruises, and botched attempts to get out of the deep end for her to learn that caution and careful planning saved her a lot of headaches later, no matter how urgent the problem. How do you want to proceed? She asked the man who'd been the target of this murder attempt. My department will want to do a full investigation. He looked at the security guard. Can you make copies of all the security video for the past week for that hallway, along with the past 24 hours of the entire building? Yes, sir, the guard said respectfully. Oh, yes, he'd figured out he'd fucked up royally. Talk to your supervisor, she suggested to John. Then we can inform this gentleman in the hospital what the next steps will be. John gave the guard and her a brisk nod. Don't forget to set some time aside for an exam and x-rays, she said. He paused to smile. Yes, ma'am. He left the office. Ma'am, the guard said after the door was closed. I'm sorry. The way that guy was dressed made it seem... A great deal of planning went into this, she interrupted. You responded as you should. She sighed. This incident... She wasn't sure how to describe it to herself, let alone someone she didn't know. It's big, he said, and she noted the fear on his face. Maybe. She didn't want to lie or cause a panic. We will get to the bottom of it. No one attacks a Homeland Security agent and fires a weapon inside a VA hospital and just walks away. But he did just walk away. Carmen smiled at the guard. Not nearly far or fast enough. Chapter 4. 3:12 p.m. Dozer finished his brief report to his unit chief and gave the man a few seconds of silence so he could make some decisions. It only took 3. I'm sending a couple of investigators to the hospital, and I'll have our cyber bloodhounds look for any kind of digital footprint. This was too coordinated for just a couple of disgruntled guys. And me, what do you want me to do? Preferably grab a cab and find a hotel for a few days until we find the bastards who tried to shoot, stick, and snipe you. You're still on medical leave until I say otherwise. Dozer sucked in a breath to argue, but his boss kept talking. Don't bother disagreeing with me or I'll stick you in protective custody like Rodriguez keeps ordering me to. I'll go to a hotel like a good boy. Good idea. Pay with cash. Keep in touch. Yes, sir. Click. Dozer looked at his cell phone, then dropped it into a pocket in disgust. Again, someone had tried to kill him. That was bad enough, but then the son of a bitch put his hands on Carmen and hurt her. That was unacceptable. How the hell was he supposed to keep her safe if he was in a hotel room resting? Carmen came out of the security office. The guard is making a recording of all the security footage we've asked for. What did your boss say? He's sending an investigative team to find those fuckers. He winced. Carmen didn't use bad language much, almost never while working. She didn't seem to notice his less-than-savory choice of name for the 2 men who'd tried to kill him. Come with me, you're going to the ER. I'm fine. Do not start with me, she said low and slow. Her gaze slid to his side where he had one hand on his ribs. Well, shit. He dropped his hand, but it was too late. I am so angry with you right now, she said, her hands clenched. I could punch you myself. What the fuck? What did I do? Nothing. She said the word like it was an accusation, then pointed to an indistinct position in front of her. March. Following orders was the only thing he could do, so he did it. As soon as they entered the ER, Carmen spoke to the staff and had him tucked away in a small exam room. The ER doc took a look at his ribs and sent him for an x-ray of his chest and head. I don't see any new issues, the ER doc said. Just some additional bruising around your ribs, headache, dizziness, nausea? No. Dozer glanced at Carmen's cold expression and decided to be forthcoming. But my chest is sore. All you can do is wrap your ribs or wear back support. Does a tactical vest count? The doctor shrugged. If it supports your core, sure. He nodded at Carmen and left the room. Congratulations, she said like she was giving him the news of a terminal condition. You're discharged. Maybe she was. Dozer grunted and said with distaste. I'm supposed to hole up in a hotel room and rest. You can't go home. Your address is a matter of public record. Her forehead furrowed. Why don't you want to go to a hotel? I'll go stir-crazy in less than a day if I don't have something to do. You aren't known for your patience, she said, her gaze on the floor. He kept his mouth shut only because this was a public place. They needed to have that talk about Afghanistan, not only about what had happened between them 9 years ago and why she had run from him, but why those fake agents confronted her at the airport. And they needed to have that talk soon. One of them could have been murdered today. Her phone beeped. She pulled it out and looked at it. I have to go to a meeting with your boss and my boss, she said with a slight sigh. Can you drop me off at my apartment? He asked. A cab would give anyone hunting him too easy a trail to follow. Sure. She looked at him, the frown still on her face. She tilted her head as if confused by something. Something wrong with my face? No, you're just a little too agreeable. Since when did following simple orders equate to being too compliant? Just how big of an asshole do you think I am? She blinked. Do you really want me to answer that? He smacked himself with one hand. Would you rather I had a hissy fit and told my boss to go fuck himself? I'd rather you acted like you normally do and not this stranger who meekly does as he's told." "Meek?" He smiled, bent closer to her, and lowered his voice. "That depends on who's doing the telling and what they want me to do." That should have angered her or irritated her, but instead she lost the concerned expression and relaxed her posture. "Thank you, well, it's not good, but it is normal." "You're kidding, right?" he asked. "You're not supposed to thank me for saying that shit. You should be mad at me, accuse me of sexual harassment. A punch in the face would be justified." She snorted. "Ha, like you've done anything sexual toward me. A nun would have gotten more attention from you than what you've given me." She stopped abruptly, her gaze skidding away from his. "If you were to give anyone your attention, that is." Holy shit. This was the first time he'd come to the CDC to work with her that she'd dropped her professional attitude toward him. Was it because she was exhausted and possibly still in shock due to the attack and nearly killing a man? He wouldn't take advantage, but he also wasn't going to throw away this opportunity to help her. Her unguarded words made something else clear. She still wanted him. Relief dropped about 100 pounds off his shoulders. "Don't get cocky, asshole." He cleared his throat. "Can we go?" "Sure." She headed toward the exit, her pace a little too fast. He was going to have to break her habit of running away from him when things got hot between them. Maybe tag her with a small tracking device, or use her cell phone to find her. No, using the phone was too obvious, too easy to leave behind or disable. He'd have to get creative with the placement of a tracking device. He wasn't going to let her run away from him again, not unless she made it clear things between them were dead. The blushes giving her skin a sexy glow told him that wasn't the case. Dozer followed her out of the hospital and into a parking lot. Damn, but her ass looked good in those pants. She'd kept herself in shape, and he knew she went to the gym 4 times a week. He wasn't a stalker, no sir. Her hair was completely white now, with only a handful of brown strands mixed in. She still had a surprisingly young face under the older-looking hair. The beep-beep of Carmen unlocking her vehicle pulled him out of his cataloging of her finer features. He got into the passenger side, she got into the driver's side, and they were off. Neither of them spoke for several minutes. He wasn't inclined to break the silence. A smart investigator never did, and he needed to find out what was going on in her head. "Targeting you in the hospital says desperate to me," she said, breaking the tension. She cleared her throat and glanced at him. "The 2 men who attacked us, I mean." "It was risky," he agreed. "I wonder if they could have a specific reason to want me gone." "If the FAFO was behind it, why would they be feeling desperate or want you out of the picture?" "We could be too close to a lead or a source of information." "What lead? What source? We haven't found anything new since we wrapped up the contaminated beer case." "It's got to be connected to the storage unit that exploded." He looked at her, watching as she expertly drove through busy city traffic. "What happened to it and all the stuff that was in it?" "Your people removed every scrap, every last bit of debris. I think they have it in storage somewhere. I do have pictures of everything, as well as a list of each item collected. They're probably reconstructing the scene." "They have the space to do that?" "Yeah, after an explosion, it's a good way to make sure you find all the parts of the explosive, which can tell you a lot about its creator." "Damn it, I should have been notified if something like that was being done." "Why?" "So I could have sent in a tech or 2 to swab everything and see what grows." "You could still do that. If any of the bacteria or viruses are fragile or susceptible to heat or oxygenated air, they're dead already." Dozer studied her tightly pressed lips. "Do you want me to talk to my boss and get him to invite you into any investigation that's ongoing?" She shook her head. "No, I'll contact him myself. I need to make sure this kind of thing doesn't get overlooked next time." She had a point. She did need to develop her network of contacts and a reputation for getting the job done within the law enforcement community. He had to keep his nose out of it, as much as he could anyway. Carmen pulled to a stop in front of his apartment building. He opened his door and was about to get out, but she put her hand on his arm. "You're going to a hotel, right?" That idea appealed to him less and less, but if he didn't give her the answer she wanted, she might do something drastic, like talk to his boss again and get him stuck in protective custody. "Yeah, I don't know which one yet. I need to pack a few things to do so I don't lose my mind." She narrowed her eyes, but only said, "Stay out of trouble." He responded with a sigh. "Yes, ma'am." He wanted to invite her in, but it looked like she had a lot to do, and all of it yesterday. He smiled at her, waved, and went inside. It just about killed him to not watch her drive off. His apartment was plain with a bare minimum furniture and no artwork or pictures on the walls. Hell, his hospital room had more personality than this place. He was a fucking moron. He needed more than this sterile existence. He needed Carmen, but he had to convince her of that. Fuck, he would convince her. He was tired, so damned tired of pretending and staying a polite distance away. Getting shot, then attacked twice in the hospital used up the last of his patience. She needed him as much as he needed her, and he was going to prove it to her. The best way to do that was to invade her space. Dozer packed his larger duffel bag. Bigger than any of his go bags, this one had enough room for several changes of clothing and a few extras besides. He fired up his laptop and checked his work email, the status of his open cases, and began compiling a list of everything he remembered seeing in the storage unit. Before he forgot, got blown up again, knifed or shot. A headache developed at his temples and his eyes began to droop, but he kept at it. He wasn't sure how much time he'd have for research or investigative work in the near future. There was a niggling voice in the back of his head pushing him to get things done, figure things out, and arrest anyone left. Someone knocked on his door, surprising him so much he almost fell out of his lousy desk chair. Had he fallen asleep? He got up and walked silently to the door to peek through the peephole. Carmen stood outside, wearing the same outfit he'd last seen her in, and a frown on her face. He glanced at his watch. 8:30 p.m. How had it gotten so late? He opened the door and she came in, and just having her in his space gave him a boost of energy. He let it prop him up and support his flagging strength. By the time he closed it, he felt like he drank one of those energy drinks full of caffeine and B vitamins. Carmen fixed him with a hard stare. "You look like shit. Since I feel like shit, I'll consider myself normal. You're about as normal as Superman wearing a kryptonite ring." Superman? Was that a compliment? "Have you eaten anything since getting home?" she demanded. "No, but of course not," she interrupted. "You probably don't have any food in this cardboard box." She strode into the kitchen, opened the fridge, then looked inside grimly. "There isn't enough food in here to feed a mouse, let alone a big man like you." "Big, huh?" he asked. Certain parts of him felt positively heroic. She glared at him. Shit. He hadn't meant to say it out loud. He crossed his arms over his chest. He would rather pull her into a hug, but with the mood she was in, she might slug him or knee him in the balls. He settled with changing the subject. "What do you need, Carmen?" "Pack a bag, you're coming home with me." He stuck a finger in his ear to check for something blocking it, because he could have sworn she ordered him to get his shit together and come home with her. He was careful to make his tone tentative when he asked. "Excuse me?" "You heard me," she said. "Get packing." She looked at her watch. "You have 10 minutes. Her expression told him if he didn't hurry up, she was going to hog-tie him and do it herself. Dozer went into his bedroom, picked up his duffel, and deposited it next to his front door. Carmen stared at the bag. "You already have that packed?" "Yeah." "Where were you going to go?" He could give her the easy answer. He was planning on going to a hotel, but that would be a lie, and he'd made her a promise. He was going to keep it. "Your place. I thought if I presented my arguments logically, I could convince you it was a good idea." She didn't say anything for several seconds, just studied him. Finally, after glancing at his table, she asked, "Do you want to bring your computer?" Thank fuck. He got it, then they were out the door, across the parking lot, and in her car. She drove in the opposite direction of her house. "Carmen, your boss thinks we'll be tailed by whoever was behind the attempt to harm, kidnap, or kill you at the hospital. We're traveling an indirect path to CDC headquarters. There are Homeland agents stationed all along the route who will tail anyone following us." "Where are we really going?" "An apartment in a building where a large number of my staff live. It's close to headquarters, and the specific unit we'll be staying in is a sublet, so it isn't linked to me or anyone else at the CDC." He couldn't see anything wrong with the plan. "Okay." He rested his head against the back of the seat, the energy she'd loaned him draining away much too fast. "Do you mind if I nap?" She glanced at him, concern tightening her face. "No, go ahead. You're supposed to be resting anyway." He was as safe as he could get while trying to shake loose any tales. He closed his eyes and fell into darkness. Chapter 5. 8:50 p.m. Carmen couldn't believe how fast John dropped off to sleep. Seconds. The man had been pushing himself too hard for too long. Then again, that shouldn't be a surprise. He'd done the same thing in Afghanistan. He looked almost exactly the same as the first time she'd laid eyes on him. Tall, broad-shouldered, with dark brown hair cut short. Muscles had strained his uniform sleeves back then. He was leaner now, more defined, she realized, letting her gaze take him in. Asleep, he seemed so ordinary, and yet, when he entered a room, he took up space, took it over. She'd fallen in love with him in less than a day 9 years ago. It had taken only one lie to destroy it. She hadn't wanted to believe he'd lied, hadn't wanted to leave without hearing the truth from him, but it was either leave then or stay embedded with the unit for several more weeks. If she couldn't trust him, she couldn't trust anyone in the unit, so she allowed her fear to make the decision and left. Forgetting him wasn't so easy. He appeared in her thoughts whenever things were stressful or dangerous, and she'd asked herself how John would handle it. She'd modeled her responses after his calm, confident competence until they were her own. When he'd walked into her office 8 months ago, she thought she was seeing a ghost. She hadn't wanted to deal with her feelings or his, so she hadn't. Again. Every day it got harder and harder to ignore the pull toward him. He'd made promises to her, damn it, pleasurable ones. If he died, it hadn't occurred to her that he could die. Until the explosion a few weeks ago. And the shooting, and the 2 desperate hospital attacks. How badly did she want him? Enough to risk having her heart broken a second time. Because John was doing what he always did, shouldering all of the risk himself and painting a target on his back. Well, that wasn't going to fly this time. She was going to carry her share of the threat, and if he didn't like it, he could kiss her ass. Literally. She drove like she normally would, sticking to the speed limit and changing lanes well in advance of any turn. She'd taken an offensive driving course a year ago, and the instructor told her she telegraphed her intentions to turn by lane changing too early. It worked great if you wanted to look like you were driving normally, though. She kept tabs on the traffic behind her, but didn't see a vehicle that stood out. Damn it. She wanted these guys caught and locked up before they started a fight no one could finish. Or win. That was the problem with terrorism and terrorists. They didn't care who won as long as everyone suffered. She stopped at the CDC headquarters main building security checkpoint and nodded at the guard, a man she'd known for 2 years. A minute later, she pulled in and parked in her designated space in the underground parking garage. "That guard didn't even look at your ID card," John growled. She glanced over. His eyes were still closed. "I've known him for 2 years. He knows me by sight." John turned his head and looked at her. "Sight isn't good enough. It's not that hard to pass as someone else with the right clothes, hair, and makeup. You've been reading too many thriller novels." "What the hell are we in but a fucking thriller novel?" He kept his volume low, but his tone was tight. "We're switching cars in the dark and hiding in an apartment under someone else's name." Frustration and pain swam under his words, pummeling them, telling her he was in no way as calm as he wanted to appear. Patience. That has to be the most cynical thing I've ever heard you say. He shifted on the seat but didn't sit up or lift his head. Making the top of a terrorist organization's hit list does that to a person. That's not why you're so cranky. You're in a bad mood because you can't go back to work until your doctor says it's okay. I'm fine. She almost laughed, but it wasn't actually funny. I'm going to check your gunshot wound, your ribs, and your head when we finally stop running around. Want to bet something isn't so fine? There's a portable X-ray machine at this apartment?" he asked, with mock surprise and more than a healthy dose of sarcasm. "No, it's where I keep my Superman cape." "I'm amazed you have time to give me a scan. Shouldn't you be working in an X-ray lab or trauma unit?" "I love my job at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Please note the word disease." "Is this your way of threatening me? Be nice or I'll sick my pet bacteria and viruses after you." "Will it turn off the ridiculous crap coming out of your mouth?" "Your safety is not ridiculous." he said sharply. She closed her mouth with a snap, so angry she was surprised smoke wasn't coming out of her nose. Get out of the car. She smiled at him, showing her teeth. We're switching vehicles. Yeah, like no one in the history of sneaking around has ever used that ploy, he said, rolling his eyes as he got out of the vehicle. You're making it very hard to be nice to you, she bit out as she grabbed his duffel from the trunk. What are you talking about? This is me flirting, he said, perfectly deadpan. He did not just say that crap to her. Keep this up and recovering from your injuries will be the least of your problems. I'll shoot you myself. After switching vehicles and 30 minutes of circuitous driving, they arrived at the apartment building. This is Henry Lee's vehicle, she explained. He lives across the hall from the apartment we're staying in. They went inside, Dozer taking a good look around before going through the front doors. The apartment was on the 3rd floor, halfway down the hallway. She put the key in the lock and let John go in first. When she would have followed him, he put out a hand to stop her. Right. How silly of her to expect to just walk in. Her unarmed, injured employee, partner, whatever, had to make sure no one was waiting in the shadows to kill them. She waited a few seconds, then heard a quiet, clear. A single lamp shrouded the living area in a pale yellow light. It was enough to see and engage the 3 sets of locks on the door. Someone knocked. Since she was standing right there, she looked through the peephole. Henry, she reported to John, who was watching her intently. Is it okay to see what he wants? He's your employee. But I haven't made him show me his ID. John rolled his eyes at her. See how ridiculous that is? She unlocked all those locks, opened the door, and held out the keys to the SUV to Henry. Any problems? He asked, pocketing his keys. How would I know? Carmen asked, pouring sickeningly sweet syrup all over the words. I'm just a figurehead who doesn't know the first thing about safety, security, or how to look after my people. Henry stared at her for a moment, then said over her shoulder to John, Have a nice night. He went inside his own apartment and shut the door. Men are assholes. She closed and locked the door again, then turned and looked at Dozer. He put up his hands in a classic surrender. What? She pointed at the partially open bedroom door. Take your shirt off and get on the bed. She wanted to order him to take all his clothes off, make sure he was uninjured beyond the mottled marks on his skin, take away his pain by kissing each bruise until all he knew was pleasure. Anger and desire rode her hard. That fury should have soured her need, but it just added to it, and that pissed her off even more. He'd suffused his face, adding color to his cheeks and turning his gaze predatory. He opened his mouth. If you say whatever just went through your mind, she said, not hiding a damn thing from him, you will regret it. He closed his mouth. Then, with a meek expression she didn't trust in any way, he preceded her into the bedroom. He took off the long-sleeved Henley shirt he wore and waited with his arms held away from his sides. There was one fresh bruise the size of a man's fist on his back. It was still red, but in a day or two it would be black, blue, and purple. Carmen took hold of his left wrist and raised his arm until it was over his head. His ribs were outlined in mottled bruises of varying shades of dark colors. Those were the older bruises. On top of those were a couple of new ones, the brighter red of fresh bleeding under the skin. She ran her hands over the evidence of his most recent fight, easily feeling lumps of collected blood that had pooled under the skin where the damage was the worst. Dozer sucked in a breath at her gentle probing. Sorry, he said when she jerked back reflexively. Ticklish. Liar. She put her hand over one of the worst bruises on his side, just rested her palm and finger on his skin without pressure or prodding. The muscles of his jaw clenched. I call bullshit. She slid around until she could look into his eyes. Stop it. Stop what? He asked, his tone that of a mystified man. Stop trying to manage me. Stop putting yourself at risk to protect me. Her voice rose until she was all but shouting. Stop lying to me. It was a repeating pattern of behavior. He'd assess the situation, decide on a course of action, and ensure everyone involved did what he wanted by saying whatever he thought they needed to hear. If the truth didn't fit into his plans, he misrepresented, skirted, or hid it. Manage you? he asked, incredulous. "You're the one in charge and giving the orders, not me. As for my protection methods, yeah, they need some work, hence the situation we're in right now, but there's no way I can stop doing it. It's not in me to stand by and watch you get hurt." So he thought the ends justified the means. And the lying? Got an answer, argument, or apology for that? "I have to admit I'm stumped," he said, his gaze wary. "I have no idea what you're talking about. What lie?" Just now. Was his concussion still impairing his ability to think, or was he truly oblivious to his own behavior? "My touch hurt you." "What point is there in complaining about it?" he demanded. "You weren't going to let it go until you checked out my ribs for yourself. What am I supposed to do, whine and snivel every time someone bumps into me? How about a genuine, honest response? Pain is an indicator of the level of damage, a warning sign. How on earth can I or anyone else know what you're capable of physically if you aren't honest in your responses and answers?" "Honesty? You want honesty? Okay, deal. From here on out, we'll be 100% honest with each other. Let's start with the charade we've been maintaining, the one where we'd never met each other before I was assigned to be your homeland liaison 8 months ago." He went there. He actually went there. "That isn't a lie. It's keeping our past personal connection separate from our current professional one." He took a step forward into her personal space, their bodies almost touching. "I call bullshit. We're both adults, and it isn't relevant to our lives today. Talking about it isn't necessary." "Now who's the liar?" he whispered. He was staring at her mouth, his gaze hot enough to melt steel. That heat was quickly melting the ice she'd used as a wall between them. If she didn't build it back up, it was going to melt entirely. He wanted to talk? Fine. She had a few things to say to him on the subject of lying. "Are you sure you want to discuss what happened in Afghanistan?" she asked sweetly. "Because you're not going to like what I have to say." "Discussion is the last thing on my mind." He swooped down and took her mouth. One hand cupped the back of her head, threading its way through her hair and hanging on so tight that she couldn't move. His other hand slid around her waist and pulled her into his body. She raised her hands to push him away but stopped. His various injuries and bruises meant she might hurt him. His tongue teased and touched her bottom lip, and her breath caught. He slid inside, and his taste exploded across her tongue. Need wound its way through her as she kissed him back. His hair was soft under her fingers, his skin hot. He urged her closer with his hand in the small of her back, and the long, hard bar of his erection pressed into her belly. It had been so long since she'd allowed desire in her life. So long. She wanted to immerse them both in it until they drowned, but the last time she trusted him, he'd broken her heart, taken her belief in the power of love, and stomped the life out of it. The memory of the humiliation, horror, and agony she'd endured as a result of his lies swept over her. One of her own team members had had to fill her in on the fact that the man she just slept with, had fallen in love with, was married and going home to his wife in less than a week. She didn't even realize she was crying until John pulled back, confusion and concern cooling the heat of his need. He wiped tears from her cheeks. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" He scrutinized her, as if searching for a visible injury. Her wounds were all on the inside, with not even a bruise to give away their presence. "Lying is second nature to you, isn't it?" The tears wouldn't stop. "You lied to me in Afghanistan, and you're doing it again, whatever it takes to get what you want." "What are you talking about?" He stared at her with a level of astonishment that couldn't be feigned. "You made promises to me that night, promises you had no intention of keeping." She let the words sit between them, an earthquake that spawned a tsunami capable of destroying entire cultures. He jerked her closer to him. "I plan to keep every promise I made. I would have if you hadn't run away." The assault of his answer tore a jagged hole across her chest, but this pain fed her anger, her indignation. "Oh, really?" she asked, her words torn out of her. "Martin was only too helpful in telling me about some of your other promises to other women." "What other women?" He paused. "Wait, Martin? The same Martin who served a couple of years in the stockade for embezzlement and then was tossed out of the military? That Martin?" "Yes, him." She stretched up on her tiptoes so she could get in his face. That slimeball had been trying to get into my pants for weeks and laughed when he realized you'd managed it. He figured since I gave it up to you, I should give it up to him." Dozer grabbed her by the shoulders and stared into her eyes. "Did he assault you?" Carmen's jaw fell open. Gone was the confused man. In his place was a menacing, avenging angel. "Did he?" Chapter 6. 9:42 p.m. "He tried," Carmen said through teeth clenched tight. That slimy piece of shit. Dozer was going to hunt that fucker down and kill him with his bare hands. "Hey," Carmen slapped him. Not hard, but enough to get his attention. "I told you he tried. Don't go all Rambo on me and start planning to commit a homicide." "How did you know that you're planning to kill him?" she asked, with no small amount of incredulity. "Because that's what you do when someone you consider your responsibility comes under threat. You kill the threat. Dead, deceased, destroyed." She shook her head. "But in this case there's no need. I stopped him all by myself." He frowned at her. 9 years ago she'd been a new doctor fresh out of medical school, young, idealistic, and eager to make her mark. She hadn't even gone through basic training before being assigned to his investigative unit. As a result, she didn't know the first thing about self-defense. She must have read the disbelief and confusion on his face, because she rolled her eyes and said, "I kicked him in the nuts as hard as I could. I was wearing my combat boots with the steel toes. He went down and stayed down for 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, I found an officer and reported his attempt to assault me. He tried to say I was the aggressor, but the officer didn't believe him. Said the only way he got his balls smashed was if he got too close to me in the first place." Dozer took in a deep breath. It was his fault Martin went after her. "I warned Martin to stay away from you," he said, watching her face for a sign of what she might be thinking. "That asshole had a reputation for getting handsy, and worse if he found a woman alone." He let the words hang in the air for a moment. "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what exactly? Having sex with me?" "No." It came out as an almost shout. "Rein it in. You blew my mind. Intelligent, gorgeous, and funny. I've never met a woman before or since who could hold a candle to you." He realized his fists were clenched tight and consciously opened them. "Our getting together the way we did wasn't the way I wanted to do it. I wanted to take you out for dinner, go dancing, see some movies, go slow, but that explosion happened and we—" He swallowed hard, thinking back to the moment of the blast. The moment he knew he might lose her before he could ever hold her. Love her. There was a good chance we weren't getting out of that ambush alive. He met her gaze and said hoarsely, "I've never wanted anyone like I wanted you. If you'd said no, I'd have backed off, but you made it clear the attraction was mutual. There was no way I could not touch you, bring you pleasure, show you how much I wanted you." Her shoulders sagged. "I thought I was in love with you," she said, her tone so sad he almost closed the distance between them so he could hold her. "I thought I'd met my knight in shining armor. I trusted you with myself. But you didn't give me all the information. You didn't trust me to accept you as you were or to make the right decision. I was trying to find the right time, then I ran out of time. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't malicious. I wasn't trying to fool you or mislead you." He clenched a fist. I fucked up. I fucked up the best thing that ever happened to me." He paced back and forth a few feet in front of her. "When I walked into your office 8 months ago, I couldn't believe it was you behind the desk. Even though your name was all over my paperwork, I didn't dare hope it was you." He stopped pacing to look at her. "But I prayed it was. I've spent every moment of every day since trying to prove to you that I'm not that moron anymore." She broke the eye contact between them this time to stare at the floor. Her hands were shaking. Was she crying? "Carmen?" She never cried, never let anything get to her. His stomach dropped. He'd made her cry. She looked up, her face wet from tears, her eyes narrowed with anger. "You might not be that moron anymore," she said, her voice shaking along with her hands. "But you're still a moron." She advanced on him, one hand snagging his shirt and pulling him down so his nose was a couple of inches from hers. "Why didn't you just talk to me?" She gave him a little shake. "At any time during the last several months." "Why didn't you?" She let go of him and stepped back. "I wasn't the one who lied." "You could have requested someone else's liaison. You were an easier person to train than any of the alternatives. Besides," she said with a shrug, "I had no idea you'd make the decision to just pretend it never happened, to continue behaving like a moron." He'd done it for very good reasons. He'd thought this was his second chance. "I'm not the only one who didn't mention important information before we got together." She let go of him and backpedaled several steps. "What are you talking about?" she asked, too fast for innocence. "I was your first," he said, remembering the moment he realized she was a virgin. The bone-deep satisfaction of knowing she'd never let another man this close. She'd chosen him, trusted him with herself. It had damn near sent him to his knees. A man needs to know something like that before things go too far. She gulped and tried to don a nonchalant mask, but she couldn't disguise the rapid beat of her pulse along her neck. Why would that make a difference? It's a small thing. No, it wasn't. It had to happen sometime with someone. She tried to shrug, but it was stiff and unconvincing. I hadn't had time to deal with it until then. "You chose me," he reminded her, "after waiting a long time for the right person." He moved toward her again, crowding her up against a wall. "Do you have any idea what it did to me when I realized you were a virgin?" Breathing fast and deep, she stared at him with wide eyes. He put his hands on the wall on either side of her head and leaned down to whisper, "I was inside you, and you were so fucking tight I was sure I was going to lose my mind. When I realized why there was some resistance, I nearly came then and there." He eased closer and she put her hands on his chest. She didn't push. He'd back off if she gave him the slightest indication of panic or that she didn't want him. "I was glad," he said, so damned hard for her that his voice came out sounding like he was some monster in the dark. "So fucking glad you gave yourself to me." "Why didn't you tell me you were still married?" Her bottom lip quivered and he wanted to kiss it better, love every hurt away. But would she let him? "I planned to, but shit kept hitting the fan until we were inside a hurricane of fucking crap. I wanted privacy and enough time to fully explain. By the time those two things were available, you'd left." A tear slid down her face and her hands fisted in his shirt. "Martin is an asshole who wanted to make you vulnerable to his brand of abusive bullshit." She leaned her forehead against his chest as her shoulders shook, but she didn't utter a sound, not one. He wrapped his arms around her and held her for long seconds while she cried hard enough to get his shirt wet and rip out his heart. When she calmed, he put one hand under her chin and tilted her face up so he could gaze into those gorgeous brown eyes before lowering his head slowly. He put the intent to kiss her plainly on his face and waited for her answer. Her hands tightened on the fabric of his shirt and she pulled him down so she could kiss him. The chokehold of control he had had over himself broke. He took over the kiss with a growl, pressing her into the wall with the weight of his body. But her lips and tongue weren't enough. Her hands were in his hair, tugging on the strands, making him want all of her in every way, always. Kissing his way down her neck, he rocked his erection into her belly. "John," she moaned as she managed to undo the top couple of buttons on her shirt with one hand. Her eyes opened and she looked at him with so much naked need on her face he had to have her mouth again. He kissed her again and again, her taste going to his head faster than aged whiskey. Her breasts were soft and warm under his hand, her nipples hard, her skin so silky he could touch her for hours and still be completely fascinated with the texture of her. When had he taken off her top? When he pulled back, he discovered he'd ripped through the rest of the buttons on her shirt and shoved her bra up, freeing her breasts. Shit, he was turning into an animal. "Say no," he said low and dark. "Say it now before I completely lose my shit and fuck you up against this wall." Her breathing was as labored as his, her lips swollen from his kisses. She grabbed him by the shirt again. "If you don't fuck me in the next 10 seconds, I'm going to throw you on the floor and ride you until you stop saying stupid shit." He blinked. He thought his cock was as hard as it could ever get. Until now. Christ, you make me greedy for a taste of you. Once would never be enough. On second thought, I think a bed is needed. This might take a while. I don't want to wait. She hissed at him, her hands diving down to pull at the button of his pants, then yank at the zipper. I want you right here, right now. As hot as that idea was, it wasn't good enough. Not for her. The first time they'd been together, it had been in a dangerous, dirty death trap. He'd be damned if he let that happen again. One corner of his mouth kicked up. Going slow has its benefits. He let go of her hand slowly to caress her hips. I want to worship you. I want to give you orgasms, lots of orgasms. Her breathing, a fast pant, feathered across his face. How many? 10, 12, 26, as many as I can. 26? Her voice was incredulous. She stared at him for a long moment, then laughed. Joy lit up the dark places in his heart for the first time in longer than he could remember, because that right there, that smile was the one he'd missed seeing on her face, the one that had captivated him when he'd first met her. I'm not putting a limit on them. He let go of one of her hands to cup a breast and tease her nipple. Are you? No. You owe me lots. Eyes wide and pupils dilated, she whispered. Take me to bed. Let's not keep the orgasms waiting. Right. She couldn't go anywhere until he moved. If he moved, he'd have to let her go, and he didn't want to. Frowning, she patted his chest, her fingers stroking his skin. John? It took more effort than it should have to force himself to back away, to draw her with him and not yank her at a run for the bedroom. But he was going to make this good for her, starting now. He walked backward, never taking his gaze off her face, his hands off her body. He wanted to touch her everywhere, taste her everywhere, take the time to love her so thoroughly she'd never leave him again. The wall came out of nowhere to block their way. Carmen snickered, then shifted her weight and guided him into a short hallway. They passed a door before she steered him into the darkness of another room. When he hit the bed, he had to restrain a growl of satisfaction. Soon. He'd have her naked soon. She went after his shirt, unbuttoning it and shoving it off his shoulders. His pants went next, unbuttoning the top button and lowering the zipper. Damn, but her hands were fast. Before she could get into his pants, he captured her hands. If she touched him, it would be over much too quickly. He had a job to do first. Leaning down, he whispered, Orgasms, remember? She let out a frustrated groan and struggled to shrug off the remains of her ruined shirt. As soon as it was on the floor, she unhooked her bra and dropped it. Her breasts were luscious weights in his hands, almost overflowing them with their sensitive, satiny skin. He teased and tugged at her nipples, then dove down to suck hard at one while pinching the other. She threaded her fingers through his hair and held his head against her, arching her back to present herself as a feast for his senses. He sucked again, and she writhed against him, making small noises that had him seconds away from coming. Control, asshole. He managed to strip her pants down her legs, her panties along with them, then tumbled them both onto the bed. Her hands tore at his pants. Take these off, she demanded, her teeth bared. Yes, ma'am, he said, his voice raspy. He had to roll away from her to do it. Get back here, she ordered. He laughed as he shucked his pants as fast as he could. I'm not Houdini or a contortionist, darling. Naked, he returned to the bed to take her mouth in a smoking hot kiss. He was tracing a path down her neck and torso with his mouth, with the intent to leave no part of her body untouched when she wrapped her warm hand around his cock. A white-hot arrow of pleasure and need burned its way through him, and he shuddered. Carmen. His voice broke at the end of her name. I want you inside me, she said in a low, sexy tone. Right now. Chapter 7 10:00 p.m. Carmen had been waiting for this, for John, for so long she no longer bothered to count the time in anything but lifetimes. She'd tried to move on, tried relationships with other men a year or two after John Dozer, but none of them came close to touching her wild, sexually hungry soul. And no man had wanted her badly enough to take the time to find a way through her guarded heart. No man had ever wanted her like John Dozer did. No man had ever made her feel as if she were flying like John Dozer did. No man had ever hurt her like John Dozer did. He owed her a lot of orgasms, and she wanted to collect starting right now. "Carmen," he said on a groan, his whole body shaking. "Have mercy, darling. I want to make this good for you." "Then get this weapon of yours a little closer to the target, Army." She called him that when they'd first met. It hadn't started as a term of endearment, but it had ended up there, at least in her mind. "Don't you want 2 or 3 orgasms first?" She gave it a second or two's thought. "Later." She stroked his cock and loved the groan she pulled out of him. He rested his forehead against hers, panting heavily. "I want penetration," she whispered. "Please, John." "Sweet Jesus," he breathed and stopped resisting. She guided him to the entrance of her body and let him take over. He pushed in a couple of inches, then paused, his whole body shaking. "Holy fuck," he said like he was in pain. "You're so fucking tight." "Don't stop now. I'm not a virgin anymore." His eyes snapped open and his gaze held hers hostage. "Don't joke about that." "You act like you hurt me on purpose," she said, wrapping her legs round his butt and urging him to go deeper. "You didn't, and what little pain there was you very quickly erased with pleasure." He dove down to kiss her, rocking his hips, driving himself deeper and deeper into her. She loved it. Every movement he made stroked nerve endings, sending pleasure through her body. She'd been so fucking empty for so long. Now, finally, she was complete. For a long moment they held each other, not moving or speaking, just soaking the other in. Then he began to move, setting up a pace that built on itself, faster, deeper, and harder, until she was on the edge of rapture. "John." His name was nothing less than a plea. "Please, please, please." With a groan, he took one of her knees and pushed it up and out, allowing him to penetrate deeper. His next thrust set the trigger. The one after that sent her into orbit, pleasure rocketing through her body, a release so powerful she had to have blacked out. John was breathing heavily over her, groaning, pouring his own climax into her. He was muttering something in her ear. "Fuck, fuck, holy fuck." He shuddered again. "Fuck." He sagged and she caught him around the waist, reveling in the act of holding him, having his heat and weight on her. They'd only slept together once, but she'd missed it the same as if she'd spent a lifetime of nights with him. After a minute or two, he levered himself to one side and turned her so they faced each other, pressed close. His ribs, his wound, his head. "John," she said quickly, kicking herself for not considering it sooner. How could she forget that he was injured? "Did we strain anything?" "I have no idea," he said, his voice sleepy. "I feel too fucking fantastic for something as small as pain to be a problem." She stared at him, but it was too dark to read his expression. A moment later, his breathing deepened and evened out. Her army soldier had fallen asleep. Carmen let herself relax. They were safe here, and he wouldn't be able to leave without waking her. She snuggled into his warm body, content for the first time in years. Too many years. Monday, March 31st, 4:16 a.m. Her cell phone was ringing, the emergency ringtone, the one her staff used when the situation was life-threatening. Her hand found the cell phone before she opened her eyes. "This is Dr. Rodriguez." Christ, her voice sounded like she hadn't used it in days. She listened to the report, making the appropriate listening noises as she slid out of bed. Naked, she left the room to write down the highlights on a notepad she kept in her purse. None of it was good. Movement caught her attention and she turned. John stood, naked, just this side of the hallway, watching her with a concerned expression. "How many hospitals are involved?" "2? Which ones?" "Orlando General Hospital and Kissimmee Public Hospital. Manageable if everyone did their jobs correctly." Send out our 4x4 team, a pair to each hospital to investigate and identify the pathogen. If this is what I think it is, we need to know as soon as possible. An hour could make a difference." Her staff member agreed and hung up. "What's going on?" John asked, as soon as she lowered the phone from her ear. "Possible measles outbreak in Orlando, Florida." "Measles? That's a problem? I thought that was one of the diseases close to eradication due to vaccines." "If only." She shook her head and walked toward him, toward the bedroom and her clothes. "Thanks to the anti-vaccination movement." He studied her face in silence. "It's a simple childhood disease. Why do you look so worried?" "That simple childhood disease is still one of the leading causes of death among children under 5 years old around the world. Many more suffer blindness and brain damage, as well as debilitating pneumonia, diarrhea, and dehydration. 1 in 4 people with measles require a costly hospital stay." She moved into the bedroom, grabbed a medium-sized duffel bag, and put it on the bed. "The virus can stay in your body and cause a fatal neurological disease called subacute sclerosing panencephalitis years later. It also kills off your T lymphocytes, the white blood cells that contain your immune system's memory. This destroys your body's ability to mount a defense against any disease you've already had or been vaccinated against. Before a measles vaccine was created, it's thought that measles, either directly or indirectly, caused over half of deaths from childhood infectious diseases." "So what?" John asked, as he started putting on his own clothes. "If most Americans are vaccinated, why the concern?" Carmen pulled out fresh underwear and a clean shirt and put them on. "Because the vaccine isn't 100% effective. No vaccine is. Some parents now refuse to vaccinate their kids, leaving them vulnerable to the disease and giving the disease access to unprotected victims. All that has to happen is one child from somewhere in Europe where measles is common to come here on vacation and infect unvaccinated American kids. Our theme parks could be ground zero for a massive outbreak." "One sick kid could lead to an outbreak?" John stopped getting dressed at a pair of jeans. He stood in front of her with a pensive expression. His lean muscles seemed to stand out in the weak light emanating from the lamp in the living room. She battled a sudden desire to lick her way across his chest. For some reason, his bare feet, braced shoulder-width apart, made him even hotter. She had to clear her throat in order to speak again. "Measles is extremely contagious." "We've dealt with contagious diseases before. That meningitis scare in El Paso was pretty bad. Measles is much, much worse." She wanted to explain this in terms anyone could understand. Chances were he'd have to explain this to someone else. "Let me give you an example. The annual flu, the one that always seems to come around every fall and winter, does it seem contagious to you?" He shrugged. "Yeah, seems like every other person gets it." "It does, doesn't it? Did you know that we've done extensive studies on infection rates of all kinds of disease? The number of people one person infected with the seasonal flu can likely infect is about 2.6. For measles, that number is 15. He blinked. 15? One person with the measles can infect 15 other people? She watched him do rapid calculations in his head. "That's a disaster?" she asked, pulling on her pants. "A catastrophe?" "I was thinking more like the end of the world." Now dressed, she picked up her phone. Those of us in the field of infectious diseases dread measles for a reason. How is it transmitted? After an infectious person coughs or sneezes, water droplets containing the virus hang in the air. The virus is alive and able to infect a new host for up to 2 hours. All you have to do to be infected is enter the room and breathe. He winced. Would normal surgical masks protect against it? To some degree, it does lower the transmission rate substantially. I'm hearing a but. But if people are now showing up sick at hospitals, then they've been infecting other people for several days already. The contagious period starts before the symptoms appear. John ran a hand over his face. If this thing has had several days to run amok without anyone the wiser, we're fucked. That's why I'm sending in 2 epidemiology teams immediately. We need to know as quickly as possible if we're dealing with measles or something else. But infected contagious people could be getting on planes right now, heading for home or who knows where, exposing the virus to everyone on their plane, hotel lobby, elevator, anywhere really. Unfortunately, you're right. We can't just scream at the whole country and tell them to put on masks. First off, we don't have enough masks for every person. Second, it would start a panic which we don't know is warranted yet. Third, if the panic is bad enough, we could see a complete breakdown of law and order. So we just have to wait? Until we get confirmation we're dealing with measles, until we identify the virus as the standard variant and not something new, interesting, and different enough from the standard that the vaccine offers no protection. There's always a risk of a virus or bacteria mutating or evolving into something worse. And if it's new and worse, then what? We have to determine if our current vaccine is effective against it at all. Measles is relatively stable, unlike the seasonal flu, which changes rapidly. But no virus is really stable. They pick up new pieces of genetic material from their hosts all the time. "When are you leaving?" he asked, as if she'd already made it clear that she was going to go. "I'm not going anywhere yet." He took a step closer to her. "You don't want to oversee the investigation?" In the last 2 years, the CDC has investigated 750 health events around the world and here at home. I couldn't possibly investigate them all personally. I coordinate the CDC's resources and send out teams to do the legwork. I do very little work on the ground. You went to El Paso in Utah. Both of those cases were exceptional. Terrorists were involved. It wasn't just a health emergency. Someone was trying to weaponize specific bacteria and viruses. Until we know more, I need to stay here in Atlanta to coordinate our responses to all the health events we're currently working on and any new ones that occur. "That sounds reasonable," he said in a drawl. "But I know you, Carmen. You'd never be satisfied with coordinating things while other people take the risks." So he was trying to pick a fight with her now. "Surprise," she said, with as much false cheer as she could muster. "I grew up and became a responsible adult. Just because I want to do something doesn't mean I should or will do it. I've learned the fine art of delegating." Her phone went off again. "It's the director of the CDC. I have to take this." John didn't look happy, but he didn't move either. Stood watching her talk, like every move she made had to be documented or something. In the diffuse light, the bruises looked even worse than they were. His whole left side was one massive blue, red, and purple landscape. He also looked like he had 2 black eyes, even though she knew he didn't. The man should still be in the hospital. They shouldn't have made love. What had she been thinking? Well, she knew what she'd been thinking, how much she wanted him to get out of his clothes. The point was, she shouldn't have been thinking it. Stupid. Very stupid. The director was clear. The suspected measles outbreak was her top priority. But she couldn't coordinate while hiding in an apartment with 1 cell phone and 1 laptop computer. She needed her office along with her desktop computer and all its screens, multiple phone lines, and immediate access to lab results. Carmen assured the director she would return to CDC headquarters and stay there to coordinate their response to the possible outbreak. As soon as she ended the call, John invaded her personal space. "You're not going anywhere without me. You're not cleared to go back to work. Just hours ago, you were in a hospital bed." He moved in, crowding her up against the 2-seater kitchen table. "You're not leaving my sight," he said in an inflexible tone. She tried to push him back a step. "John, be reasonable." He leaned down until they were almost nose to nose. "This is me being reasonable." His flash of teeth was a threat, not a smile. "Want to see me unreasonable?" Seriously? Did he think she just strolled into a dangerous situation without any intelligence or preparation? "I'm staying in my office and sleeping on a cot. I'll probably be safer here than you are staying here." His eyes flared and a genuine grin spread across his face. He looked much too happy. What had she just said? Oh, shit. "You know what they say," John said, his grin doing nothing to lessen the impact his body had on hers. "2 cots are better than 1. You need rest, not the stress of being in the middle of the communication tornado my office is about to become. I'm not going to be doing anything but keeping you company and keeping those assholes who are trying to kill me guessing as to where I am. You really believe you can sit and just watch me run around like a chicken with my head cut off without trying to take over?" Cold anger flattened his mouth and leached the color from his face. "I've never gotten between you and your job, just between you and danger." She opened her mouth to argue, but as she sifted through the past, she realized he was right. True. She took in a breath and added, "I apologize." He relaxed enough to shift back, then lifted one shoulder. "You said it yourself. I'm not allowed to go back to work. Besides, if I'm in the same room as you, you can keep me out of trouble." His smile turned sharp. "Hell, if it would make you feel better, I'll put on a collar so you can hold my leash." Chapter 8. 4:36 a.m. Carmen's narrowed eyes and red cheeks told Dozer she wanted to punch him in the face. Or kiss him. A leash? Definitely punch him. "I've been following your orders for 8 months, he said in a low, rough tone. "You know what I discovered during that time? You want to go to medical school?" He laughed. "No, I like it when you give orders. I like making you happy." Her jaw dropped open for a count of 2 seconds before she recovered and snapped it closed. "You promise to follow my orders? All of my orders?" "As long as they don't put you in danger, yes." She raised one eyebrow. He shrugged. "You wanted complete honesty, right?" He wanted her to know he wasn't going to back down. Her lips pinched together. "All right, fine. Come with me. I guess it's a good thing you haven't had time to unpack." "Yes, ma'am." Maybe he sounded too smug, but whatever the reason, she lasered a frown at him. "Stop that and get your things together." Within 5 minutes, they were both ready to leave. Henry met them in the hallway, took the keys from her with a short nod, gave Dozer a "don't fuck this up" look, and went back to his own apartment. Dozer had a lot of respect for Henry, a veteran Special Forces soldier who'd lost a leg in Afghanistan. The prosthetics he used didn't slow him down a bit, and he'd gone back to school and gotten his master's degree in microbiology after his injury. Funny thing was, most people saw the metal leg and discounted him as a threat. Big mistake. A man's brain was always his best weapon, and Henry was well armed. "How are we getting to CDC headquarters?" Dozer asked Carmen. "Gunner's giving us a ride and a place to sleep." "Oh? He and Joy have a couple of cots in their office." Their office wasn't all that large. "Can we move the cots into your office?" "They're company property, so yes." She came to a stop about 10 feet from the front door to the apartment building. She hadn't looked straight at him since she'd gotten that phone call. "Carmen?" She glanced at his collarbone rather than his eyes. "My face is up here." She jerked her gaze up to meet his. "What?" "We didn't do anything wrong." She flinched and looked away. "It wasn't right, either. You're hurt, and intercourse isn't the easiest activity to engage in for someone with your specific list of injuries." He leaned down to whisper, "You did all the work." She looked away, her whole body stiff. "I was foolish." Despite the fact she was standing next to him, barely a few inches between them, she was doing her best to distance herself from him. Unacceptable. "You're allowed to need someone, to have a physical connection to another human being," he told her, his voice low and quiet. "When was the last time you allowed someone to hold you?" She didn't answer, at least not verbally. Her nervous body shifts told him everything he needed to know. "That long, huh?" She swallowed hard, then stepped away. "Gunner is waiting." She walked like it hurt, like he'd beaten the crap out of her. That didn't make sense. He wanted to protect and pleasure her all the fucking time if she'd let him. Damn it, they'd talked already. Why was she still acting like he'd harmed her? Dozer followed her out to Gunner's Jeep, which was already revving, then slid into the back seat with his bag in hers. "How are your injuries?" he asked the other man. "I'm in better shape than you are." "Yep," Dozer said with a long-suffering sigh. "It sucks to be popular." Gunner grunted out a laugh, then asked Carmen a question about the suspected measles outbreak. Dozer listened to the two of them talk, filing away the information in case he needed to understand why they were doing what they were doing. Unfortunately, the news didn't sound good. If the disease did turn out to be measles, Carmen wanted all the healthcare workers to wear full hazmat suits, along with using their own air supply. An expensive, time-consuming, panic-inducing option. One that meant a mistake might very well be punishable by death. Most people looked at someone wearing scrubs and a surgical mask and deemed it careful, professional attire. Those same people would see a hazmat suit and look for the source of the humanity-killing plague so they could nuke the shit out of it. They pulled up to the security hut, and the guard took a good look at all three of them, checked their IDs, then waved them through after consulting his computer. He approved. Taking Dozer's duffel without a word or even a glance to see if it was okay, Gunnar went inside with them. Dozer didn't bitch. Gunnar was a pain in the ass sometimes, but he had a good head on his shoulders, and he didn't put up with any bullshit, including Dozer's. Gunnar turned to examine him. "You feeling okay? Tired? Sore?" Dozer considered it some more. Irritated, impatient, angry. As he spoke, Gunnar's eyebrows crept a little farther up on his forehead. He blinked and turned to Carmen. "Sounds about right." "Thank you for your exacting diagnosis," she said in a dry tone. Dozer chuckled. Yep, the man didn't deal with any bullshit at all. Gunnar led the way to the office he shared with his partner, Nurse Joy Ashiro. Partner in all senses of the word, if he believed the gossip. The doctor moved into Joy's apartment and showed no sign of leaving. It wasn't a big office, but there was room for both desks, a couple of shelving units, a printer fax machine, and 2 cots pushed up against the right-hand wall. They were made with military precision. Looked like military linens, too. "I'd like to suggest," Gunnar said carefully, "sleeping here rather than in your office, at least some of the time." "Why?" Carmen asked. "It would be more convenient to work and sleep in the same space." Dozer was about to explain why that was a bad idea, but Gunnar jumped in before he could say anything. He held up one finger. "You'll get less sleep because it will be too easy for anyone to find you." He held up a second finger. "Someone has the 2 of you on a kill list, so the last place you should consistently be is where everyone expects to find you." "We're inside the CDC headquarters," Dozer interrupted her, "where security is good but not airtight. Plus there's an information leak coming out of here. Someone found out which hospital you'd been hiding me at and when your flight was coming in. Those 2 fake agents are still in the wind. We're not entirely safe." The blood drained out of her face. "Then we make it airtight." Dozer put his hand on her shoulder and smiled. "If we do that, we show our hand. We have to find out if someone is deliberately betraying us, or if someone is being used as an information mine, or if it's something else. You focus on your job, I'll focus on our safety, and finding out how information is getting out of this building." Her eyes searched him for what, he wasn't quite sure, but after a moment she relaxed and nodded. "Okay, you're the security expert." She'd said that to him once before in Afghanistan, the night they'd survived an IED attack and had to hide from a whole lot of people who wanted to make sure they were dead. The night he'd made love to a woman who should have had men lined up begging to treat her like the queen she was. Then she'd been the one to run. He saw that on her face now. The memories of them together in the dirt and the dark, whispering promises of pleasure to each other as he showed her how fucking good it could be. "I will take care of you," he promised her now as he'd promised her then. "I won't let anyone hurt you." She sucked in a shaky breath, stared at him like he was a ghost she could barely perceive, then drew herself up and nodded. "Thank you." "Do you want to knight him, too?" Gunnar asked with a snort. "Unfortunately, I don't have a sword handy." "No," Carmen said, a smile flirting with the corners of her mouth. "Thank you for offering, though." "I didn't offer. I was commenting on the overly serious tone of your conversation." He looked at each of them. "What's wrong with you 2? "I already answered that question," Dozer replied promptly. "My answer is the same as his," Carmen said, that smile still hanging around her eyes. "I will be very unhappy if it turns out someone inside the CDC is providing information to anyone they shouldn't." "I'll come to your office with you and do a security review of it in the route to and from this office," Dozer said. "It shouldn't take long, and I won't be in your way." "Excellent," she smiled. Carmen's office was on the same floor, but several doors down at the end of the hallway from Gunnar and Joy's. Between them were 6 other offices and a set of washrooms. The prerequisite security cameras were placed along the hallway and outside her office, but there were none inside. The building was designed to keep an intruder or member of the public out of areas where sensitive or confidential information might be easily accessed. But once inside those areas, security was far less constricting. Washrooms were a security risk. No one looked at a stranger funny in a washroom. He was going to have to keep an eye on them. In no time she was at work, wrangling phone calls, emails, and lab results. "Do you have a panic button?" he asked her in between phone calls. A frown crowded her eyes. "Not a one-press type of thing. I have to make a call to the security desk. Should I have one?" "I'd like you to have one you carry with you." "John," she said, her frown smoothing out in favor of downturned lips. "If the situation demands pressing a panic button, it's probably already too late to stop whatever's about to happen." Any reply he had wouldn't help matters because he wanted to give her a good shake. To a bodyguard, knowing where the body you're guarding isn't a small piece of information. He'd download a couple of apps and show her how to use them as a virtual panic button. Meanwhile, he sent out a few requests for information on the FAFO and any news on the search for the men who attacked him in the hospital. Next, he sent his boss a report explaining why he was sitting in Carmen's office and not squirreled away in a faceless hotel like he'd been ordered to do. When he finished that, he realized it was 6 o'clock in the morning, and more staff would be arriving in an hour or so. Carmen was on the phone when someone knocked on the door. Dozer waved at Carmen to stay seated at her desk and got up to answer it himself. This early, he had a good idea who it was. "What's the password?" he asked through the closed door. "Morning, backhoe," the gravel-filtered voice said. "Open the damn door." DS. "Dozer," he said, opening the door to the older man. "It's a pretty simple name." DS came inside with a grin that should have made Dozer feel nervous, but did the opposite. He'd worry when DS didn't act like he was still an active-duty drill sergeant. "Whatever you say, dump truck." It took a lot of focus not to laugh. The old bastard was good at destroying the illusions of grandeur anyone in his vicinity might have. "Shit hitting the fan?" DS asked, his volume significantly lower. "What does our fearless leader need?" "A couple of clones," Dozer shrugged. "Mostly she's waiting for her teams to get to the 2 hospitals who sent out the calls for help. They landed at the airport about 20 minutes ago." "You here to watch or you working?" DS asked. "Officially, I'm not here at all, so neither. Unofficially, she's not going anywhere without me." "Ah," DS said with a sneaky grin. "It's a love story." He nudged Dozer's shoulder with his own. "Does she know you're pining after her?" Chapter 9. 6:05 a.m. Carmen ended her phone call just in time to hear Dozer say to DS, "If you start singing that KISSING song, I will punch you in the mouth." DS's smile got larger. "I'll have you know I have a lovely singing voice." "DS, stop flirting with my bodyguard," she said before she could stop herself. "Our people on the ground are in Orlando, and the number of sick is higher than initially reported. At both hospitals. Prep another dozen frontline staff to head down to Orlando. I want them ready to go on the next available flight." He was standing almost at attention, all casualness gone from him. "Full gear?" "Yes, and if the numbers of infected and sick continue to rise, we're going to need the on-site temporary shelters and a command and communications center ready to roll." "I'll put them on standby." He marched out of her office. She and Dozer stared at each other for a moment. "It must be bad," he said quietly. "The vast majority of cases have been in children and younger teens. We're seeing high fevers and seizures. No adult victims so far." "I don't know if that's good or bad," he said, looking a little pale. "Nothing about this is good." "I didn't mean," he said quickly, his voice apologetic. "I'm angry, but not at you. The staff at Kissimmee Public has seen cases a full 24 hours before Orlando General's first case came in. If they'd reported the possibility of measles sooner, we would have gotten there a whole day earlier." "Hindsight is easy," he said. "No one can afford to waste money on an outbreak that isn't confirmed." Her phone rang. One of the doctors on the 4x4 team, Dr. Sean Stevenson, and she turned away to take it. Dozer continued to watch her, a frown on his face making him look pensive. And pale. And tired. He needed more rest and recovery time. She should have made him stay at the apartment. No one but people she could trust knew he'd been there. Diaz came back in with another man whose voice was loud enough to prevent her from hearing the person on the phone. She waved at them to lower the volume. Dozer gestured at the other 2 men to leave, almost pushing them out of her office. "Can you repeat that, please?" she said to Dr. Stevenson. "Rash isn't typical. We're seeing it on the body's hot zones, inside the hairline, neck, armpits, groin, tops of the feet, and the back of hands. Fevers are running between 105 and 107. If it's measles, these people have been contagious for at least 4 days, maybe longer. The 10 showing symptoms all spent time at the theme parks, so the number of possible people exposed could be in the hundreds, or thousands. Aside from the atypical rash, anything else telling you this isn't measles? I wish I could say there was. Samples are on their way to the lab. Even if I push the testing as hard as I can, it's going to be 2 to 3 days before we get a confirmation and a specific genotyping. The high fever is what concerns me the most," Dr. Stevenson said. "We're trying to control it, but it means worse outcomes for every patient who becomes sick." He meant brain damage, seizures, blindness, circulatory shutdown to extremities that could lead to limb amputation and even death. But given the amount of background noise coming through the call, he was in a public place and didn't want to chance anyone overhearing specifics. "I'm sending more people along with temporary housing and a command center." A beep from her tone told her another call was trying to come through, the doctor she'd sent to Orlando General Hospital. "I have to go. Dr. Shaw is calling in." She switched calls. The woman gave her much the same type of report as Dr. Stevenson did. Carmen told her the same thing she'd told Stevenson and hung up. Raised voices in the hallway intruded. After a rapid, hard knock, her door popped open. A man strode through almost at a run and didn't stop until he was leaning over her desk, his face flushed and pulled into a severe frown. "I want an explanation," his voice was threatening, "for why I was treated like some uneducated neophyte, fired without cause." He pointed a finger at her. "It's unfair and unprofessional." "Dr. Halverson," Carmen said in an even tone, "I don't know any of the details of why you were let go." She continued before he could jump in again. "I've been out of state trying to talk sense into politicians who wouldn't know an outbreak from a coffee break, and now I'm dealing with an emerging outbreak in Florida. I suggest you speak with the CDC director." He leaned farther over the desk. "I know you had something to do with it." "No?" It was hard to maintain a calm demeanor in the face of righteous anger. She was telling the truth. She hadn't been involved in the decision to let him go. "I wasn't consulted before you were terminated, nor have I been informed of the reasons since returning." "Sir," John said, approaching from where he'd been seated in the corner of her office. "Dr. Rodriguez has had no time to catch up on any internal email or notices beyond those regarding the outbreak she's currently managing." He managed to look chagrined and sympathetic. "Those of us who do all the field work are often left in the dark." Halverson sneered. "Don't try to create a false sense of camaraderie with me. You're not even a CDC employee, just another gun-toting government flunky." He turned back to Carmen. "I won't stand by while my reputation is torn apart by lies and accusations made by fools and idiots." Movement behind Halverson turned into 2 uniformed security guards, who paused to take in the entire room before they moved to stand on either side of the intruder. "Sir," one of them said, "you don't have the credentials to be here." Oh boy, that was going to set Halverson off. "How dare you!" The angry doctor shouted at the guard. "I have 2 doctorates in medicine and virology. I've worked for the CDC for more than 10 years. I have more than just the credentials to be here. I've earned the right to be here." The guard didn't look impressed. "Sir, either you come with us willingly or we'll handcuff you, charge you with trespassing, then walk you off the property into the custody of the police." Ouch. Carmen winced and glanced at John. He was watching Halverson, his hands hanging loosely at his sides, his weight balanced over his feet. He looked ready to leap onto the man if he made any aggressive moves. Halverson's face turned a sudden dark purplish red. If he didn't calm down, he was going to have a heart attack. The phone on her desk rang. "Go through proper channels," she told the other doctor. "Coming here and yelling at me isn't going to help your situation." Halverson glared at her, then spun on his heel and stalked out of the room. The 2 security guards followed. John went to the door and shut it while her phone continued to ring. She answered it, then focused on the lab tech's update on the samples from the first hospital. She spent the next 10 minutes collating lab reports so she could make her own report to the CDC director, but raised male voices came through the door to distract her. Again. Angry voices. Again. Carmen got up to open the door. 4 men were standing close together inside one another's personal space. Diaz stood with his back to her office, his hands on his hips. She'd seen him stand that way in the past, usually right before he verbally stripped someone down to their bones. She had to lean around the former drill sergeant to see the other 3 men. Dozer stood in profile, his feet braced shoulder-width apart, his arms crossed over his chest. Directly in front of him was another man she recognized as Agent Raleigh from Homeland Security. A few feet away was FBI Agent Kettner. She'd never met either man in person, but she had seen them attend a video conference 5 or 6 weeks ago. Both men made trouble for her people. Back for more of the same? "Nuts?" Raleigh asked, his tone incredulous and volume loud enough to attract attention from other offices down the hallway. Several people had stuck their heads out to see what was going on. "You should be in bed resting, not hanging out here, whatever it is you think you're doing." He leaned forward a couple of inches, the move deliberate. He did not, however, lower his volume as he continued with, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't call an ambulance for you right now." Free entertainment. How nice. Not. "I," Carmen said before John could speak, "can give you several." All 4 men turned sharply and looked at her. "In my office." She had no time for male posturing. "All of you, now." They filed past her. She shut the door and walked around the men to sit behind her desk. Since they were all standing, she would have preferred to remain on her feet, but by taking a seat, she hoped she showed them she wasn't threatened in any way by them. "My apologies, Dr. Rodriguez," Raleigh said, before she'd even pulled her chair up closer to her desk. "What are you apologizing for? Engaging in verbal conflict inside my office while I'm trying to coordinate the CDC's response to an active outbreak, or distracting my staff from their work?" Raleigh clenched his jaw and speared a quick glance at Dozer, then said, "It takes 2 to tango." She looked at Dozer, who gazed steadily back at her. Then she looked at Diaz, who lifted one corner of his mouth in a brief sardonic smile. Kettner also said nothing. He stood quietly, watching everyone with an amused expression. "Did you participate in the verbal conflict, Drill Sergeant?" "No, ma'am." "What did you observe?" "Agent Raleigh came through the door, saw Dozer, and became extremely agitated." "He isn't supposed to be here," Raleigh said, his teeth clenched tight again. "Did John Dozer participate in the conflict?" "He didn't get a chance to say much." Diaz turned his disapproving gaze on Raleigh. "Agent Raleigh seemed to take exception to Dozer just being alive and in the building." She glanced at Dozer. "What did you say to him?" "I tried to tell him I'm not back to work yet, but I'm not sure how much he actually heard." "You're here in this office," Raleigh said, frustration making every word out of his mouth a punch. That brought up an interesting question. "Why are you in my office, Agent Raleigh?" she asked him. She looked at Kettner as well. "And why is there an FBI agent following you around?" Surprise loosened Raleigh's jaw. "I've been assigned as your new liaison with Homeland Security while Agent Dozer is on medical leave. You were notified through regular channels." "Unfortunately, I've been out of my office for the past 2 weeks. I landed about 18 hours ago, and things have been somewhat chaotic." Memories of making love with John crowded her head, and she had to clear her throat. "There's an emerging outbreak in Florida we're dealing with. That's beside the point, however, since John Dozer isn't here in his capacity as a Homeland Security agent. Consider his presence here as a sort of protective custody." "He's protecting you?" With John's current list of injuries, she could understand Raleigh's disbelief. "The other way around, actually." She smiled at him. "You are aware an attempt on his life was made yesterday at the VA hospital where he was recovering." Raleigh rocked back on his feet. "No." He turned and looked at John. "When did this happen?" "Yesterday, a man entered my room armed with a handgun. Another man threw a smoke bomb into the room. Had I been alone—" He let the sentence fall away. Kettner cleared his throat and spoke for the first time. "That's why I'm here. I'd like to interview Agent Dozer and anyone who was with him at the time of the attack." "How did you know about it?" Raleigh asked with a surprised expression. One corner of his mouth slanted upward. It came through on normal channels. I was there, Carmen said, as was DS, but we don't have time for interviews right now. Sure, I can wait, long enough for whoever tried to grab or assassinate Agent Dozer to try again. Kettner made a show of glancing around. How many people work here? It would be a shame if there was more collateral damage this time. Oh, you ass. The three other men stared at the FBI agent like he'd tossed the pin of a live grenade and had dropped it at their feet. You get 10 minutes of my time as soon as I'm done with these gentlemen. She turned and met Raleigh's gaze. Your chain of command agreed to let me hide Agent Dozer for the moment. Then why is he... She gestured at her office with one hand. This is a safe place, wouldn't you say? Raleigh gave the office a quick once-over and paused for a moment at the couch along the far wall. It had a pillow and a quilt. Ah, he said. I see. Rest assured that as soon as I have a few minutes, I'll acknowledge your change in status in regards to the CDC. I'll contact you with any pertinent information, concerns, or needs. As you can see, I'm quite busy at the moment. She gestured toward the door. Please show yourself out. He blinked. Of course. He hesitated, then gathered himself, nodded briefly at John and DS, a little longer at Kettner, and left the room. She didn't have time to deal with this. Throughout the conversation, her phone had been pinging. DS, she said, could you contact Homeland and talk to that gentleman's boss, confirm his assignment here, and find out why he wasn't brought up to speed? I don't mind Homeland assigning us a new liaison. We can use all the hands we can get. But if they can't get a hold of me, they should be at least notifying you. They don't want to talk to anyone but the person in charge. If I'm not here, you're in charge of these kinds of personnel changes. DS laughed. I'll convey that message. He pulled out his phone, then left, leaving the office door open. She looked at Dozer. He hadn't said a thing beyond answering her question. That wasn't like him. You're quiet. One of his eyebrows rose. I know when to keep my mouth shut. Except when talking to her. She managed to keep that thought to herself. Barely. Will Raleigh tell people you're here? I think he'll check out what you told him. Beyond that, I doubt it. Someone tried to kidnap or kill me yesterday. We might not like each other personally, but we both work for the same side. The FBI director is pissed, Kettner said. One guy with a gun and a second with a smoke bomb, right? He didn't wait for a response, just moved on to his next question. Did you get a good look at either man? Her phone beeped again, reminding her there were messages waiting and phone calls to return. I'm sorry, I have a great deal to do right now. Can we continue this at another time? Of course. Kettner turned to John and asked, How about you? Available to answer a few questions? Yeah, sure, John said with a shrug. He glanced at her. After that, I'm going to get us some coffee and something to eat. Then I'm going to park my butt in this chair for a while. He pointed at one that he'd moved into a corner at the foot of the couch. He'd also moved the small table she kept for more casual conversations over so he could use it as a desk. If you have a job you'd like done, maybe watching social media for any hints of the outbreak, I wouldn't mind. I know I'm here to stay out of sight of whoever doesn't like me this week, but I'd like to be useful. She rolled her eyes. Funny how accommodating you can be when you get what you want. He shrugged. Yup, hilarious. Chapter 10 6:58 a.m. Dozer waited, keeping his body and face relaxed. He wanted to show Carmen he was in control, unflustered, and willing to do whatever she needed, even if it was nothing. It would kill him slowly to do nothing, but if he wanted to stay here in her office, watch over her, he was going to have to play very, very nice. Thank fuck she'd gotten rid of Raleigh as quickly as she did. The guy had him hanging on to his temper by the thinnest of threads. Kettner showing up with Raleigh was interesting. Carmen sighed. Coffee and food sounds good. So does someone keeping watch on social and news media. Go give Agent Kettner your first report. He gave her a little bow. I'll be back with sustenance, oh fearless leader. She rolled her eyes and turned her attention to her phone. Dozer gestured at Kettner to precede him, and they left, heading for the floor's break room. A couple of people waved at him, but he didn't slow down to chat. No one else was in the room, but Kettner closed the door after himself anyway. Dozer took a seat, and Kettner grabbed one across from him. Dozer smiled and waited for the other man to ask him a question. Kettner examined him with a silent thoroughness that probably made a lot of people uncomfortable. It just made the man more interesting. "Was it the FAFO?" Kettner asked after a couple of minutes. Dozer had to admire the man's questioning technique, squeeze them with silence, then ask the most direct question possible. It was unnerving. Not for him, but still. "My top suspects," he answered. "My work with the CDC hasn't put me in anyone else's crosshairs. Before that? No, nothing there either. After I got out of the military, I spent most of my time as a trainer for Homeland agents and acting as a liaison between Homeland and any active military operations in certain parts of the world." "Which parts?" "Can't say," he frowned. "You know that." Kettner tilted his head to one side, his expression blank. "I had to ask." How long had the man practiced in front of a mirror to keep his face so empty? "Did you?" "Yeah, the powers that be want to make sure your noggin wasn't compromised by your concussion." He tapped his temple with one finger. Son of a bitch. Dozer tightened his muscles and tied them into knots to keep from acting on the anger that flashed through him. Questioning the state of his mental faculties was an interrogation tactic. That's all. He had to admit the guy was very good at getting information out of people, especially the stuff the questionee didn't want to share. So he changed the subject. "Do you think it was the FAFO?" "No one else has claimed responsibility," Kettner said without a pause. "But, yes, I think it was them. After what happened with the New Orleans investigation, I think they want to get rid of you." "Any specific reason, or am I just that irritating?" Kettner almost smiled. "You've gotten in their way a number of times, and you're part of the team here." He gestured to the room at large. "Demoralization is a powerful weapon in every terrorist's arsenal." "So what's the FBI's plan?" "We're watching, and we're waiting for them to screw up. We're going to get these people." He leaned forward slightly. "It's been a few hours since you were attacked. Can you remember anything new about your attacker?" Dozer let himself sink into the memory of the fight. It played inside his head like a movie, and he tried to slow it down to see all the details. Young, Midwestern accent, short hair but not military short, and had some martial arts training, karate or taekwondo or something like it. He examined the fight in his mind. I don't think he'd ever been in a real fight before. "What makes you say that?" He hesitated to throw the first punch. Kettner nodded. "That fits with the FAFO. The fuckers like recruiting kids barely old enough to vote." Dozer would like to have a private chat with the assholes doing the recruiting. "We're focusing on colleges and universities, but haven't found more than the standard anti-government crap. But checking with dojos and martial arts clubs is a new place to look." He got to his feet and looked around. "This isn't a good idea. You should be resting." "Just when I was starting to think you were an okay guy, you had to go and ruin it," Dozer said in a drawl. "You're not healthy." Kettner's voice hardened. "You're not going to do anyone any good if you collapse because you overdid it." "I'm not doing anything." God, he was getting tired of repeating himself. "The most strenuous thing on my agenda today is getting Dr. Rodriguez a cup of coffee." "Whatever, your funeral." Kettner shook his head. "I'll let you know if anything comes of the martial arts angle." He left. Dozer scowled, his stomach sore. He just wasn't sure if it was because of the tussle yesterday or the fucking ulcer all the nagging was giving him. Maybe he just needed to put something in his belly. The coffee pot was half full and hot. He poured 2 cups, fixed Carmen's the way she liked, left his black, then looked in the fridge for anything edible. Aside from some juice boxes, it was empty. Someone came into the room. "Dozer?" Joy Ashiro stood in the doorway with a container of something that looked like muffins. "I'm a figment of your imagination," he said, but he stared at the food container. She glanced down. "A hungry figment?" "Yeah. Carmen and I didn't have any time to eat since she got the call about Orlando." Joy nodded briskly. "You carry the coffee, I'll bring the muffins." Dozer passed her as he left. "Gunner okay?" "He's fine. Worried about you, though." Dozer laughed. "We keep asking about each other. People are going to think we're in a bromance." Carmen was on the phone with her back to the door as he and Joy entered her office. It wasn't until he put her coffee on her desk that she spun around and stared at him blankly, long enough for Joy to freeze in place. "Yes, thank you for your call," Carmen said, still staring at him. The blank look fell away, leaving fear and resignation behind. This was not good news. I recommend quarantining your patients until we know what we've got. Send your samples as soon as possible. I'll keep you informed regarding the other cases in the area. She ended the call. How many? He asked. 2 children from the same family arrived 4 hours ago with high fevers and an atypical rash at a hospital in Titusville near the Kennedy Space Center. Joy put the container on the desk and opened it. She handed a muffin to Carmen and one to Dozer. Eat, both of you. How many cases does that make now? He asked, then took a bite out of his muffin. Suspected 17, confirmed none. Yet. Carmen saluted him with her muffin. Yet. Joy put the lid back on her container and lifted it. I'm taking the rest of these to the coffee room. Help yourself to another any time. Thank you, Carmen said to her. Joy left, closing the door behind her. Carmen took a long drink from her coffee. What are the chances this isn't measles? He asked. Her reply was immediate. Not very damned many. Until we get the lab results, we operate as if it were confirmed. She sighed and rubbed her temples. I have to deliver that good news to the hospitals in Orlando. He wanted to massage her shoulders and neck, give her a moment or two to relax so she could think. Never going to happen here. She had coffee, food, and him in the room. That would have to do. I'm going to do that cyber snooping, and put action to the words by waking up his laptop. She smiled at him, a hugely relieved expression, which pissed him off. Why was she so surprised he'd stay and help exactly like he promised? He thought back to the last few months, trying to remember a time when he'd ignored her orders, done his own thing, and fucked something up. He couldn't recall a single incident, but he'd seen that surprised look way too often. His phone rang, then hers. He'd wait until he had the time and privacy to find out what the hell was going on inside her head. Dozer, he said, you have 10 seconds to explain to me why you're working instead of healing up. His boss. I'm not working, he replied in an even tone. Raleigh in your office? Yes, and making frustrated noises. I'm really not working. Dr. Rodriguez is handling an emerging outbreak in Orlando, Florida. She had to come into her office so she has access to all the information she needs to coordinate an appropriate response. What's that got to do with you? She's territorial about her people, and she considers me one of hers. She didn't feel comfortable leaving me behind when the CDC headquarters is a secure building full of doctors, nurses, and other medical personnel. I'm currently sitting on a chair in the corner of her office, surfing social media on my laptop. I'm not going to do anything, questioning anyone, or going anywhere. Are you going to get any rest there? I can sleep anywhere I need to, you know that. The answering silence lasted for 5 seconds. For now, Raleigh is the liaison, not you. Whatever you say, boss, but he hasn't made any friends here. He yelled at me in front of Dr. Rodriguez and her drill sergeant. He wasn't impressed. His boss sighed heavily. Why did you assign him the liaison position? He asked for it. Why? He didn't seem all that interested in what the task force does and hadn't even bothered to figure out who's who in the department. Aside from you, he's the only one who expressed any interest in the position. You should know he requested you take a fitness assessment. Well, that was just fucking wonderful. I'm not working, Dozer said, enunciating each word carefully. And you won't be working until you're cleared by medical, right? Just how many people thought he was an idiot? You have met Dr. Rodriguez, haven't you? She isn't going to let me do anything more strenuous than surf my computer. And stop being a smartass. His boss hung up. Dozer put down his phone and stared at it. Raleigh's request to work with the task force was odd. He hadn't expressed any interest in the position before, so why did he suddenly want the job? He glanced at Carmen. She was typing on her computer at a rapid pace, probably an email. She looked tired, but not as pale as she had before having the coffee and muffin. Dozer tore his gaze away from her profile and focused on his social media feeds. There was plenty of chatter about the normal social and political issues, but what really surprised him was the number of health-related reports. 3 cases of E. coli in lettuce in California. Hepatitis A was rising in the homeless population in several states, California, Kentucky, and Indiana. Salmonella typhi in frozen fruit in Los Angeles, and Salmonella enteritis in eggs in several more states were being reported. 2 homeless people in Los Angeles had died of bubonic plague thanks to a surge in the rat population, but no mention of measles or incidents of people with high fevers showing up at clinics and ERs. A headache began to pound behind his eyes. He glanced at the time and discovered he'd spent a couple of hours with his eyes on a computer screen. No wonder his head hurt and his vision was blurry. Carmen walked over to him, a frown on her pretty face. "John, are you okay?" "Just a headache," he said with a wince. It was getting bad fast. "Is coffee the only thing you've had to drink this morning?" "Yeah." Maybe that was why his tongue felt fuzzy. "You're probably dehydrated and could use several more hours of sleep. Go drink a bottle of Gatorade and have a nap. I'll wake you in a few hours with a high-protein meal." That sounded really good. Why did that bother him? "How come you're being so nice?" She stared at him like he'd said something ridiculous, then threw up her hands. "I can't be nice to you, really?" Before he could say anything else, she continued. "I don't like that guy Raleigh. You, as irritating as you can be, are much better to deal with than him." "As irritating as I can be, huh?" She shot him a look. "You know what I mean." "Yeah, I think I do, actually." He smiled and stood. "I think I will do as the doctor orders and crash on one of those cots in Gunner's office." 8:32 a.m. Someone kicked his boot. They were still on his feet, despite being horizontal and in a bed. Dozer cracked open his eyes. DS was standing at the foot of his cot. "Get up. The boss wants you to eat something and take your medication." He glanced at Dozer's feet and grinned his evil grin. "You always wear your boots to bed?" "When I'm sleeping on a cot in an unfamiliar location, I do." "That's an army habit, boy." He said it like it was a compliment, and for DS it probably was. "Good to know I learned something useful when I was in." He swung his feet to the floor as he sat up, then waited for his body to wake up a bit more. His chest ached, a dull throbbing pain that seemed to reverberate from his ribs straight through the path the bullet had taken. His headache radiated from all over. DS crouched in front of him, studying his face. "Dizzy? Nauseous?" "No, just sore. All fucking over." "Not giving yourself a chance to heal is just going to keep you in pain for longer." Dozer looked at him. "Would you sit in some dark apartment knowing your—" Shit, he'd almost said woman out loud. "Boss was in this busy building working her ass off without protection." DS grinned his evil grin. Yeah, he'd caught Dozer's almost verbal slip-up. "Can't say as I would," the old fart admitted, his grin still in full force. "But are you healthy enough to stop a bad guy from hurting her, assuming they got this far into the building?" "My father always said I made a pretty good door rather than a window." That made DS laugh out loud. How did those guys find me under an assumed name and medical history? How did 2 guys know when Dr. Rodriguez's plane was landing? Someone is sharing inside information with the wrong people. Dozer said softly, so it wouldn't carry past the open doorway to the hallway outside. "Someone with access to this building. I'm willing to be a speed bump if that's all I can do." Then he raised his voice back to a normal conversational level. "I'm not going to let anyone hurt her." "Fair enough," DS said with a respectful nod. "I suppose even someone as banged up as you can still shoot straight." Dozer grimaced. "Thanks for that vote of confidence." "You're welcome. I don't give it lightly." He moved to the doorway. "Come on, Dragline. I've got a hot meal for you and the boss in the break room." Jesus, the old man was going to go through the entire list of every piece of equipment ever made. It was on the tip of his tongue to give DS a nifty new nickname, but he hesitated. Any man who retired from the Army as a drill sergeant probably knew every trick and smart remark in existence. He kept his mouth shut and followed down the hall to the break room. A couple of other people were already there, sitting at the large oval table to one side. It could seat 12 easily, with room for a couple more if everyone got cozy. "This is damn good chili, DS," Henry said. The same Henry who lived across the hall from the apartment Dozer and Carmen had slept in the night before. "Delicious," the woman next to him said. She was a new employee and always seemed to be where Henry was. It took Dozer a moment to remember her name. Ruby. "Can I get the recipe?" "Don't use one," DS answered. "I just throw in whatever I feel like." On the counter was a large slow cooker, and the smell of chili made Dozer's stomach rumble in sharp interest. DS turned to him. "Dig in. Where's Dr. Rodriguez?" DS grinned. Still in her office, but she needs to eat. I'll get her, Dozer said, turning to do just that. Behind him, someone said, I can do— ouch. He glanced behind to see Ruby rubbing what looked like her knees and glaring at Henry. Finish your lunch, Henry said in a tone that had cowed many a new employee. Do you ever say anything nice to anyone? Ruby demanded. Dozer paused in the doorway. That was the most confrontational thing he'd ever heard her say. It seemed to surprise DS and Henry, too, because they looked at her with similar expressions of surprise to the one he probably wore on his face. She got up and washed a dirty bowl in the sink, then left without meeting the gaze of any of the men in the room. You're in the doghouse, DS said to Henry. I only work with her, Henry said, rising to go to the sink with his dishes. Work, live, Dozer said with a shrug. Doesn't really matter, trust me, I know. Henry grunted, but didn't give any other indication that he was willing to admit Ruby's mood might matter to him. Because she did matter to him, that was clear enough, too. Worry about your own prickly female, he chided himself, and walked the relatively short distance down the hall to Carmen's office. She was on the phone when he walked in, but looked up as he came into the room. She frowned, looked at her watch, and sighed. When she shook her head at him, he took a couple of steps closer and crossed his arms over his chest. She raised her eyebrows. He smiled at her. She glared. He kept smiling. That's right, sweetheart. I'm not going away. She rolled her eyes and finally said, That's fine, I'll get back to you, thanks. She ended the call. Did you eat? Not yet, waiting for you. She glanced at him sharply, like he'd said something contentious. DS made chili, Dozer said, making an effort to lighten his tone. His own recipe. I see. She passed him as she left the room. He followed her a few steps behind, enjoying the view. She got to the break room several steps ahead of him, and he heard her say hello to whoever was inside. The only other person left in the room besides Carmen was DS, who was filling a bowl with chili. He handed it to her, then served Dozer. Here you go, skid steer. Feel free to have seconds. Carmen, who'd been about to swallow a mouthful of chili, choked before getting it down. Skid steer? She asked. Dozer's a little too pedestrian a name for our hero here, DS said. Dozer is actually my name, Dozer said dryly. Don't blame me if your great-great-grandparents weren't imaginative. There's something to be said for simplifying things, Dozer said after a couple of bites of the hot food. It was good. The old geezer could cook. My great-greats were from Ukraine. I guess you're lucky they didn't name your great-grandfather after the cow. How do you know they didn't? Dozer asked, eating another bite of the excellent food. DS laughed like he meant it. How am I supposed to be mean to you now? Who says you can't? You made me laugh, steamroller. The unwritten rules of engagement for drill sergeant state that if you make the DS laugh, no retaliation can be made. Dozer cocked his head to one side, considering the comment. Do you always follow the rules? Rules are the bedrock of a society, DS said with no trace of humor. Without them, there's no safety, no cooperation, and no advancement. No one said anything. Carmen stared off into space as she said softly, That's why terrorism is difficult to comprehend or predict. It doesn't follow the rules of our society or sometimes any society. It creates the opposite, disorder, decline, and death. Chapter 11. 9:01 a.m. Carmen finished washing her bowl and spoon in the sink, then dried and put them back in the cabinet so someone else could use them. She nodded at DS and Jean and returned to her office. She had a dozen messages waiting for her. Some were lab results, some were requests for supplies and people, and one was a complaint thinly clothed in a suggestion from her new Homeland liaison that she take the time to sit down with him to discuss how to improve communication between her people and his. Agent Raleigh had all too quickly become a large pain in her ass, one she'd like to surgically remove. She sent him a briefly worded message in return, asking if he could meet her at her office in a couple of hours to have his discussion. He agreed. Good. Maybe now she could get some work done and begin responding to email messages. She'd answered a half dozen when John set a cup of coffee in front of her. I hear you're meeting with Raleigh soon. He told me to keep my nose out of his business with you. Carmen sighed. She didn't have time for juvenile stupidity. But perhaps she was going to have to make time to explain to Agent Raleigh just what his job as her liaison was. "I suppose you're going to insist on staying in the room, right?" "Insist? No. But the guy is wound a little too tight. I'd like to find out why." She turned away from her computer to give John her undivided attention. He sounded sincere, his body language was relaxed, and his expression neutral, but his eyes told a different story. Cold, hard, and sharp enough to cut through to bone before you felt a thing. "Maybe he's worried he'll miss something. Besides, I can take care of myself," she said. "I've got a fly swatter in my desk." John's eyebrows rose. "That's supposed to make me feel better?" Her phone rang. The emergency ringtone. "I'm sorry," she said to him. "I need to take this." The voice on the other end stuttered before becoming clear enough for her to make out words. "CDC?" "Yes, I'm with the CDC." Sirens and screaming filled the background. She put the phone on speaker and set it on the desk so she could grab a pen and paper to take notes. "What's happened?" John shifted his weight as if anticipating the command to run or attack. The voice was muffled, then it became clear, and what she heard made her stomach clench. His voice was high and fast and vibrated with tension. "An explosion. Witnesses report a man walked into the ER and detonated some kind of explosive vest he was wearing." "A bomb?" A fresh bolus of adrenaline shot through her system, turning fatigue into battle readiness. Good God. How many injured? Fatalities? John swore and ran out of the room. Carmen blocked everything out but the shaking, shrill voice coming out of her cell phone. "I don't know, ma'am. The hospital people told me to call you with this information." "Who is this?" "Parker, hospital security. I have to go now, ma'am." "Wait, which hospital?" He'd already ended the call. "Damn it," she growled. She had teams at 2 different hospitals in Florida. She stabbed the screen of her phone, inputting the number for Dr. Stevenson, who was at Orlando General. No answer. She tried his partner, lab-taken nurse Jean Applewood. "Hello?" Jean's voice was weak and wobbly. If she could have reached out to hold the other woman through her cell phone, she would have. "Jean, it's Dr. Rodriguez. Are you okay?" "Not really. I mean, I'm up and walking around, and a lot of other people aren't, but I think I'm going to need some stitches. I got pretty cut up and there's a lot of blood." Her voice trailed off like she'd forgotten the question she was answering. Several sets of feet pounded in the hallway. A moment later, the space in front of her desk was full of men. John, D.S., Gunnar, and Henry, all of them breathing fast but silent, listening to her conversation with Jean. "Is Dr. Stevenson okay?" Carmen asked. "No," Jean said, her voice cracking. "He's dead. A lot of people are dead." She sniffed. "The extra people you sent us had just arrived, and we were briefing them. We were standing at the back of the ER where there was enough space for everyone to gather around. The bomb destroyed that whole area." A sob broke her voice, and she had to struggle to regain it. "We're going to need a lot of help here." "Did you see the bomber?" John asked, slower than he usually talked. Just for a second." "What did he look like? Was the explosive attached to his body or in a bag or backpack?" "He wasn't very old. Maybe early 20s, and I couldn't see any bomb or anything like that. He had a jacket on. It looked wrong. Bulky. Maybe it was underneath." The pace of her speech slowed, and her last few words came off her tongue like she just had a root canal, thick and stretched out like someone had put her in slow motion. A crash and several thumps came through the connection. "Jean?" Carmen said loudly into the phone. "Jean?" No answer. No one in her office said anything or moved, just waited. She met the eyes of every man in her office. Her gaze rested a second longer on John. He gave her a small nod. That tiny movement provided an additional rush of energy, support, and encouragement. She spoke to DS first. "I'm going to need more people down there. Bring me a list of everyone who's not already out on assignment or off sick and can otherwise drop what they're doing to help get this disaster under control." "Yes, ma'am," he said, turning and running out. She looked at Dr. Gunnar. "Are you and Joy recovered enough to assist?" He began. "No, we're not." Joy pushed her way into the office and sent a glare at Gunnar. Not if there's a chance of more violence, especially not if you're planning to go down there yourself, are you? That's not entirely my decision to make. Joy crossed her arms over her chest as if she had no doubt about the outcome of the decision. You'll need someone here at headquarters to keep things running smoothly. Joy pointed at Gunnar and herself. We can do that, Carmen said. Give me a minute to speak with the director. They nodded and took a step or two back. Her call to her boss was answered on the first ring. Carmen, good, he said, his tone brisk. Have you heard about the explosion at Orlando General Hospital? Yes, sir, I just spoke with a member of my team who was there. Her partner was killed in the blast. Our additional people had just arrived, but I don't know their condition. The words sliced and stabbed at her throat on their way out. I'm assuming the worst. I agree. We need to treat this as a hostile environment. I have Florida's Surgeon General on another line. She's asking for the highest level of assistance possible from us. Warm energy surged through her at his words. I'm very happy to hear that, sir. With a possible measles outbreak in 2 separate sites, 3, Carmen interrupted. A hospital in Titusville just reported 2 suspected cases. He acknowledged that new information with a grunt. And now a bombing at 1 hospital, he continued. Coordinating our response is going to take extra effort. I'd like you to head it up personally. We can't afford any mistakes. Clear communication is going to be key in keeping this health threat from getting past us. I agree wholeheartedly. Good. Do you have someone who can help coordinate some of the work here at the office? This is a situation where we need all hands on deck. Yes, sir. Dr. Gunnar Anderson and his partner Joy Ashiro have volunteered to remain here. Excellent. Keep me apprised of events as they happen and call if you need anything you can't authorize on your own. This is your show. Thank you, sir. Carmen hung up the phone and studied her people. We're to treat this as a high-level threat. I'll be flying out with our A-Package Medical Support Unit. She focused on Gunnar and Joy. Whatever you're working on, put it on hold and come back here so I can go over things with you. Gunnar looked like he just tasted something extremely sour. Gunnar, Carmen said, stressing his name. His gaze snapped to her face. I need someone competent, confident, and who can't be bullied by anyone else to cover for me here. Don't blow hot air up my skirt, he said, crossing his arms over his chest. I'm not that kind of girl. Carmen narrowed her eyes at Gunnar. I don't give false praise. I need you here. With Joy backing you up, I won't have to worry about messages getting lost or crossed. Supplies and equipment will be managed properly, and there isn't an intimidation tactic in the world that can ruffle your feathers. He didn't look mollified in the slightest. Still feels a little warm on this side of the desk. Prickly, she shrugged. Put on some sunscreen and get back to work. A smile broke his cool facade. Another good one. He glanced from her to John and back, his expression speculative. You two sure are on the same frequency. Yeah, well, John said with a shrug. I've always wanted to be a bad influence. He certainly wasn't going to like her next order. John, I want you to stay here and help Gunnar and Joy. As she suspected, his sense of humor went completely and immediately AWOL. I'm coming with you. His tone was final. Too bad he wasn't the one in charge. John, Raleigh is my liaison. Your injuries preclude you from undertaking this investigation. Because there would be one. A big, messy, sphincter-tightening search for those responsible. He took a step closer and leaned toward her. Raleigh can have the investigation. I'll be busy protecting you. She shook her head. You're not medically cleared for any kind of work. I don't give a shit if I'm cleared or not. He interrupted. You're not going to an active outbreak site that's also been targeted by terrorists without someone looking after your security. I may not be fit enough to investigate, but I don't need to be 100% healthy to watch your back. She wasn't going to let him throw his life away. John, let him look after your security, Diaz said as he walked into the room. He's right. Those 2 goons who tried to pick you up at the airport weren't looking for your favorite cookie recipe. The second you show your face in Florida, you'll be an even bigger target than you already are. Carmen snapped her mouth shut. She didn't want John in danger, but she also knew he'd fight her on this. He'd made up his mind and nothing short of locking him up would stop him. The stubborn idiot. Dress him up like he's one of your lab people and he'll fly under everyone's radar, Diaz continued. I have a dozen people prepping to head to Orlando and Raleigh's on his way here. Raleigh was going to squawk. We also need to establish better security at the affected hospitals, she said. I don't want another bomb taking out any more people. That's Raleigh's job, Diaz said. My thoughts exactly. Her cell phone rang with the CDC director's ringtone. Carmen answered it, hitting the speakerphone icon before the first ring finished. Rodriguez, you're good to go, the CDC director said. The Florida Surgeon General has also mobilized a National Guard medical unit to join us. They'll be providing medical and security assistance. We'll need them. The weight of what had happened, the loss of life, and the sheer terror the people in that hospital had to be under froze her vocal cords. She stopped to catch her breath. We've lost some people, sir. She gazed into John's eyes and saw a determination there that could withstand an ice age. It's been suggested I take a bodyguard. Who did the suggesting? John Dozer. Who did he suggest? John Dozer. The director sighed. Is he in any shape for it? He thinks he is. A snort. I admire the man's courage and dedication, but I've got to wonder just how many times his mother dropped him on his head when he was a baby. John rolled his eyes. I've wondered the same thing, sir. Well, another sigh, one heavy with suffering. It's up to you, as long as you have someone keeping you from dying of anything other than old age. Thank you, sir. Keep me in the loop, Carmen. This has the potential to explode in our faces. I will, sir. Good luck, he said, then ended the call. John told her very seriously. My mother was always careful when carrying me around. She never once dropped me on my head. He looked thoughtful for a moment. She paddled my ass a few times for doing stupid shit, but... He shrugged. If he thought that was going to convince her to take him with her, he really had hit his head too hard. Maybe it's all the times you knocked your head on the ground then, because walking into the chaos down there with cracked ribs and a concussion isn't a good idea. You need someone dedicated to your security, he growled. I'm not disputing that, I just don't think it should be you. He narrowed his eyes at her. Who then? Diaz is pretty good at that stuff. Stuff? John asked, his voice rising. Stuff? This is your life we're discussing, your health and happiness. No, she said baldly. This isn't about just one person. Your health is just as important as anyone else's. I won't allow you to sacrifice yourself for me. She wanted to say it, but those words would tell him more than she wanted about how she felt about him. Enough for him to use her feelings against her. Carmen deliberately turned her back, sat down in her chair, and regarded her computer. In order to have all her people ready to fly down, she had a mountain of emails to send. Her office door closed with a soft snick. The angrier John was, the quieter he got. She winced. She hadn't heard him leave, just the door closing. He must be furious. Well, he could just suck it up. She was going to make sure he got healthy, whether he liked it or not. Her chair was jerked around, surprising her into a gasp. What? John stood over her, his hands braced on the arms of her chair. His teeth were bared, and his eyes practically glowed with anger and need. His hands closed around her upper arms, and he pulled her to her feet. John? She had no idea what she was going to say, but it didn't matter because he leaned down and took her mouth in a furious kiss. He tasted so good, a rich coffee and dark chocolate mixed with a flavor all his own. She was addicted to him, and one hit was all it took to make her lose her mind. Damn him. Damn him. His kiss lit her on fire, and the heat of it melted the icy rage and fear she'd been carrying around in the pit of her stomach since Jean's phone call. She'd been so cold for much longer than that, and now all she wanted was to handcuff the man to her so she never had to wonder where he was, so she could warm herself with his hot kisses. If she let him come with her, he'd be in danger. But was he in any less danger if he stayed? Was anywhere safe? She buried her hands in his hair. Although he had both of his arms wrapped around her, she was the one directing their kiss. Damn it. You are a menace to my thinking, she told him with heat. Since you do the same to me, he growled, I'm thinking we're even. He leaned down until he was nose to nose with her. I'm coming with you. She pinched her lips together. You don't get to tell me what I can or can't do, Agent Dozer. If he couldn't deal with the fact she didn't have to follow his orders, no part of a relationship between them could work. He stared at her, his breath washing over her face like a man possessed. Then he blinked and his expression changed. His hands gentled and he slowly drew them across her back, massaging her muscles as they passed, until he was barely touching her at all. His gaze turned somber and his mouth softened. I'm fucking this up, aren't I? She'd have answered him, but she wasn't entirely sure what he meant by this. He gave her a sad smile and said the last word she ever expected to hear from him. Please. Chapter 12. 12:03 p.m. Someone knocked on Carmen's door. Just as well. Dozer was certain she wasn't going to say anything he wanted to hear. He stepped back, straightened her shirt, then made sure his own clothing was presentable before he went to the door and opened it. Diaz and Raleigh stood waiting. Diaz looked bored while Raleigh held himself so rigidly that he almost looked like he was made of bone china. One tap and he'd shatter. He made himself smile, and fuck a duck, it hurt. Dr. Rodriguez has been expecting you. Raleigh ignored him and shouldered his way past him like he was a wide receiver with a ball and only a few feet from the goal line. Diaz shook his head and also came into the room. I just received a preliminary account of the dead from the bombings, Raleigh said to Carmen. 23 people. 8 of those worked for the CDC. If you'd talked to me before sending them, maybe I could have prevented those losses. His tone made it clear he blamed her for the deaths. After glancing at Carmen's face, Dozer decided closing the door might be wise. Diaz leaned over and whispered, I'm gonna need popcorn for this one. Why was it that every single person standing in this office had a short fuse, including him? Carmen stood and smiled at Raleigh. It sent a shiver up his spine. Diaz was right. She was going to turn the other Homeland agent inside out. I didn't need to talk to you. I discussed the situation with your supervisor before I ever knew you'd been assigned as my liaison. My people were doing their jobs, following every procedure and process in the CDC's and Homeland's books. Do you have a problem with those procedures and protocols? Raleigh didn't speak for a couple of seconds. Then it was a low, no. Good. She came around her desk to stand a few feet away from Raleigh. The man turned to face her, his hands held loosely at his sides, like he was readying himself for a fight. Dozer looked at Diaz, then moved to flank Raleigh on one side, while Diaz flanked him on the other. Here's what I need from you now, Carmen said to him. I'm sending another team to Orlando. This bomb blast has only magnified the potential of an outbreak. Unfortunately, the possibility of it being connected to terrorist activities raises the risk of another explosion too high. My people need more protection. I'm counting on you to organize and provide it. Raleigh frowned, then tilted his head to one side. What about investigating the bomber? I believe that also falls under your purview, she said. His frown intensified. He pointed at Dozer. What about him? She sighed. He's coming along as my personal bodyguard. She regarded Dozer. That is all you're authorized to be responsible for. Relief made him dizzy, and he had to brace his legs a little farther apart to keep upright. Understood, ma'am. Raleigh gaped at him, suspicion all too easy to read on his face. Finally, he turned back to Carmen. I have a few logistical questions. Excellent. Do you have them ready now, or would you like to send them via email? He studied Diaz and Dozer before saying, I'll email them to you. Is it okay if I set up my laptop in your break room for now? Dozer cleared his throat. The liaison has an office just down the hall. It's full of my crap, but it's got everything you need to do what you need to do. I'll show him, Diaz said, taking a step toward the door. Come on, Homeland. Eyes narrowed, Raleigh looked at each of them for a second, then said slowly, Okay. Diaz led the way out. Once Raleigh was gone and far enough away that he couldn't overhear them, Dozer turned back to her. Her face was closed off and unreadable. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have grabbed you like that. Though he expected the apology to pacify her, anger twisted her lush lips. Shut up. She went around to sit behind her desk again, giving him her back. Get ready to move out. His jaw dropped in shock, followed closely by indignation. He'd apologized. God damn it. How did I piss in your oatmeal this time? Her head snapped up and she whirled around in her chair, baring her teeth at him. If you're sorry for kissing me, fine, but next time you get angry, punch a pillow or something. Hold up. She thought, what? I'm not sorry for kissing you. What I'm sorry for is grabbing you like some prehistoric asshole right before I kissed you. Her expression didn't change. She didn't believe him. Fuck it. He leaned over the desk, slid one hand behind her head so she couldn't retreat, and kissed her again. She opened her lips as soon as his tongue slid along the seam of her mouth, and he drank her in. She tasted better than any whiskey and went to his head faster than any drug. The little moans that rose out of her throat made him want to tug her onto the desk so he could strip her and take her right then and there. Except the door was open and any lab lizard or asshole agent could walk in and catch them. He pulled away slowly. I'm not sorry for any part of that kiss either. Her cheeks were red and her lips were swollen, and she was so angry he could almost see the steam coming out of her ears. I hate you. God, he loved getting her riled up. He smiled and kissed her nose. I hate you too, Doc. He released her and stepped back. I'm going to get my shit together. What's our ETD? I don't know, she snapped, her narrowed gaze attempting to burn a hole through his head. Maybe 2 hours. Nope, she wasn't going to calm down any time soon. That works. He paused in the doorway. Are you going to squawk if I put you in body armor? As long as it will fit under my hazmat suit, she said, her smile razor-sharp. I'm fine with it. His smile turned into a full-fledged grin. Outstanding. He left her staring at him like he was an unknown pathogen, and she was the only antibiotic capable of shutting him down. Dozer strolled down the hall and into his office. Old office, shared office, whatever. Raleigh was sitting behind the desk, typing and talking on the phone at the same time. He glanced at Dozer as he walked in, but when Dozer waved him off and proceeded to grab a go-bag off the floor, he turned his attention to the 2 tasks he was doing at once. Dozer added the body armor to the go-bag. He'd ordered it a few months back, but hadn't seen the need for her to wear it until now. He also opened his ammunition lockbox and packed 3 extra clips for his service weapon. He tossed in a 4th clip just for fun. After putting his backup gun into his ankle holster, he dug out the Bluetooth earpiece for his work phone. He didn't change out of his jeans and Henley shirt, but he did shove his Homeland Security ID into his back pocket. Raleigh ended his call and stopped typing. Dozer glanced at him. Ready to go? Almost. Since there are 2 locations, I've requested a dozen agents, plus a dozen more local assorted law enforcement personnel to form a security team. Dozer nodded. Sounds reasonable. Just make sure they all know I'm riding herd on Dr. Rodriguez. If they get in my way, I won't be nice about removing them. With your list of injuries? Raleigh's tone was scathing. I don't think that's much of a threat. He was done taking Raleigh's shit. What the fuck is your problem? Raleigh rubbed his face. These people are going to be a disaster to look after. When a bomb goes off, they go toward the danger. They don't stop and consider the security risks, and they don't look for follow-up bombs, attacks, or attackers. A dozen people looking after them at each site isn't enough. He paused for a moment, looked Dozer up and down, then continued. And you're as bad as they are. These people aren't law enforcement. Their focus is on looking after public health. They go to the bomb site, hospital, or refugee camp because that's their job. Outbreaks like this one are their responsibility. Our job, Dozer gestured at himself and Raleigh, is to keep them as safe as possible while they go about their work. We don't get in their way. We don't bitch to our command or theirs. We help. If you can't or won't do that, say so now. Rodriguez will need to request a new liaison ASAP. Or you reclaim the job yourself, Raleigh suggested with a smug smile. What part of I'm not officially here did you not get? Dozer demanded. I don't have medical clearance to go back to work yet, so I'm doing the only thing Dr. Rodriguez will let me do, and that's protect her back, unofficially. What does that even mean? Raleigh asked, not backing down an iota. It means that I don't get to do any investigation or coordination or speak for Homeland Security. I'm not going to flash my ID around or offer sound bites to the media. As far as you, the entire HS department, and the public are concerned, I'm in an apartment somewhere slowly losing my mind to boredom. You're not going to shove your way back into the liaison role? Really just sit back and passively watch for threats? Dozer threw his hands in the air and said to the ceiling, I think he's finally got it. If you're not tagged medically fit, how are you here doing what you're not supposed to be doing? Was the guy really this dense? Dozer took in a deep breath. Maybe using small words would help. I've been working with the CDC for several months now. In that time, none of their employees have ever given less than 110%. They serve America and the world. They're willing to put their lives on the line in the interest of public health. They've earned my respect. They've earned the director's respect. Yeah, I'm beat up. My chest hurts since my ribs are still knitting themselves back together, but it's nothing that will slow me down or hamper me from ensuring Rodriguez is safe from any outside safety concerns. Outside? Bacteria and viruses are out of my league. He studied the man's confused, frustrated face. Are we good now? Raleigh finally nodded. Dozer picked up his go bag and left the room. Narrow-minded, ambitious prick. A prick who could cause a lot of trouble if he didn't lose his shitty attitude toward the people he was supposed to protect. The hallway had a variety of people in it in small huddles, their go bags at their feet. Dozer counted 10. He made his way past people, knocked on Carmen's door jamb, and stuck his head inside. How's it going? She had changed out of her business attire and into surgical scrubs, including what looked like combat boots on her feet. Scuffed, scratched, and scarred boots. She looked damn sexy in an outfit that was designed not to give that impression. It was the woman who was sexy, not the clothes. Need any help? He asked her. She pointed at the far wall. Could you grab those 2 bags over there? She pocketed a small tablet, then zipped up the bag on the desk and lifted it. Let's get to the airport. We can pick up the rest of our people along the way. Our people. He basked in the glow of the warm, fuzzy feeling those 2 little words produced. Got a hazmat suit for me? Yes, Henry is bringing it up. A few minutes later, Henry arrived with another large duffel bag. By that time, the hallway was full of people and their gear, including Raleigh. CDC vans were waiting to take them and all their gear to the airport. He said little but followed Carmen wherever she went. As they trooped into the parking garage, she said, It's like having a huge armed shadow. Dozer smiled. That is exactly what it should feel like. You're not going anywhere without me. She sucked in a breath, her mouth pulled down and her eyes tight, as if he'd punched her in the stomach. What the hell is going on with her? Carmen? She put up a hand, palm facing him. No, just no. When she turned away as if that moment of pain hadn't happened, he discovered he'd had enough of this pretending shit. He leaned in close so he could whisper in her ear. We need to talk on the plane. He was sick and tired of her putting up barriers between them. Their chemistry was as mind-blowingly combustible as it was the first day they met, and they'd had the hottest sex he could remember last night, but now she wouldn't talk to him. She didn't look at him or say anything, but her whole body became rigid with what he was guessing was anger. Good. Maybe if he pissed her off enough, she'd yell at him. That would be better than the silence he'd been receiving for months. The ride to Orlando was a commercial flight, but the only people on board were Carmen's people. He made sure to sit next to her. Folks settled all over the plane, and since they didn't fill it, little groups sat together with space between them. No one sat immediately behind or in front of Carmen's and his seats. If they kept it down, he might have time to figure out what was bothering her. After they took off, he nudged her shoulder. Are you going to explain why you flinch every time I say something that even remotely refers to a relationship? And there it was again, another wince. Are you scared of me? He asked, in a low, tense tone, trying to keep his volume down. No. Her answer was knee-jerk fast. It's just complicated. It seems fairly simple to me, he muttered. I'm hot for you, you're hot for me. She chewed on her bottom lip. What am I missing? He asked. She sucked in a deep breath, let it out, then turned her head to meet his gaze. How old am I? For a moment he was too surprised at the question to think straight. He settled on exasperation. That is a fucking trick question. She smiled that irritatingly sad smile again. Yes, it is, but the trick isn't on you. It's on me. How old am I, John? Shit. She was using his first name. She only ever used his first name when he was in trouble. The kind of trouble no man wanted to be in. I don't know. One brow rose. You never looked it up in my file? Why would I? Curiosity? He leaned closer. Your age isn't what holds my interest. She stared at him steadily, unmoved by his attempt to flirt. An estimate would be fine. You're really going to make me do this, aren't you? He shook his head. Fine, but I want your assurance you won't get angry with my answer no matter how off the mark I am. I won't get angry. You have my word. Of all the questions a woman asked a man, this one was completely unfair. They'd met 9 years ago, and back then she was fresh out of medical school. She even joked about still having a price tag attached. She wasn't just a doctor, though. She specialized in infectious diseases. That would add a few years to her schooling. Her hair was silver and all natural. She'd had more than a couple of gray hairs when he first met her. Now it was almost solid silver. Yet her face didn't match the age her hair tried to tell you she was. No wrinkles, a few laugh lines, but not many. Not enough. Maybe she was one of those geniuses who finished high school early. So maybe she was 17 when she started university. That would mean at least 8 years in medical school, plus 9 years since they met. 34. She smiled slowly. That's not bad. Most people guess older, which, when I tell them my actual age, makes for a lot of awkwardness. Everything she said punched him in the stomach. How old are you, Carmen? 30. That would make you 22 when I met you? 21. I had my birthday while we were running for our lives that night. 21. 9 years ago, he'd been 29, nearing 30, and she'd been... Holy fuck. You had boyfriends before Afghanistan, right? Chapter 13. 4:22 p.m. Carmen watched John out of the corner of her eye and snorted. When would I have had time? She shook her head. I was years younger than all my fellow students. They weren't interested in me, and the one or two who were, well, I had a well-developed sense of who was a creep and who was safe. John Dozer hadn't run a single warning bell. Her gut had said he was safe, but he hadn't been. He stared at her now like she'd grown an extra arm. You were my first in all respects. His silence was becoming uncomfortable. Finally he said, That explains a few things. Oh, which things? He shifted in his seat, like he was a small child trying to pass along a handwritten note. Your hesitation. His gaze heated. I almost had to coax you into that first kiss. He was reliving the moment in his head. So was she. Despite the danger and dirt they'd been in, he'd damn near lit her on fire. I wanted to kiss you, John, I just didn't know how. He glanced at her hair, and the heat in his eyes died. Why me? His question came out hoarse and strained. She blinked. I thought you were going to die, and I wanted you. He swore and rubbed his face with both hands. You should have told me. He could not have just said that. When exactly should I have done that? While we were running from whoever was trying to kill us, or when we were hiding in that bombed-out building, unable to speak for fear of discovery? He leaned in so close she could feel his lips move next to her cheek. I made love to you in that building. Yeah, she said in a drawl. It was so romantic. He reared back. You didn't want... Oh, I wanted all right, but you... She poked his chest with one index finger. Left out some personal information of your own. He frowned. I did? Seriously? Your marital status, asshole. The words sounded like grit between her teeth. He paused, his focus inward, then his expression cleared. Holy shit, that was right before the divorce papers went through. His gaze sharpened on her face. How did you know about that? Martin. The man's name came out of her mouth like it tasted bad. That sneaky, sick son of a bitch, John said. No, Martin is an honest, sneaky, sick son of a bitch. You weren't honest. She let the implication that he and Martin shared the rest of those attributes build a wall between John and her. You should have told me you were married. My marriage was over. The only place it existed was on paper. Which is more of a promise than I ever had from you, she said, going nose to nose with him. He bared his teeth at her. I made lots of promises to you, promises I wanted to keep, except you took off without any warning. I never had the chance to tell you about my failed marriage or anything else. You should have told me before we had sex. The words came out of her mouth in an angry hiss. Things were chaotic. I was terrified we were both going to die, and in the moment, I just wanted to make it good for you. He closed his eyes and let his head fall back against his seat. That was a shit day none of us planned for. He ran a hand down his face, and I sure as hell wasn't prepared for what you do to me. So, it's my fault? No, I had no intention of... He floundered for a word, but couldn't seem to find it. You flirted with me. She made it a statement. It wasn't serious. You were nervous around me and the rest of the regular soldiers. I was trying to establish a rapport so you wouldn't freeze if I had to shout an order at you. So you were just doing your job? Really? That's not what I... Fuck. He punched the seat in front of him. It attracted the attention of several people around them. He glared at them until they looked at something else, then leaned as close as his seatbelt would allow. Yeah, he said, his voice low and lethal. I wanted you from the moment I first saw you. It was like the fucking sun walked into the room, so beautiful and radiant I knew I should stay away from you. You deserved a decent man, not someone with the amount of blood I had on my hands. He lifted them up and looked at them briefly. Still have on my hands. He lowered them and kept talking. Then that bottom-feeder Martin went after you, and I couldn't stay away. Every moment I spent with you just made me more and more hungry for you. When that IED went off, I didn't know if we were going to make it. I hoped and prayed that I could keep you safe, but there was an equal chance we'd get shot. He paused to suck in a breath, as if he'd run a long-distance race. I had every intention of telling you about my miserable marriage when we got to safety, but we were separated as soon as we made it back to base, and then you were gone. She considered his arguments. She didn't like them, but she couldn't pretend they didn't make sense. She hadn't told him her chronological age until now, either. I need to know something, he said. What? Did Martin bother you? He looked her over. Did he touch you? I told you, I kicked him in the balls. That wasn't the only thing she'd done. I also told him that if he tried another stunt with me, I would show him what an autopsy was like from the perspective of the corpse. The smile that slid over John's face was both delighted and naughty. She cleared her throat. He left me alone after that. Everyone did. She hesitated, then asked, Why didn't you try to get in touch with me? Afterward, I mean. I couldn't. As soon as I was medically cleared, I was given a long-term assignment working with a Special Forces unit and an Afghan warlord. I was in country for 4 months. By the time I got back, you were back in the States. I did try to reach you through the CDC, but I was told that due to the trauma you suffered in Afghanistan, you wanted no contact with anyone who'd survived the mission. What? He gazed at her. You didn't know about that? No. She recalled talking to her then supervisor about how emotionally taxing the assignment had been, how losing so many of the people on her team to an IED had left her emotionally compromised. But I could see my supervisor at the time, Dr. Francine Sederer, issuing that kind of response to anyone trying to find me. She looked away. I was in rough shape for a while there emotionally. Fuck. John said it softly, but she still heard it. He looked off into space for several seconds before speaking again. What are the chances? He looked at her with wide, hopeful eyes. We could start over. I'd like to find out where this thing between us could go. For real. No secrets, no lies, just us. That was a tall order. When I found out you were married, I was angry and embarrassed and hurt. I can't just pretend it never happened. Can you pretend it never happened? 4:41 p.m. He thought about the years between when he first met her and when he'd found her again. He'd done some horrible things in the name of freedom and justice and been places he didn't want to ever think about again. Places full of pain and death. He wasn't the same man he'd been 9 years ago. Back then, he wanted to take on the world. Now, he wanted a home, a partner in life, a lover who understood him and wanted him just as badly as he wanted her. The pain on Carmen's face told him her wounds hadn't closed, wounds he'd ripped wide open. Maybe his explanations put a bandage on them, but they sure as hell needed more time to heal. So what the fuck could he do? Something thick clogged his throat, and he had to clear it before he could talk. No, and worse, I don't want to pretend it didn't happen. She pressed her lips together so tightly the skin around her mouth turned white. Look, let's just figure out this assignment. After that, we can talk again and decide what we want, set some boundaries. Don't give up on us. She didn't look happy, but finally said, "Okay. I'm your bodyguard, but I'd also like to be your friend. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I will make suggestions. I may ask you to stop working to do basic things like eat and sleep, but I won't interrupt or interfere with your work unless it's necessary. Use me as a sounding board and safe place to vent, but don't shut me out." He stopped, hoping for a positive sign, a smile or nod. She frowned at him. "Why do I feel like I just kicked a puppy?" That surprised a laugh out of him. He felt like a kicked puppy. "Fine," she said, as if coming to a decision. "We'll take things as you suggest." Good. That was good. He held out his hand, and after a moment she took it. They shook once. "I'm going to sleep while I can," she said, then put her head back against her seat and closed her eyes. Dozer had to force his gaze away from her face. He wanted to keep her talking, but he had to give her some space. Rationally, he knew that was what he had to do, but he really wanted to throw rational thought out the fucking window, pull her onto his lap and hold her for a couple of hours, days, weeks. Not going to happen any time soon. Fuck. Someone jostled his shoulder. The drill sergeant. The veteran smiled, showing off his teeth. "Get your shit figured out?" Great. Half the people on the plane had probably witnessed their argument. Diaz leaned a bit closer and said, "BTW, no one could hear what you two were saying, but your body language told everyone plain as day that you were having a fight." "Nosy Nellies," Dozer growled. "You made for great in-flight entertainment." "Wonderful." Diaz laughed and walked back to his seat. The rest of the flight was uneventful, and they landed in Orlando at 5:40 p.m. As soon as they touched down, Carmen roused, checked her phone, and began texting rapidly. "Any news?" Dozer asked. "The death toll from the bombing is still at 23. The number of injured stands at 42, with one person missing, one of our people, Nurse Derek Anders." She looked ready to strangle someone. "All of our people at Orlando General Hospital are either injured or dead." He finished the sentence for her. She nodded, her eyes narrow and tight with anger. The plane came to a stop. While they were being met at the gate by two uniformed airport security guards, something on the tarmac caught the guards' attention. Both men sucked in a breath, then froze. Dozer glanced out the airport's floor-to-ceiling windows. What the flying fuck? A small car was driving erratically toward their plane, dodging a taxiing aircraft and a luggage train. Behind it, two security vehicles with lights flashing tried to catch up. They weren't going to make it. The constant background ache of his ribs and the invisible weight of too few hours of sleep disappeared beneath a swelling wave of adrenaline. Smaller details came into sharper focus. The area was full of people making their way to and from gates or waiting for their flights to be called. Faced away from the window, Carmen had no idea a threat was seconds away. The two security guards were locked in shocked surprise, their eyes wide and mouths slack. No help there. The car was 3, maybe 4 seconds from impact, its target either the plane's left side, which sprouted the baggage and passenger ramps, or the terminal building itself. Either way, if that car was full of explosives, people were going to die. "Take cover!" someone shouted. It was only after the words were out he realized he was the one who shouted them because he was already moving. Carmen's body weighed nothing as he snatched her up in an unyielding grip and pushed her onto the floor behind a row of chairs. Dozer covered her with his body just as an explosion punched the side of the building. Glass shattered, screams lacerated the air, and the smell of fuel on fire clogged his lungs. Carmen choked and coughed, too, and tried to get up, but he wasn't moving until he was certain the danger was over. His head hurt with a throbbing ache that dulled and darkened the edges of his vision, but passing out wasn't an option. Not with Carmen wiggling beneath him and yelling his name. When he didn't respond fast enough, she elbowed him as well as shouting at him. The jab broke through the dark fog, bringing him back to full consciousness. He slid off her with a groan, wishing all the noise, alarms, and people shouting would fucking shut up. Carmen got to her knees and put her hands on him, searching for injuries. He glanced at himself, but didn't see any fresh blood on his clothes. He touched his head with careful fingers, but no blood stained his skin. Yippee. She got in his face, his name on her lips. "I'm okay," he told her as he slowly sat up. "You?" His voice sounded funny, blurred, blunted, and blanketed. Great. Now his hearing was fucked up. She sucked in a breath, paused, then nodded. 3 of the floor-to-ceiling panes of glass closest to the blast were completely gone from the windows, all of it blown inward in chunks. Thank God for safety glass. There were a few scattered flames flickering, but they appeared to be going out. The plane they just arrived in had a huge hole blown into one side, and their equipment was strewn all over the place. All that was left of the car was the chassis with some crumpled metal on top of it. There was no sign of the driver. Obliterated? A suicide bomber. Anger and adrenaline fused, then ignited in his gut. Someone had to have shared their travel details with the wrong fucking people. And since this trip had only been hours in the making, that someone had to have access to sensitive information within the CDC or one of its partners, Homeland Security or the FBI. There was absolutely no doubt now. There was a traitor among them, a traitor who was now an accomplice to murder. Sound began to clarify, the blanket slowly sliding away from his ears until the world sounded normal again. Or as normal as it could be. "Shit," Carmen said, all but spitting the word. "All of our equipment has been damaged or destroyed." That was her biggest worry. We were almost damaged or destroyed. The traitor could be any number of people, including someone with them right now. "It's not safe here," he told her in a low voice that wouldn't carry. "You need to get on the next plane back to Atlanta." Her frown almost made her look ferocious. Almost. "No, I won't. Your safety can't be guaranteed anywhere," she interrupted. "I won't let some asshole stop me from doing my job." She leaned into him close enough that their bodies touched, and she said in a suspiciously reasonable tone, "I won't let you do it either." Goddamned stubborn woman. He could see it on her face. She wasn't going to listen, wasn't going to back down, was in fact going to do exactly what she set out to do. No one, no organization, no terrorist, not even a suicide bomber, was going to prevent her from getting to the bottom of this outbreak. The urge to grab her and hide her somewhere inaccessible was an itch under his skin. Her refusal to leave left him powerless to claw or rip it out. This is reckless. This is my job, whether it's in Sierra Leone responding to an Ebola outbreak or tracking down the source of an E. coli outbreak across several states. This is what I do. But we're dealing with more than just microscopic threats. That's why you're here, to deal with the macroscopic ones. Great. He had implied permission to take care of her, but without all of the tools. He fought down frustration and fury, locking them in a small, insulated, steel-jacketed box. Later, he'd explain how irresponsible and rash her behavior was. Later. Breathing deep for several breaths, he looked around and noted some good news. Most members of their team were up and moving. "We need to do a head count." He glanced outside again and winced. "Casualties among airport personnel is guaranteed." "Yes, this assassination attempt very nearly worked," she said with a cold tone promising pain to the would-be assassins. "On you and or me?" Dozer asked. He didn't see the difference, but she might, and her perspective was important. "All and any of us they could reach," she snorted. "Although if they wanted to kill specific targets, they'd have used bullets instead of a bomb." He had to admit she'd grown some serious mental armor over the years. She kept her rational brain in charge and wasn't letting her emotions take over. It made him hard. God, he was a dick. "They knew we were coming," Dozer said. "Our travel plans were leaked," she said, slowly nodding while the gears in her head ran faster and faster. "And the FAFO was ready to take this opportunity to destroy and demoralize us and our work." He looked at her, tilting his head to one side. "That's going to backfire on their asses." She smiled, her teeth on display. "Yes, it is." Raleigh hurried over, and Carmen told him she was going to check in with all of her people and figure out the state of their equipment. She asked him to secure the area and do whatever he needed to do, all before he could say a word. For a second, surprise opened up his features, but it disappeared in favor of a business-like nod containing grudging respect. And he thought she would be stressed in showing it. When his fellow agent looked at Dozer, questions in his gaze, John said, "I'm sticking with her. If I see anything that might help with your investigation, I'll let you know." A moment of surprise passed before Raleigh said, "The area should be evacuated in case there are other undetonated explosives." Carmen agreed, and Raleigh stepped away, already talking on his phone with someone. Diaz reported a couple of people hurt by the blast. Dozer took a good look at the old man, but didn't see any injuries beyond a couple of small cuts on his hands. Good. Dozer still didn't know what the retired drill sergeant's actual job title was at the CDC, but he seemed to have his finger on the pulse of everyone's mental and physical health. He often ran interference between Carmen and anyone who might be in her way or become a distraction. He'd also done some hospital babysitting of himself and Dr. Gunner when the other man had been shot. Dozer would have given him a fancy nickname like Man Friday or Pool Boy, but Diaz's comeback would have been equally or more embarrassing, so Dozer kept the monikers to himself. Carmen urged everyone to move away from the blast zone so she could do a head count and injury assessment. 3 people had been cut up badly enough to need stitches. 1 person had a concussion thanks to hitting their head on the floor, and 1 person had a broken wrist. She excused all 5 so they could get treatment, then ordered them to return to Atlanta once they were released. "How easy will it be to get our equipment replaced?" Diaz asked after the wounded were taken to the nearest ER. "Easier than the people. It'll have to be trucked to the site." She glanced around. Alarms were still going off. "I don't think the airport is going to be open to flights for a while. The biggest issue," she said with a frown, "is the loss of our hazmat suits. Until we get more, we'll have to use particle masks, gloves, and safety glasses." "Is that good enough?" "It'll have to be. Waiting is not an option." Her phone rang, and she answered it, stepping away from everyone to speak. Dozer followed, keeping his attention on their surroundings. From her tone, he could tell she was talking to someone senior to her, probably the CDC director, but he didn't let himself get distracted by her words. This was a dangerous time right after a bombing. People were stressed, confused, and injured. That meant they weren't watching their environment as closely as they should while first responders arrived to help. A great time for a second strike to happen. He scanned the area looking for anyone out of place, anyone calm or focused or showing a lack of reaction. But no threat appeared. Carmen touched his arm. "I've been ordered to get our team to the hospital. Military transport is coming to pick us up." Military? Someone had pulled some strings. "Equipment?" he asked. "On its way. Until it gets here, the National Guard is going to provide some of what we lost. Tents, cots, generators, basic medical supplies. The rest we'll have to wait for." "Raleigh?" She hummed under her breath. "You're right, I need to talk to him before he thinks I've left him out." "He is kind of needy," Dozer said, with what he hoped wasn't too much sarcasm. Carmen's quick smile told him he got it right, and it hit him in the solar plexus with the power of a blow. Kissing her now would be a bad idea, but that didn't stop the images of her in his arms from crowding his head. They found Raleigh talking to a group of law enforcement and airport security people. Carmen was too short to be seen over taller heads, so Dozer waved him over. She explained what she wanted to do, and predictably he didn't look happy about it. "You have 2 options," she told him before he could speak. "You can stay here and participate in this investigation, in which case I'll request another agent as liaison, or you can pass this on to someone else and come with us." His mouth twisted with distaste, but he didn't say anything. Dozer could understand his hesitation. The airport investigation might yield new evidence in the FAFO case, and that would go a long way to making an agent's career. "We're leaving in 5 minutes," she said. "You have that long to decide." "I need to report in before I can come with you," he said, as if it hurt to say the words. "Don't leave without me." It was an order. Dozer winced, anticipating Carmen's response. "You're here with the CDC at my discretion, Agent Raleigh, not the other way around," she said, her tone cold. "This has been explained to you, and yet you continue to behave as if you are in a position of power and authority over my people and myself. You're either being deliberately obstructionist, your memory has been degraded by injury or fatigue, or you simply don't understand the situation at all. None of those possibilities put you in a good light. Unfortunately, I don't have time to deal with your stupidity. Either you're ready to leave with us in 5 minutes and you stay on my team, or you're not and you're gone. Choose." She turned on her head and marched away, her people closing in around her. Dozer gave Raleigh one last questioning look. "Are you going to pull your head out of your ass or not?" then followed her. Raleigh showed up on time. 8:05 p.m. The military bus pulled out of the airport as more fire trucks and police headed toward it. Carmen was on her phone, probably with the CDC Atlanta HQ, talking to someone about supplies. "Any injuries?" Raleigh asked as he took a seat next to Dozer. Anyone with anything more serious than cuts has been removed from the team and sent for medical care." "I meant you," Raleigh said in a droll tone. "No, I saw the car coming in hot a couple of seconds before it plowed into the plane and got behind some cover." Raleigh perked up at that. "Did you get a look at the driver? See anything about the vehicle that could assist the investigation?" Dozer picked through his memory. The car was dark in color, small, older model. The driver had short hair, male. Well, shit. Young. "FAFO," Raleigh said under his breath. "It fits their M.O. They like using young idiots as bomb delivery people." Dozer gave Raleigh a sidelong look and asked, "How did they find out about our flight so fast?" Raleigh's expression went flat. "Inside information." "Yep." Raleigh studied Dozer with genuine interest. "You still intent on guarding her and yourself?" "Yep." "Good. Do less things I need to worry about." "Yep. Just keep me in the loop, okay?" "Dude, I've been nothing but straight with you since the moment we met. You're part of the loop." Okay. Raleigh's mouth pinched. "You don't need to sing me a love song." Dozer laughed. "I think you owe me some fucking chocolate, though." Raleigh stood. "Don't hold your breath." He made his way farther inside the bus to talk to DS. The veteran was handing out masks, safety glasses, and handfuls of gloves to everyone, and he handed Raleigh a pile of safety gear before the agent could ask. He seemed to respect DS more than anyone else at the CDC. Dozer wondered if the Army veteran should ride herd on the agent. No, Carmen needed the older man for other tasks, like ensuring there was no communication breakdown between her people and everyone else. After Carmen got off the phone, Raleigh came back and said, "We're going to be split into 2 locations. This doubles the risk of another attack. Is splitting up completely necessary?" "The team going to Kissimmee will be focused on disease containment, identification, and patient care. The team going to Orlando General will have the resulting chaos of the bomb to deal with. I need to assess the situation in Orlando, then move all possible infected patients to Kissimmee. Hopefully that will simplify things. If everything goes according to plan, our resources will only be split for 24 to 48 hours. Raleigh considered it. "Transferring patients from one hospital to the other will give the faithful multiple targets and opportunities to attack us. I can't protect everyone adequately." "So much for the fucking chocolate." "You have a team of people to assist you, Agent Raleigh," Carmen said to him, her voice cutting. "We can't just abandon Orlando General." "Yes, ma'am," Raleigh said with enough derision to melt a hole through a steel plate. "In all our conversations, Agent Raleigh," Carmen's tone was too calm, "you have a tendency to speak in the singular, and while I applaud your willingness to take appropriate responsibility for decisions and actions, the CDC Outbreak Task Force almost never operates that way. Our people are required to think and act as part of a team. You are now part of that team." Dozer cleared his throat. "I discovered that if I consulted Dr. Rodriguez and her people before making any decisions that might affect them, I was far more likely to get their full cooperation." He shrugged. "It's kind of a nice change from dealing with competing law enforcement agencies." Raleigh's gaze moved from Carmen's to his, then back again. "Thank you for that observation," he finally said, his tone so carefully polite it couldn't be believed. "I'll keep it in mind. Only if he put earplugs in." Carmen addressed the entire bus and told everyone they were going to Kissimmee first. The team there would assist with the work already going on and prepare to receive patients from Orlando General. Several questions came up, including the possible need for additional trauma care staff. She responded that the CDC was prepared to send people to bolster the staff. She would assess the situation and make recommendations to the CDC director. The bus arrived in Kissimmee with little fanfare, and the Kissimmee team disembarked and followed hospital staff to an area where a couple of large tents were going up. Though both sides of the street were lined with cars, there were few people in sight. After all the sirens and noise at the airport, this calm was quiet. Too quiet. It made Dozer's gut twist. 9:36 p.m. As the bus made its way to Orlando General Hospital, flashing blue, red, and yellow lights of a myriad of emergency vehicles pulled everyone's attention. There were a lot of lights, and a lot of noise. Whispers floated up from the back of the bus. "Oh my God! How many ambulances? How big was the explosion? How did the Army get here so fast?" Raleigh asked, staring at a spot away from the emergency vehicles. A group of men and women in army uniforms were getting off another military bus, some of them carrying weapons, others dressed in heavy body armor. 2 of them had canines with them. All of them wore gas masks. That was going to keep things calm. Not. Carmen was scrolling through messages on her phone. It looks like the Orlando sheriff requested a bomb squad. The army was closest? Raleigh asked. Or the police teams are already out on calls, Dozer said. They might have been the only team available. A man in uniform approached their bus and waited a few feet outside the door. Carmen, Raleigh, and Dozer got off the bus. "Dr. Rodriguez?" the man in uniform asked, his voice muffled by the gas mask he wore. "I'm Sergeant Travis. My unit specializes in bomb detection and removal. We were asked by the sheriff's office to come in to ensure there are no other explosive devices in the area. All other bomb squads in the region are already engaged." "I'm glad you're here, Sergeant." She introduced them all. "Good to meet you," the sergeant said. "We were told there was also an active biological hazard here. Is that correct?" "Yes. Do all of your people have their vaccinations up to date? We're assuming our presumptive identification of measles is correct. No one with out-of-date vaccinations should be here. The mask should protect you, but you'll also have to be careful to wear disposable gloves. Measles is transmitted via airborne droplets. Any of your people coming into the area will need a minimum of surgical masks, gloves, and eye protection. We can provide you with them as required. Wash thoroughly before leaving the area." "What about our canine units?" "Measles is a human disease, Sergeant. Your dogs don't need any special equipment, but they will need to be thoroughly bathed, too." Travis didn't look happy at that, but he didn't complain, just said, "Yes, ma'am." Then he trotted back to his unit to give them the fun news. A knot of people in medical and law enforcement clothing approached them. One of them was Jean. Her hair was matted and the left side of her head, face and neck was streaked with blood. She was pale under all the red, and Dozer could see the early signs of bruising on her face. "Dr. Rodriguez," she said almost hesitantly. "Jean." Carmen moved to her, giving her a critical once-over. "Where is your mask?" She put her hand up to her mouth and seemed surprised and confused not to find it there. I don't know." Carmen grasped Jean's forearm and looked into her face. She pulled out a pen light and flashed it back and forth across her eyes. She then took hold of her wrist with her fingers over Jean's pulse point. "Ma'am?" one of the law enforcement types who'd arrived with Jean said as he put out a hand toward Carmen. Dozer intercepted him. "Give her a minute." Chapter 14. 9:47 p.m. Carmen ignored the man trying to catch her attention, focusing on Jean's pulse as it throbbed under her fingers. Too fast. Her eyes were reacting as they should, but she appeared dazed. Carmen found John's gaze and said, "Jean is in shock. We need to get her warm, safe, and allow her to rest with supervision." Diaz put up his hand. "I'm on it." He called one of their team members who doubled as a trauma nurse. "Do you have time to talk to someone from the sheriff's office?" John asked her in a calm voice. Carmen turned and found 3 men waiting for her in various law enforcement uniforms. The one in the lead was a sheriff's deputy. The man standing to the left of the deputy looked like he was wearing a state trooper uniform. The last man wore a SWAT team uniform. All 3 began asking her questions at once. Though she couldn't make out their individual questions, a few words made it through the cacophony. "Stop," she said, raising her voice so they could hear her over the sirens filling the air with noise. "First, you should all be wearing masks, gloves, and eye protection. This virus is extremely contagious." After a pause, the men talked over one another. Again. Diaz stepped forward and shouted, "Follow me to get suited up." He nodded respectfully at her and led the men away. She addressed the remaining members of their team. "Okay, everyone, let's get to the hospital and get a handle on the situation." They followed with no questions or comments. Good. She wasn't going to know more than anyone else until she'd had a chance to talk to the frontline staff. She wanted to know who survived the blast and who'd been killed. She wanted something to do with her hands to give her an outlet for the raging anger eating a hole through her gut. She wanted to strangle the bomber who'd done this with her bare hands. "The smartest thing you ever did," John said in a low tone she'd only ever heard him use with her, "was luring Diaz away from that bus driver job he had in El Paso." She refused to acknowledge the shiver his voice caused, that chased across her skin and cut through her anger. I have a whole new appreciation for military people." She focused on what she assumed to be the ER entrance to the hospital. The force it took to create this level of destruction was bigger than she had envisioned. No signage remained, only a crater in the side of the building. You give them a job and they run off and get it done. You give someone in government a job and they argue with you about it for days before agreeing to schedule a preliminary meeting about it a month from now. "Taking your time and thinking about a task has its pros, too," he said thoughtfully. "But this isn't that type of situation. Lives hang on how fast someone makes decisions and gets their job done." They entered the hospital through a hole big enough to drive a couple of ambulances through at the same time. There were debris, smoke, dust, and people everywhere. Most of the people were up and walking around, but there were also bodies on the ground, covered by hospital sheets that had bloody handprints along the edges. Combined with the sirens, the scene looked like something out of a blockbuster thriller movie. Where to find someone who knew what was what in this mess? A security guard, his uniform dirty with soot and blood, came over to them. "Are you here to help?" he asked. "Yes, we're from the CDC. Who's in charge?" Carmen asked. He squinted into the interior of the building. I think Dr. Hunt would be your best bet." He gestured at her to follow him. Their best bet? She looked at John but didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes but also kept his mouth shut. They followed the security guard past more bodies lined up along the walls, or what was left of the walls, and injured huddled on the floor or on a gurney. They passed through a partially destroyed set of doors and into a relatively clean hallway. The sound of sirens was quieter here, but that just made the yelling and screaming from the injured and staff easier to distinguish from the rest of the noise filtering in from outside. The guard glanced over his shoulder, his face tense and pale and eyes a little too wide. He was on the edge of panic. "Dr. Hunt is the guy in the bloody OR scrubs," the guard said, pointing him out with a shaking hand. Carmen took a good look at the doctor, made sure she could distinguish him from everyone else running around, then turned back to the guard. "I want you to find somewhere to sit down for 5 minutes, drink a glass of water, and eat something simple like a granola bar." The guard looked like he was going to cry. "Ma'am, I can't. My name is Dr. Rodriguez, and that's an order. You're no good to anyone if you faint because your blood sugar bottomed out." He opened his mouth, probably to argue with her, but John spoke first. "She's in charge now. Do it. Tell anyone who questions you to talk to Homeland Security Agent Dozer." The man nodded so hard he'd be lucky if he didn't give himself whiplash, and moved off toward the interior of the hospital. "Not officially here, huh?" she asked John. "It's just my name. He wouldn't have done as you ordered without it. We'll never know if he would have or not." Had John heard a word she'd said? "This is what you always do," she said under her breath. "You're so busy getting in front of me to shield me from anything you decide is a threat, I can't do my job." "Maybe your job is too dangerous. Someone has to do it, why not me?" He stared at her, his gaze blowtorch hot on her face. "If an area has active hostiles, I will always say it's too dangerous for anyone to go in." He leaned a little closer. "And when it's someone I care about, I'm going to like it even less." He cared about her. She should have been happy to hear it, should have been reassured. Instead, the word stabbed her in the chest, robbed her of breath, and almost forced her to her knees. It was too small and safe a word, too contained, too cool. She wanted hot, wild, and electric. She turned her head to meet his gaze and let him see the full force of her anger with him. "Don't get in my way again." He stared down at her for a long moment, unblinking. "Fuck, Doc," he said, breaking the tension. "Keep talking like that and I'll come in my pants." "Seriously?" "Still a moron," she said, then went to speak to Dr. Hunt, who was standing over a patient lying on a gurney. Most of the patient's head was covered in a bloody improvised bandage. As she approached the doctor, he pulled a sheet over the head of the patient. Hunt was pale, but anger lit his gaze from within. Anger she understood and identified with. "Dr. Hunt," she said in a calm tone, "my name is Dr. Carmen Rodriguez. I'm from the CDC. I've brought additional staff and other resources. I'm very sorry we have to meet like this, but I'd very much like to help you." Something she had said must have hit the right note, because he released a breath and nodded. "Thank you. I accept." He came around the gurney. "The bomb killed several people, including some of my staff and yours. Firefighters are still trying to put the last hotspots out. Our isolation area was breached, so nearly everyone you see has now been exposed to the pathogen." Fear chased shock through her body, leaving her hands shaking and her mind spinning in circles, trying to figure out a way through this mess. She clenched her hands into fists. Concentrate on problem 1, then 2, and so on, one step at a time. "I would like to suggest removing your patients to the hospital in Kissimmee. I've got people setting up to receive them now." She kept going so he wouldn't have a chance to complain about her taking over. "The building may be too damaged for anyone to remain. How much help did you bring with you?" "I've got a trauma team of 6 who are going to assist your staff immediately. I've got more people in Kissimmee setting up to receive everyone here," Carmen said with a smile. "What do you need most right now?" 10 minutes later, she and Hunt had agreed on the top 3 priorities: security, triage, and the evacuation of the entire hospital. Diaz walked toward her with Sergeant Travis in tow. Neither man looked happy. John slid in behind her, not getting in the way, but making himself visible to all. "Something to report, gentlemen?" "Yes, ma'am," Travis said. "We're still searching, but we haven't found any undetonated explosives at this time." The way he said it made her curious. "Did you find some detonated ones?" "Yes, ma'am." Travis looked at her dubiously, but continued with, "What we've found indicates the kind of devices used in Afghanistan." "I'm not sure I understand." "Ma'am," Travis said with even greater reluctance than before, "I spent a fair amount of time dealing with IEDs in Afghanistan. After a while, you realize there are only so many types or styles." She shook her head. "I still don't. The device used here wasn't created randomly. I saw the same welds over there, the same exact welds. Whoever made this bomb used to make bombs over there." His words made her colder than if he'd dropped her into the middle of Antarctica without a parka. "You're saying that a prolific Afghan terrorist who specializes in building IEDs is now inside the United States, creating bombs, and one of those bombs was used here?" Travis nodded hard. John swore. "Raleigh's gonna lose his shit." "He's not the only one," she said under her breath. Everyone was going to lose their shit. "Does this artist have a name, Sergeant Travis?" "Yes, ma'am. Mohammed Abdi Aman." "How could he have gotten into the United States?" "That's definitely a problem." "You think?" She looked at John. "Tell Raleigh he needs a few more people for his security detail. He's going to recommend the CDC pull out. He can recommend anything he likes. I don't follow his orders." She glanced at Travis. The man looked like he was about to announce that a lot of people had just died. And they had. "What else?" He looked at Diaz again. The crusty old man turned to her. "It's not just the construction of the bomb, it's the location of it." "What's so significant about the location?" "It's in a restricted area, staff only near an oxygen line. If the line had ruptured during the blast, it could have taken out a lot more of the building. A lot more. It's a miracle that line didn't rupture." Travis looked about as grim as the Reaper. "We were lucky." Dr. Hunt snorted. "Tell that to the 3 people I've toe-tagged in the last 15 minutes. Have you reported this to everyone who needs to know?" "You're the first. Agent Raleigh is next. You want me to contact him, ma'am?" "Yes, he may have questions." Diaz grunted what might have been a laugh. She wasn't entirely sure. "All I care about," Dr. Hunt said, "is making sure my patients and staff are safe and there isn't another bomb stashed somewhere else in the building." "We've got dogs searching for that right now," Travis said. "So," she said to Hunt, "let's focus on triage and evacuation." He stared at her blankly for a second, as if stunned by her calm tone. "Okay, that sounds good." He turned and walked back into the fray. Carmen looked at the other men clustered around her. "Sergeant, please continue your work searching for more bombs or other evidence. If you discover something dangerous or pertinent, let me know." "Yes, ma'am." He nodded, then he, too, disappeared into the crowd. She turned to Diaz. "Status?" "I thought we could use the bus to evacuate the most mobile people here." "Good, do it. Can you find out who's in charge in an administrative capacity? Even the areas that look untouched might have damage that's not obvious. All it would take is one small puncture of the oxygen line somewhere to cause another explosion. We need to expedite the evacuation as quickly as possible." Diaz smiled. "I'll see who I can find hiding under the rocks." He strode toward a knot of nurses. That left John Dozer, who was waiting with more patience than she'd expected him to display. Let's check on the status of the confirmed and suspected measles patients." "Yes, ma'am," he said in almost the same respectful tone Travis had used. She shot him a dirty glare. "It's a compliment," he said, leaning in to drop the words into her right ear. "You had all of those men, even DS, at attention, then gone to carry out your orders." "Even you?" she asked, shocked by his observation. He leaned in a little closer. "Especially me." They had to go outside to get to the section of the building that housed the isolation ward. The interior hallways were completely blocked by debris, smoke, and firefighters. From the outside, however, it was possible to truly see the scope of the damage. One side of the building had been completely blown out. "This is much worse than I thought," she said softly to John. "Reminds me of the Oklahoma City bombing back in 1995, he replied. "Not quite as large, but—" His voice trailed off. "We don't have a casualty list yet, do we?" "No, but I suspect it's going to be higher than anyone is anticipating." Less than an hour later, on Carmen's recommendation, the mayor requested state assistance, who activated a second National Guard medical unit. They spent the next couple of hours working with hospital administration, various law enforcement agencies, and the American Red Cross to sort out how to get everyone, staff, patients, and public, to the hospital in Kissimmee. As soon as the National Guard's medical staff began arriving, they were able to focus on the outbreak, because more people were showing up with presumptive measles. The news that the hospital had been bombed hadn't yet gotten to everyone. A lot of the incoming sick were children. One family drove their Jeep over what had been a landscaped area, knocking aside benches in order to get help for their 2 kids. They drove their vehicle right up to a knot of uniformed guardsmen. "Please help us," a woman said, jumping out through the passenger door. "Our kids are burning up and I can't wake them." Carmen hurried over. The children, a boy and a girl too small to have started school, were strapped into car seats in the back. She didn't even have to put a hand to their skin to know they had high fevers. Both kids were flushed and sweating enough their hair and clothing were soaked. With the help of John and a couple of guardsmen, they got the kids onto the pavement so they could properly assess them. Their temperatures were 107 degrees, practically cooking themselves. She checked under their clothing and discovered they didn't have the typical measles rash. There were some raised bumps, but they seemed to congregate in the hot spots: armpits, neck, groin. They would need to be cooled down, given IV fluids, and a whole lot of prayer if they were going to make it. All of that was now in short supply. "We need to take your children to the hospital in Kissimmee," she explained to their parents. She had her fingers on the pulse of the little girl, and it was much, much too fast. Under her hand, the child began to shake. "Febrile seizure. Damn it. Wait." She looked at John. "I need as much ice as you can find. Bring it here. We've got to cool down these kids." "Ice?" he asked, and his tone told her he thought she was asking for the impossible. "Rob a convenience store if you have to," she said between clenched teeth. His expression cleared, turning hard and determined. "Don't go anywhere without me." She gave him her get-lost expression. "I wouldn't dream of it." Chapter 15. Tuesday, April 1st, 1:16 a.m. Dozer caught DS before he got more than 20 feet away from Carmen. "I've been sent for ice. She's with a family with 2 kids who are burning up. Make sure nothing gets to her." DS nodded and moved toward her. It took Dozer 10 minutes to get a half-dozen bags of ice from the nearest convenience store. He had to convince a cop it was in his best interests to get Dozer there and back, but between his ID and the chaos, the cop hadn't taken long to decide to go along with it. Both of them carried 3 bags each and hurried them to where he left Carmen, the family, and DS. The 2 kids had been laid out on the pavement on top of an open sheet. As soon as Carmen got hold of the first bag of ice, she ripped it open and poured it over the girl. "Take 3 bags and do the same for the boy," she ordered. DS and the cop covered the boy with ice, while he and Carmen finished covering the girl. "Take the sheet and wrap them up. Get as much ice over as much of them as you can." "Won't this hurt them?" their mother asked, her hands trembling even as she held on to her husband's fist. "Their body temperatures are dangerously high. This will help bring it down." "What happens if it doesn't come down?" Carmen didn't answer right away. After several seconds of silence, she said, "The high fever can cause brain damage, blindness, even—" She cut herself off. "We need to get your children to the hospital in Kissimmee." A group of uniformed guardsmen ran over with 2 gurneys. They loaded the kids and took off for the road, the parents running with them. Dozer's phone went off. Raleigh. "Dozer," he said. "I expected you and Dr. Rodriguez to be here by now." Ooh, the man sounded bitter. "The damage to the hospital here is more extensive than we thought. We've been trying to assist with triage and getting people moved to you, but it's a mess here. People are still showing up with sick friends and family members." There was a long moment of silence. "Many injured?" "Yeah, over 150 last count, 32 dead." "That is a lot worse. We're picking up the pieces literally and trying to manage the transfer of people from here to you, but things are chaotic. Panic is also starting to spread." "Do you need my assistance there?" Dozer asked Carmen the question. She held out her hand for the phone. "Agent Raleigh, how are things there?" "Calm, orderly, organized." "Good. We're sending you a couple of buses full of sick and injured. Treat them all as if they're confirmed as having measles and are contagious." Dozer could hear the other man try to argue, starting with a shouted, "But..." Carmen just kept talking. "I'm counting on you to keep things calm, orderly, and organized. These people are hurt and frightened out of their minds. I need strong leadership from you. Can I count on you, Agent Raleigh?" "Yes, ma'am," the agent said, his voice clear across the short distance between Dozer and Carmen. "When can I expect you to arrive?" "There you go. That's the right question." Dozer sighed. Took him long enough. "If all goes well, 1 to 2 hours. If it doesn't go well, either Dozer, Diaz, or myself will keep you appraised." She ended the call and handed his phone back. It did indeed take 2 hours for Carmen to wrap things up and get to the hospital in Kissimmee. The moment they got off the bus, the mood in the air was noticeably different. There was no frantic rushing around, just people moving with purpose. No screaming and shouting, only calm conversation. A police officer wearing a mask, safety glasses, and disposable gloves came up to the bus and waited for the door to open. "Dr. Rodriguez, Agent Raleigh asked me to escort you to the decontamination area, then the command tent." She hesitated. "I need someone to direct my people and these patients." "Yes, ma'am, a triage team is coming. They'll get everyone where they need to go." A dozen people headed their way at a trot. All of them wore the same protective gear along with armbands with red crosses on them. She saw them, nodded, then said, "Lead the way." The young man turned, and Carmen, Dozer, and Diaz followed him. "Command tent?" she muttered under her breath. Dozer exchanged a look with Diaz. "Some people have delusions of grandeur." The old man snorted. "Or just delusions." They went through a decontamination tent, removing their old protective gear, washing hands and exposed skin, then put on the fresh masks, glasses, and gloves. The tent the young officer took them to was 40 feet by 40 feet. One of the structures the CDC used when arriving in an area without enough infrastructure. They could be used as housing, an operating room, or a school, whatever was needed. Apparently this one needed to be a smaller version of a government office, complete with a generator powering several computers and screens, and a number of people working at either data entry or some other administrative task. Is he attempting to show off, or does he just like to micromanage everyone? Carmen asked of no one in particular. "I think it could be both," Dozer answered. "I think he's an asshole," Diaz said. "An organized asshole, but still an asshole." Dozer looked at him and grinned. "How did you get to be so smart?" Diaz grunted. "It was either learn something or get dick-slapped 50 times a day." A blush spread up Carmen's neck and face. "If you two make me laugh, you're both fired," Carmen said under her breath. "Well now, how can you expect a man to resist a challenge like that?" Diaz asked. Dozer elbowed him. "Shut up, old man. I actually like working with you." "Aw, you like me," Diaz said with way too much glee in his voice. "Too bad you're not my type." "I work with men masquerading as 10-year-olds, Carmen muttered. "But handsome 10-year-olds, Diaz said. Dozer laughed. Raleigh strode up to them with FBI agent Kettner only a step behind. "What's so damn funny that you can laugh while all of this," he gestured with one hand at the doorway, "is going on?" Did the man have to sound paranoid all the time? Dozer opened his mouth to tell him he was an ass, but Carmen spoke before he could. "Laughter decreases stress, anxiety, and blood pressure," she said, keeping her tone and body language calm. "It boosts creativity, memory, and intelligence. When people share a joke, laughter creates an emotional bond between them. It helps teamwork more productively together. Laughter is one of the most powerful coping mechanisms we have for dealing with difficult or dangerous situations. I would think, she said with a surprisingly hard edge to her voice, you would be more likely to promote an activity with so many benefits. I laugh, Raleigh said, his lips twisting like he had a mouthful of lemons. Kettner watched them talk, his gaze moving from person to person, glee all but oozing out of him. Creep. Not with us, Agent Raleigh, not with us. Carmen tilted her head to one side. I wonder why that is. Give me a report, please, on everything you've done since arrival. Raleigh's eyes flared hot, and for one awful moment, Dozer was pretty sure if the man weren't wearing a mask, they'd see his nose and mouth pulled back in disgust. I thought we worked things out, Dozer said to the agent. Has something changed? Raleigh stared at him with fury incandescent on his face for another couple of seconds before he got himself under control. Agent Kettner brought some FBI intel. There have been threats made against nearly every international airport in the country. Oh? Dozer said. Any idea where these threats are coming from? Burner phones and bouncing IP addresses, the agent in question replied. We haven't been able to nail the origin yet, but we're continuing to work on it. He paused, then asked, Why aren't you using any antiviral medications? Because they don't typically work for measles. He opened his mouth, but Carmen kept talking. I know there are a couple of showing promise in early lab testing, but we have no way of knowing how they would perform in humans. I'd say now is a good time to find out. When it might make things worse instead of better. I have an expert source who thinks differently. Who's the source? My girlfriend, Sarah. She's a virologist. Working where? One of the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world. He said it like it was a revelation, like he had all the answers. That just happens to have antiviral medications in medical trials? Carmen shook her head. I wish I could try it, but administering an untried drug to already sick people could result in a lot of unnecessary deaths. I swore an oath to do no harm. A cure is no good if it kills the patient before the disease. He looked like he was going to argue some more, but Raleigh spoke first. The bomb squad told me about the bomb and the bomber. Sounds like the FAFO's making a serious play, Diaz said, ignoring Kettner's stiff posture. Don't say that out loud, Raleigh said in a low tone. A number of reporters have been trying to get a statement out of me since I got here. He turned to Carmen. You're going to have to give one just to keep them from getting in our way, but telling them about the FAFO. She cut him off with a raised hand. I'm only authorized to provide information on the disease, and I need all the latest data first. Raleigh nodded briskly, looking a little happier. This way, ma'am. He led her past Kettner and over to a computer station. The FBI agent looked around the tent as if cataloging its contents, then brushed past on his way out. Dozer stayed where he was and took a good look around the space, trying to figure out what Kettner might have seen. Everything looked picture-perfect. Maybe he should invite Raleigh over to clean his apartment. Did you know Kettner was in the Navy before he went into the FBI? Diaz said, moving to stand next to Dozer. No. Dozer studied the old man's masked face. A former SEAL? Nope, washed out of Bud's training. Dozer grunted. Not a surprise. I was surprised to find out Agent Raleigh isn't a military veteran. Oh? He's got a degree in psychology and a master's degree in business from Yale. He was recruited by Homeland Security right out of university. Dozer knew all that, but why Diaz felt the need to investigate was interesting. So? Diaz scanned the tent. Look around. Not a speck of dirt anywhere, everything in its place and everyone where they're supposed to be, doing what they're supposed to do. If I didn't know better, I'd say he'd been a career warrant officer. Dozer shrugged. So he's neat. What's wrong with that? Discipline like this comes from somewhere. Maybe his parents were veterans. Maybe he's the oldest kid out of 5. Maybe keeping things neat is how he copes with chaos. Diaz shook his head. Or maybe I'm just a paranoid old grouch. He looked around. I'm going to find out who's here, get an unofficial report. Outstanding, Dozer said. You know where you can find me. He walked over to where Carmen was looking at the computer while Raleigh spoke. Have another 50 beds set up in about 2 hours and 2 satellite tents. I've requested more National Guard medical people to help. That wasn't your call to make, Carmen said. His protest was immediate and loud. You weren't here. I have my phone with me at all times. All you had to do was call. You were busy and we need the help. I wouldn't have made that decision, Dozer said, entering the conversation. And I've been working with the CDC for 8 months. You've only been on the job a day. It was, however, the correct decision, Carmen said. So you get a pass on this one, but don't make that kind of decision again without talking to me first. Raleigh nodded and managed to keep his mouth shut. Carmen's cell phone went off. So did Raleigh's and Dozer's. It was Dozer's alert ping. They all looked at their phones. A text from the head of the CDC. Turn on the news. His face grim, Raleigh attacked the computer keyboard, bringing up one of the 24-hour news feeds. A reporter wearing a surgical mask stood in front of a tall fence. In the distance behind him was a lot of pavement with large, well-lit buildings some distance away. And lots of airplanes. Since the bombing of the Orlando International Airport a few hours ago, an anonymous account posted the following message to several social media sites. To free the United States from the influence of the 1%, Free America from Oppression has delivered disease and disaster to theme parks, hospitals, and airports. Authorities have cordoned off all entrances to the airport. No one is allowed in or out. 3 airport staff members died in the explosion that also killed the person driving a car full of explosives. According to the latest numbers, the death toll at the hospital bombing stands at 47, with 204 injured. Those numbers are expected to rise as rescuers comb through the wreckage. The outbreak has killed 56 and sickened more than 300 people. Experts believe these numbers will rise exponentially due to the extreme contagiousness of what they believe is a new kind of measles. The reporter paused, leaned forward, and said directly into the camera, "The best way to stay safe is to stay home. This is Roger." How did they get that information? Carmen demanded of no one in particular. Raleigh hit the mute button. "Is it true?" "We don't know yet. We're waiting for results." She glared at the screen. Who are these experts the news is quoting? Before he could say anything, everyone's phones pinged. Dozer checked his along with Carmen and Raleigh. If the FAFO has publicity as one of their goals, they got it. No shit. Carmen's phone rang. She answered it and straightened up almost immediately. "Yes, sir." "I'm aware, sir." "I will, sir, thank you." She hung up and looked at all 3 men. "That was the Surgeon General of the United States. He's ordered me to bring the outbreak under control." "He's aware viruses aren't known for following orders, right?" Dozer asked, keeping his tone dry. She looked at him, and the roll of her eyes told him she thought he was funny. Then she glanced at Raleigh. "Looks like we're going to get even more National Guard units. Prepare for incoming EMS." "Not by plane," Diaz said, still staring at the muted screen. "No, help is coming in by road. National Guard mobile health care centers." She stared off into space for a few moments, then met Raleigh's gaze. "I want you to coordinate the incoming units. They're going to need space to set up and possibly access to utilities. Hospital staff need to be notified, and all our communications will need to be integrated. Until that's done, things are going to be confusing, so see if you can find a half-dozen people who can act as runners." "Why would we need runners?" Raleigh asked, holding up his phone. "Isn't this our primary form of communication?" "Yes, but until we're all on the same wavelength, we may need to pass messages the old-fashioned way." She let out a breath. "Plus, I'm cautious. I don't like relying on just one way to communicate. I want a plan B. Can you handle all that?" For a moment, Raleigh didn't move, didn't react. Then the import of what she just said, the amount of responsibility she'd just given him, sunk in. He stood up a little straighter, all the anger and hostility draining from his eyes and body. "Yes, ma'am." "Good, do it." He hurried away, calling to a couple of people in National Guard uniforms to come with him as he left the tent. "If you can't beat 'em, recruit 'em?" Dozer asked. "Best way I know of to manage a micromanager is to give them a job with lots of moving parts." "What do you want me to do?" Diaz asked. "Stay with us," Carmen replied. "You're my personal runner." He grunted. "Well, that's a new one to add to my resume." She looked at Dozer. "Is there a way to find out who those experts the media quoted are?" "The media doesn't have to share that information, especially if they think the source will get into trouble," Dozer said. "But I'll ask a few questions just the same. Maybe it'll help us figure out how information is getting to the wrong people." "I'll keep my ears open as well," Diaz added. "Please do," she told them both. "I've got to check in with my teams before I do anything else. We'll need to create rotating work schedules based on a fluid workforce." She gave them a grim smile. This is the hardest part of trying to contain an outbreak, isolating and caring for patients while praying the infection rate declines. She looked around the tent. Familiarize yourself with everything, introduce yourselves to anyone you don't know, and prepare to work long hours. How long could we be here? Dozer asked. I don't know, Carmen said, sounding tired already. If we were dealing with an easier-to-contain disease, I might say days to weeks, but if this is measles, a virus that once it's gotten a foothold in an area is difficult to wipe out, we could be here for a long time. Dozer winced. Shit. The theme parks are going to act like large-scale incubators. Children are the most susceptible, Carmen said, making the faithful all the more despicable. Chapter 16. Tuesday, April 1st, 4:30 a.m. Carmen would love to get her hands around the neck of one of the people who started the outbreak. Oops, I accidentally strangled someone, but they were guilty of mass murder, so that's okay, right? She almost snorted out loud. Dozer might let her get away with that, but Raleigh would happily handcuff her and throw her into lockup. They certainly have something against the CDC, Diaz said. I wonder if anyone has checked into any other threats made against the organization. Homeland routinely investigates any hate mail or threats made against the CDC, especially in the last year. Maybe they need to look again, the old man said. When I have 5 minutes, I'm going to see what I can see and stick my nose where it doesn't belong. Don't get it shot off, Dozer said. Diaz grinned at him and walked away. John nodded at her. Would you like a bottle of water or something to eat? You're not my personal valet, she told him. Go and do your own looking around. He didn't even shift his weight. I'll wait until Diaz gets back. I'll be fine in here. They've already bombed a hospital and the airport. I'm not taking any chances with your safety. You are the only reason I'm here. His face was set. She'd seen him look like that, usually when he'd taken a stand and refused to budge. Stubborn man. Fine, just don't get in my way. The corners of his eyes gained crinkles, and he took a deliberate step back. It was an invitation to play, one she wished she could accept, but she could hoard the surge of happy bubbles in her blood, save them to balance out the horror she was sure to come. She sat down at a computer and began calling up the latest lab results and information on the outbreak. The infection was spreading fast now, or rather more and more people were reporting to hospitals with symptoms. Most had high fevers with the atypical rash she'd seen on several of the patients. Touching surfaces, coughing or sneezing would be all it took to pass the virus around. Airports were an even worse environment. The FAFO might have done everyone a favor by shutting Orlando down. Not that she would say that aloud. It was going to get crowded at this hospital. Much too crowded. 7:12 a.m. A bottle of water appeared between her and the computer screen. Carmen blinked, sat back, and looked at the person who'd thrust the bottle in front of her. What? You've been working for 3 hours straight, Dozer said with concern. He only talked that way when things were really bad. You need to take a break, he continued. Drink some water and eat something. There was so much to do, new information coming in all the time, and people looking for that information, advice, and guidance. But he was right. If she ignored her personal needs, she'd lose focus and become a hindrance. Do we have a clean room set up for eating and resting? We did, but the National Guard took it over and are using it as an isolation ward for immunosuppressed patients. There's another room being set up, but it's not ready. I've secured a rest area at the back of this tent. He frowned at her. Come on, don't just sit there. You need to get up and move around, get the old blood pumping. My blood is pumping just fine. In fact, I might need to check my blood pressure periodically. Good idea, Dozer said with a nod. I'm sure someone around here is qualified to do that. He looked behind her and jerked his chin. Diaz was next to her a couple of seconds later. What do you need? Got anyone who can take her blood pressure? Dozer, that was a joke, she shrugged. A small one, but still a joke. Have you eaten yet? Diaz asked her. No, Dozer replied before she could. I'm making her take a break to do that right now. Good, Diaz said, approval smoothing out his normally rough voice. I'll go find someone. She can eat while I'm gone. They did know she was sitting right here between them, right? So the two of you appointed yourselves as my babysitters? Lovely. Actually, Dozer said, his gaze everywhere but on her face. We've been tasked with taking care of you. He hesitated a moment. By the director of the CDC and the Surgeon General. Anger flashed through her, and she opened her mouth to dress both men down. But Dozer's expression, all but wincing and body language tense, as if preparing himself for an argument, stopped her. Diaz had his arms crossed over his chest and his feet spread shoulder-width apart, like a pirate about to order an invasion of an enemy ship. They both expected her to fight them, were prepared for it, but they were right. She did need to stop, eat, and move around. "Is there some food in here?" she asked, getting to her feet. "Somewhere more comfortable to sit with a table?" Dozer led the way. It wasn't very far, 15 feet or so, to a corner of the tent where some packing boxes had been stacked in such a way to provide both seating and table surface. She removed her mask, washed her hands with sanitizer, then cracked open a bottle of water. Thirst made itself known as a scratchy sensation at the back of her throat as she drank it down. That was stupid. She knew better than to let herself become dehydrated. "Do you want sweet and sour chicken or beef stew?" Dozer asked, holding up 2 military meals ready to eat, MREs. "Chicken. It doesn't taste quite as canned as the stew." "You've had both before?" "Yeah, a couple of years ago when I was coordinating things for the latest Ebola outbreak." She opened the sealed package of food. It was the safest thing to eat. Anything else ran the risk of being contaminated. John sat down on a box across from her. "It's a wonder you aren't more paranoid than Raleigh." "Be nice," she said quietly between bites. He shook his head. "I don't get the guy. He's surly, suspicious, and hostile with everyone. It's like he thinks he's in enemy territory all the time. He does run hot and cold." She realized John was more than a little worried. "Why don't you try talking to him, or see if you have any friends in common?" His eyes brightened. "That's an excellent idea." He pulled out his phone and began typing in a message. Her food finally hot, Carmen took a bite and had to make herself swallow it. Even with sauce, the sweet and sour chicken wasn't all that good. John put his phone away and sat watching the doorway. "Expecting someone?" she asked. "Yeah, the National Guard was pretty much set up when I interrupted you. We should see someone from their command soon." He kept staring at the entrance, his hands grasping his knees. If he was trying to look calm, he wasn't succeeding. "John, what's wrong?" "I keep hearing your explanation of how contagious this virus is in my head. We've been operating under the assumption of measles, but we could be wrong. It could be something new, which would be worse." John's face paled. "Fuck." Her phone buzzed. A message from the lab. "Preliminary results from Henry." She read the results once, twice, 3 times, hoping the words would change, but they didn't. She'd been expecting this news, but it still chilled her worse than any winter storm. She glanced at John. "No more guessing. It's measles." He stared at her. "Shit, what do we do?" "I need to make an announcement. Please gather team leaders, Raleigh, hospital staff, National Guard officers, and anyone in a leadership position and bring them to a secure area outside this tent. I want to talk to everyone at once." "You got it." John stood. "Finish your food and drink all the water. Don't move from this spot until I get back." She shook her head at his retreating back. Why did the man still think he could give her orders? When would he trust her to look after herself? Her phone pinged and she opened a more detailed report from Henry. Good. She'd be able to answer at least some of the questions asked. "We've got everyone who can be spared ready for you," John said as she scrolled through Henry's report for the second time on her tablet. She'd put a new mask on as well as gloves and her safety glasses and was just waiting for him to come back. With a nod, she got to her feet, following him out of the tent and around behind it. The area wasn't covered by canvas, but it was out of sight of the public. She got straight to the point, telling them the virus was indeed measles, but that it was a variant strain. The lab was still working to identify the pathogen's specific genetic markers, determine its origin, and suggest possible treatments. All they knew for certain was that it was just as contagious as the normal strains. They didn't yet know if this bug was deadlier or not. "Treat this virus as you would any other highly contagious and dangerous disease. We must make every effort to keep it contained." A hand rose from the middle of the pack of her audience. "Does the standard vaccine cover this variant?" "Unknown. That's a question I've asked the lab to focus on. As soon as I know, you'll know." She wished she could have given them good news rather than bad. Raleigh came over to her. "Can you give the press a statement?" "I'll have to confirm with the CDC director, but yes, we should do that. It's in the public's interest to know." The director agreed with a brief statement but stopped short of ordering a shelter in place. Instead, after making the measles announcement, she recommended people stay home or at least away from areas where lots of people gathered. If they did have to go out, they should wear surgical masks to help prevent the spread of the disease. That said, social isolation was the best preventative. She took no questions but did promise to keep the public updated. John was quiet as they returned to the command tent. Finally, just before they entered, he spoke. "What did you leave out?" "How do you know I left anything out?" she asked, just as quietly. "I've been working with you for months. I've gotten to know how you talk and the patterns in your speech. You left out something important." "How many people suspect I didn't tell them everything? Are we going to lose control of the public?" He cut her off. "No. Only someone who spent significant time with you would have picked up on it. I didn't see any suspicion on any other faces." "They'd see it on yours." He shrugged. "Yeah, but I'm supposed to be suspicious of everyone and everything. Quit avoiding my question." She rolled her eyes, then took in a deep breath and said, "Henry is 99% sure the virus is man-made." John rocked back on his feet like she'd punched him in the face. "Oh, shit. It brings up a number of uncomfortable questions. How did it get out? What was this virus designed to do? Does the current vaccine protect us against this particular measles virus? Can we produce a new vaccine in time for it to do any good?" All of those questions lead to dangerous answers. Nothing about this outbreak is good news, only degrees of bad. John shook his head. "One of these days, if we're not really lucky, we're going to create a plague that will kill us. Most people would argue we already have. It's just a matter of opening Pandora's box. And some dumb fuck is going to open the damn box because there's always someone who can't leave it alone. Greed is one of the deadliest sins for a reason. You ever think we deserve to be wiped out?" he asked, his tone serious. "Maybe we should just let the idiots kill us all and save the planet?" She blinked, surprised. "What turned you into such a cynic?" He stayed absolutely still for about 3 seconds, then said, "About an hour ago, I saw a man try to bribe one of the security guards into giving him a shot of whatever miracle drug we'd given ourselves. He waved a brick of cash at the guard. What happened? The guard told him there was no miracle drug and to get lost before someone mugged him for his stack." He swallowed like he'd tasted something disgusting. "There are little kids have comatose on gurneys all over the place, and that asshole thought he could just buy his way to a cure. There are always going to be both good men and evil, the stupid and the smart. Some of those people are willfully horrible human beings. It's our nature. It isn't rational, nor is it fair, but that's the reality we live in." He didn't say anything for another long while. "Are we going to beat this thing?" If she wanted to stay unencumbered, keeping him at arm's length, she would give him the same answer she'd give to anyone else. Toe the party line, instill confidence in her team and the CDC in general. Instead, she gave him the truth. "I don't know." He met her gaze and asked the silent question. "Measles is one of the few diseases that has such a high rate of transmission that I don't know if we'll beat a more deadly form of it in time. The first measles vaccine became available in 1963. Measles was declared eliminated from the United States in 2000. It took almost 40 years for us to eradicate it, but only because of high rates of vaccination in the general public. If this outbreak spreads, we might have to start all over, but we could be dealing with a more deadly version of the original. We'd also have to combat the anti-vaccination movement. Without the historically high rates of vaccine compliance, I don't think we could stop it." How deadly was measles before the vaccine? 3 to 4 million of people a year came down with it. 48,000 a year were hospitalized. Out of those, about 4,000 suffered from brain swelling leading to blindness and other permanent disabilities. 400 to 500 a year died. Relatively low numbers for such a highly contagious disease, but if this strain is proved to sicken and kill at higher rates, we're all going to die. Well, not all of us. She returned to her workspace in time for her phone to ping. She checked it. "Incoming," she said. John's eyes wrinkled in the corners with laugh lines. "You're spending too much time with DS. He's not the only Army veteran I spend time with." She tried to make it sound a little sour, but John's laugh lines only got deeper. "So I'm a bad influence, too? Excellent." The laugh lines smoothed out. "Who's incoming?" "A couple of my team leads and some folks from the Guard." The expressions on the half-dozen people who entered told her she wasn't going to like their reports. The number of presumed infected was rising at a precipitous pace. They filled every bed in the hospital and one large tent with the sick. 2 more tents were now erected by the National Guard with enough space for another 500 people. 12:48 p.m. John made Carmen stop to eat twice more before he started bugging her about getting some sleep. Issues kept cropping up that needed her attention or decisions to be made. Exhaustion weighed her down, made her muscles ache, and scattered her focus. Despite that, she couldn't sit still for long. She was too wound up, too anxious, her mind trying to solve a puzzle without all the pieces. "Carmen," Dozer said, his eyes sunken and black with fatigue. "Enough. We need to sleep. Nothing is stopping you from resting." "Where you go, I go," he said. "Come on, you're falling asleep on your feet." "I'm sitting down." "You were pacing not 3 minutes ago." He waved at someone behind her, and DS walked over. "I just woke up from 5 hours of blissful sleep," the older man said. "I can cover for you here." "I'm fine," she said in a protesting tone. "You're impaired with lack of sleep," DS said. "Grab one of the cots at the back of the tent and rest." He looked at Dozer. "You too." John put a hand under her elbow. "Come on, let's get some rest." She got up reluctantly. "If I'm needed, wake me." It was an order. DS met her gaze and came to attention. "Yes, ma'am." She let John guide her to the back of the tent near the area where they ate. Several cots were laid out in a row. All had occupants. Where were they supposed to sleep? She looked at him. He grabbed her hand and tugged, bringing her around the stack of MREs and other supplies. There, boxed in on 3 sides, was a small space just large enough for a cot and room for a person to get in and out of. 1 cot. John needed sleep as much as she did. More, he was still recovering from injuries. "You take," she began. "We'll sleep together." An image of what that would look like in such tight quarters flashed through her mind. The 2 of them tangled together. She'd wake with him curled around her, warm and protective, like he was a greedy dragon guarding his hoard. "Don't be ridiculous. You take the cot. Rest is important for healing." His eyes hardened. "Get on the damn cot." "You're not the boss of me." "I know." His tone softened. "But let me take care of you, please." Although he might sound like he was asking, he wasn't going to back down. His gaze and posture were rigid with not an ounce of give to him. Lacking the strength to argue with him, he took off her shoes and got onto the cot. He got on behind her, pulling the blanket over both of them. He slid one arm under her head. The other went around her waist. For a minute or two, she lay rigid before her legs began shifting restlessly. "Carmen, stop thinking so hard," he mumbled sleepily. "I can't just shut it off. I wish I could, but there's so much to do, so many people sick. My brain is going in circles trying to find answers and solutions to 1,000 problems at once." He pulled her into his body tighter, and there was no way she could miss the hard bar of his erection snuggled up to her ass. "That," she said dryly, "isn't going to help me sleep." "No?" he asked, the arm around her waist moving up to cup one breast. It was so unexpected she gasped. "What?" She lowered her voice so it wouldn't carry beyond the cot. "Stop that. We're in a public place." He pinched her nipple and rolled it between his fingers. "If we're quiet, no one is going to know we're doing anything." She tried to control her breathing, keep it normal, but his hand kept up its sensual torment of her breast until she began rocking her hips back, seeking more contact with his cock. Tiredness faded behind the rising tide of pleasure. It was champagne in her blood and muscles. He shifted the arm she was lying on so he could torment her other breast, then sent the arm around her waist to the edge of the elastic-waisted scrub pants she wore. His hand slid down into her panties, his fingers seeking out her hot, wet flesh. She shivered as he petted her and rocked back against him harder, as if demanding he pull her pants down so he could enter her from behind. She wanted it so much, and she didn't care if the whole tent heard them. "Shh," he whispered in her ear, then nipped it. "I'm not going to fuck you here." Oh, God, his voice was so quiet and rough it sent shivers through her. "But I am going to make you come, hard, all over my hand." His finger stopped petting her and parted her slick folds. His index finger brushed her clitoris, making her jerk. He rotated his hand so his middle finger could enter her body, slowly, so slowly, while his thumb brushed over her clit. The pleasure grew and grew, ramping up higher and higher, until he did something with his finger inside her that hit a spot that had her balanced on the edge of a precipice. Her breath caught. He pinched her clit and the pleasure crested, waves of it pulsing through her, pulling her under into a soft blackness. 1:12 p.m. Dozer listened as Carmen's breathing deepened and evened out. He pulled his hands away from her, making sure her clothing was where it should be, then studied her. She'd crashed hard, right after flying apart in his arms. Fuck, his cock was throbbing, but he could wait until they were somewhere safe and alone, where no one would bother them for a day or 2 or 7. He wanted to sink into her and not have to leave until he'd sated himself with her taste, until he gave her so many orgasms she'd never even think of walking away from him again. She fit in his arms just right. It threw him back in time to the first night he'd made love with her. She'd slept like this then, safe and sound. It was an illusion, that safety, but it was one he'd hang on to as long as he could. They were fighting an enemy no one could see, hear, smell, taste, or feel. An enemy that was likely all around them. He closed his eyes and let himself fall into the watchful sleep he'd learned to slip into at will when he'd been in the army. No one was going to touch her without him knowing about it. Chapter 17. 5:17 p.m. Why was it so hot? Carmen rolled over, or tried to, but there was an arm over her waist and a body behind her back, preventing her from moving. Her memories came back in a rush, the very naughty things John had done to her, jolting her completely awake. Holy shit. She'd orgasmed so hard she'd passed out. Her face heated, and she'd tried to look over her shoulder so she could see him, but the angle made it impossible. "John," she whispered, using her elbow to nudge him. No response. Really? She elbowed him harder. His body rocked back slightly, allowing enough air between them for her to realize her clothes were wet. Wet? How could... Oh no. Carmen fought her way out of John's embrace and rolled off the cot to land awkwardly on her feet. She pushed herself upright, pulled the blanket away, and took in John's soaked clothing. A touch to his forehead confirmed her fears. He was burning up, and he'd been hot enough for long enough to sweat through his clothes, one of the earliest symptoms of measles. Did he have the rash? She attacked his shirt, nearly ripping the buttons loose as she pulled it open. A throat cleared behind her. "Maybe you should wait until you get a room to tear his clothes off." Carmen looked over her shoulder at DS. Why was he talking and not helping her? "He's got a high fever. I'm trying to see if he has the rash, not have my way with him while he's sleeping." "Shit," the older man said as he strode over, but he couldn't get closer than the foot of the cot, thanks to the tight quarters. He pulled the cot out of the space, then helped her open John's shirt and lifted his arm so she could inspect the skin underneath. A mottled rash had begun to form. It was still faint, but it was there. "How deep in shit are we?" Diaz asked as he lowered John's arm. "Up to our eyeballs," Carmen replied. "His recent wounds will have had a negative impact on his immune system. The infection could overwhelm him." She told John this was a bad idea. She'd warned him that they were taking a risk in letting him come with her to ground zero of an outbreak. Now he was sick, very sick, and it was her fault. He'd been sleeping behind her, breathing into her hair. She was probably infected too. The whole tent would have to be disinfected if it were to continue to be used as a clean working area. "We need to move him out of here." Damn it, he couldn't die now when they were finally working through their past. Diaz hurried off while Carmen located her stethoscope and listened to John's chest. His lungs were clear. For now. Diaz came back with clean masks for her and John. "I'll be back with someone who can help me move him." She nodded. It was time to face a few unpleasant facts. The masks weren't offering the protection she'd been counting on. That meant 90% of healthcare workers currently working were going to get sick, probably within 24 hours of one another, and hospitals were the last place people should be congregating, so it was time to issue shelter-in-place or quarantine orders to the public. Carmen listened to John's heart beating for a lot longer than she needed to. She just wanted some time with him. Heat came off him in waves. She didn't need the actual number to know he was in trouble. Footsteps became audible behind her. DS, River, and Raleigh. "How is he?" Raleigh asked. He has a fever, but his lungs are clear." Raleigh cleared his throat. "I'm sorry." He looked like he meant it. "He's a tough bastard," Diaz said. "I'm going to tell him you said that," River told him. "Who do you think you are, my nosy little brother?" Obviously, they were trying to make her feel better with all this banter. It hit her with a sucker punch to her gut. John was a victim now, another casualty of the outbreak. She'd always been good at putting the victims of any disease or disaster at a healthy mental distance, but she couldn't do that with John. He wasn't a number. He wasn't a faceless victim. She wasn't going to let him die. He'd saved her once. It was time she repaid the favor. "We've got a cot for him near the entrance of the tent next door," Diaz said. "You'll be able to check on him whenever you want without having to walk too far." He was talking to her like she was the emotionally fragile relative of a dying man. He was not dying. "Thank you," she said smoothly. There was no way she could allow anyone to see how scared she was. "Be careful with him." They moved around her, picked up his cot at the ends, and walked out with it. For the next several hours, she split her time between the command tent and the rapidly filling overflow tent ward, where John alternately soaked his clothing in blankets or huddled under them, racked by cold chills. The number of sick continued to rise, with more and more Florida hospitals reporting cases of the variant measles. "Got any ideas?" John asked, lucid thanks to a break in his fever. She dumped as much ice as could be spared on him in the hopes it would bring his fever down. It had worked, but as the ice melted, his body temperature began to rise again. "Any experiment you want to conduct? I'm open to anything as long as it doesn't involve a three-way with DS." He was either trying to be funny or his fever was coming back fast, and it was affecting his thinking. She decided it was funny and chose to be funny in return. "Experiments?" she asked, injecting a little fake outrage into her voice. "Who do you think I am, Dr. Frankenstein?" The silly expression on his face faded. "I'm serious. Got anything you want to try? Even if it's dangerous, I'm game." "Why would you want to do that?" "First," he raised his head a little and looked around. "This tent is full of people, a lot of them kids. To pull a rabbit out of this hat will take some out-of-the-box thinking." "So I'm supposed to just pull some chemical out of my ass and give it to you?" "Well," he gave her the same little boy smile she'd fallen in love with years ago. "Maybe not out of your ass." "That isn't funny. This," she said, gesturing at the room, "isn't funny. I won't risk your life." It took work to keep her voice low enough so none of the people around them could overhear and panic. He rolled his eyes, and in that moment she wanted to smack him. "Second, I don't want to die," he said with a calm that was out of place as the humor. "I finally got you talking to me." He grinned. He was feverish. No sane man would try this bullshit if he wasn't deathly ill. He probably wouldn't remember this conversation at all. "You lied to me. You took my trust and tore it apart, and you think there's still a chance for you and me?" Her voice rose as she finished the question. His smile got wider. "You wouldn't be so mad if you didn't care." He was right, damn it. She did care. She cared about him more than she cared about anyone or anything else. But once he was back on his feet, he'd never let her out of his sight. Never trust her to make the right decisions about her safety. And he'd use this horrible situation as the justification. He thought he had everyone all figured out. Once he did, he'd stick you into a labeled box and never let you out. He assumed he knew what you needed, and he provided it despite any arguments to the contrary. He had her in a box labeled helpless female. That probably wasn't the only label on her box, but it was the biggest one. Well, thanks to him, she'd learned how to take care of herself. Other people, too. She leaned down, putting her masked face next to his right ear. "Yes, I care," she said in an even tone. "I will not risk your life on a slim chance. I'll talk to my team and ask for ideas. I'll talk to my boss's boss's boss to see if there are any drugs in the midst of the FDA approval process that might help. They've been known to grant special permission to use unapproved drugs in extraordinary circumstances. That is all I will allow." He blinked at her. "Wow, you're fucking gorgeous when you're angry." She closed her eyes and shook her head. Nope, he wasn't going to remember any of this. He made a strange noise. She opened her eyes to see him visibly shaking. "Cold?" "Freezing." The ice had melted. His fever was back. She pulled his blanket up to his neck and stayed with him until he slept. Diaz offered to watch over John and several of the people around him so Carmen could get an update on the situation. Nothing had changed. It looked like the entire state of Florida was coming down with the measles. Airports in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, and Tampa had all been shut down. Hospitals were swamped with the sick, and the National Guard was sending units to help all over the state. The state had also issued an outbreak alert and asked people to remain at home if at all possible. The Surgeon General of the United States was watching the outbreak closely. People were dying. Carmen talked with her teams, asked them for ideas on treatment and prevention, but everyone was already doing everything they could think of. Ice baths were helping some, but not for long enough. All approved antiviral medications were being used, but to no noticeable effect. Wednesday, April 2nd, 8:10 a.m. I feel like it's the early 60s before the first measles vaccine became available, she said to Henry during a video call with him. She'd hoped he'd have some news or information to report, but he didn't. Records say 48,000 people were hospitalized a year before the first vaccine went into use, Henry said. We don't have the capacity to handle an influx of that many sick. Nobody does, she replied, and yet here we are. She cleared her throat. John Dozer has the measles, she said. High fever rash, but clear lungs so far. Shit, Henry said. All we can do is palliative care. Yeah, Henry said, sounding uncertain or distracted. He had his thinking face on. Henry? He shook his head. If you have an idea, I want to hear it. It's stupid and it probably won't make a difference. I don't care what kind of idea it is, we have to try something. He sighed. Let me think it out loud a bit, he said. It's how I work. By all means, she said, hope bubbling in her blood. Antivirals aren't having much of an impact, Henry said. But the normal measles vaccine helps the body create some level of immune protection to other diseases besides measles. Vaccinated populations have fewer deaths due to any disease than unvaccinated populations. More children survive to adulthood, and adults live longer. Okay, where was he going with this? What if we gave people another shot of the standard measles vaccine? He asked. It might boost the body's immune response to the new virus. It's readily available, she said slowly. Cheap and familiar. Do we just start giving it to people? He asked. Across the board? We need to have a control group, give them a booster shot, then observe the results. Do you need approval to do it? I can't just try it without a whole lot of people being on board with it, but it's the only idea I've heard that hasn't already been tried. Carmen would have hugged the grumpy veteran soldier if they'd been in the same room. Keep working. I really want to know what makes this virus tick. What makes it so much deadlier than the standard virus? Will do, ma'am. He paused, then said, Stay frosty. As if I could do anything else with DS here. Henry nodded and ended the call. She had more calls to make, but for the first time since John was blown up, she felt hope again, real, tangible hope. She started with the CDC director who could give her approval to try another measles booster and inform other healthcare leaders of this potential response. She was surprised to receive a rousing endorsement. The relieved grin on his face made her uneasy. It might not make a difference. I'm aware, Dr. Rodriguez, he said, smiling, but if it works, it's much simpler than the one that's currently on my desk. What response? A new antiviral from Curatudo. They say it will boost the body's ability to fight off any virus. At what cost? $1,000 a patient. Oh, is that all? She asked. What about the people who can't pay or are military? The government doesn't have enough money to even consider buying it. If enough people die, no one will care what it costs, he said. Test your theory. Pick a group of people, give them the booster, and pray it works. How long have I got? 4 days. 4 days. For a moment she couldn't breathe, but his jaw-tight and bleak gaze told her she might not have even that long. Yes, sir. We're going to need a lot of doses of the vaccine. I'll get it to you as soon as possible. Carmen called in everyone who could operate a syringe to tell them what to do. A few looked skeptical. I'd like to vaccinate all of the sick in this tent, she said. This has to be done rapidly but correctly. If it works, it could be the answer we're looking for, a way to beat this virus. That perked everyone up. Within 2 hours, several cases of the vaccine had arrived, and her teams worked quickly to administer it to every sick patient in the tent. Carmen gave the booster to John herself. As she settled in to wait, the disease spread north past Florida's border into Georgia and Alabama. It wouldn't be long before hospitals in Louisiana reported suspect cases. People were demanding the government provide medicine to combat the measles, but there wasn't one. 24 hours after the booster, John's condition hadn't changed. His fever rose and fell in waves. Twice it got so high he was hallucinating. Once he wouldn't stop yelling her name until she lay down with him on his cot. He clutched at her, begging her to stay, promising he'd keep her safe. The raw worry in his voice broke something inside her, and she'd whispered reassurances and held him for over an hour, until he fell into a restless sleep. Still, the numbers of infected rose steadily higher and higher. 5,000 turned into 8 over the course of the next 12 hours. When the death toll hit 200, Carmen managed to keep her shit together long enough to get to her feet and walk to the nearest portable toilet. She closed the lid, sat, and released the hold she had had on her emotions. Her body shook with the force of her silent sobs, and her throat closed up so tight it took several seconds of frantic struggling to suck in any air. No matter where this virus had come from, it acted faster and was clearly more deadly than the disease they were familiar with. A lot of people were going to die before this was over. John wasn't getting any better. She'd been so angry with him for so long she'd squandered the second chance she'd been given. They'd been given. The fever had burned so many calories he looked like he'd lost weight. She'd been an idiot, a selfish, bitter bitch. That was going to end. If they survived this, she wasn't going to push him away any longer. She was going to grab hold of him with both hands and never let go. Decision made, she grabbed a few hours of rest in the only place available, under a table near the stacks of MREs. Friday, April 4th, 2:10 p.m. It felt like only minutes had passed before someone called her name, pulling her out of a sleep so deep she hadn't even dreamed. "What?" she asked, as exhausted as when she laid down. DS was on his knees next to her. Odd. He was smiling hard enough to put crinkles in the corners of his eyes. She couldn't see the rest of his face because of his mask, but she was certain of the grin. "Dozer's fever broke about an hour ago. He's been up and used the bathroom and has had some food. He's been bugging the shit out of me to let him see you, but until he's no longer contagious, we're not letting him out of the tent." "You did the right thing." She crawled out from under the table and looked around. Roughly the same people doing the same work as when she crashed. Her eyes stung from the grit and her skin itched for a shower. Her hair was probably sticking out in all directions. "We set up another basic wash station," Diaz said, pointing outside the command tent. "No one has taken their masks off unless they're in a safe area, but it's good to wash what you can." Hot water waited in a large insulated container. She filled a basin, then vigorously rubbed a wet towel over her eyes and hair. "Thank you," she said to him when she was finished. "Walk with me." He fell in beside her and began updating her on the current numbers of suspected cases, confirmed cases, and deaths. They had plateaued slightly. "How long did I sleep?" "About 4 hours. Not nearly enough, but if John's condition had improved as much as DS said, it was worth losing some sleep to investigate. The fact that she was shaking with the need to see him, touch him, had nothing to do with it. The tent now had wall-to-wall occupied cots. His back to the entrance, John was standing near his cot, talking with someone. River, if she wasn't mistaken. He was standing. He turned, saw her, said something brief to River, then headed toward her with a single-minded focus she should have found disconcerting. Relief washed over her, light and fresh. As he reached her, he didn't slow down, just gathered her up until she was as close to him as she could get with clothing on. He was shaking. So was she. "John?" she asked after a few long seconds. "How do you feel?" "Like shit." His voice was raspy. "I thought I was gonna die." Her stomach clenched. She didn't want to think about that, not even for a second. "You're too stubborn to die of a pesky disease," she said, her voice oddly rough. "You've been hanging out with DS for too long," John said, laughter in his tone. "That's exactly what he said to me." The laughter broke the emotional dam inside her, and she started to cry. Hey, he said, rubbing her back. "You got this." He pulled away to look her in the face, and she wished she wasn't wearing a mask so she could kiss him. "You scared me," she sniffed. "Don't do that again." "You saved my life. You can do fucking anything." If only. I was so scared. Me too, but I'm okay now. He wasn't, not yet anyway, but he was on the road to recovery. That vaccine booster you gave me worked. Lots of other people are improving too. He smiled at her with more energy than she had. You deserve a real break and a hot meal. John wasn't the only person who was ambulatory. Other people who'd been bedridden hours before were sitting up, sipping fluids, or even walking around. Not everyone, not even most of them, but... I need to look at the latest reports on everyone we vaccinated. She turned to DS. We can't report anecdotal evidence. We need the numbers, the proof, she said to John. You need to focus on recovery, extra rest and fluids. Yes, ma'am, he said with a slightly fuzzy smile, then rocked a little on his feet. She and DS each grabbed an arm and guided him onto his cot. I'm good, I'm okay, he said. His smile was a little too wide. Get to work, Doc. Save the world. For the first time in days, she felt hope. I'll be back to check in on you soon, she said. I get it, he said. I'll be a good boy and sit on my cot until you give the order I can resume guarding your back. She stared at the smile on his face, and something warm and light filled her heart. He'd made it. He'd made it. Only about half of the vaccinated people had been reassessed in the last few hours. Carmen asked for the rest to be done while she studied the data. As the remaining information came in, she found herself getting more and more excited. 75% of the people who'd been given the vaccine showed an improvement in their condition. 23% showed no change. Only 2% had gotten worse. It was working. The vaccine booster was working. We need blood samples, she told her team. We need to confirm a strong seroconversion in our test group. She dashed to the command tent. As soon as she walked in, people rushed to tell her that in the last 2 hours alone, 49 of the confirmed cases had appeared to improve. Fevers broke, lungs cleared up, and the rash decreased or disappeared entirely. They still had the measles, and every one of them was still contagious, but they were getting better. It was time to start a second test group. Over the next 6 hours, her staff administered the booster shot to every confirmed or suspected case in the hospital, 908 people. After that, she was able to grab another 4 hours of sleep and a genuine hot shower. By the time she was back on duty, John was nearly beside himself with wanting to help her. His blood showed strong evidence of antibodies to measles, and his rash had disappeared. He was still contagious and recovering, however, so instead he kept an eye on social media and the news channels. He sent a constant stream of text messages on everything from the mood in Washington to what the media was saying. Some of the information being touted as accurate medical analysis and advice was flat-out wrong. She'd had to grant more interviews in order to combat misinformation. 2.5 days after John's recovery began, his nose and throat swabs came back as negative for the virus. No longer contagious, he could go back to doing what he'd been doing before, watching her back. He'd lost weight, and due to the severity of his fever, he didn't have the stamina he'd had before. Oh, he never left her alone, kept watch on anyone in the vicinity, but he wasn't in her face all the time. Oddly, she missed his comments and constant interference. She was helping to package up a box of blood samples from her second test group when she realized John was focused on something behind her. DS was walking toward her. Henry's here. He's got news, but he insists on telling you first, alone. A cold chill wiped all traces of fatigue out of her head. I'll be right there. Carmen passed a couple of knots of people and saw a larger group in suits, military uniforms, and CDC gear. Henry stood in the middle of the group, facing Raleigh and the National Guard commander with his arms crossed over his chest. All three of them were giving one another their version of a hard stare. Gentlemen, she said, raising her voice enough to ensure they all heard her. Henry, she said, what do you need? Henry dropped his arms and took a step toward her. Some advice, Dr. Rodriguez? Of course, this way, please. She extended her hand toward the back of the tent, then looked at Raleigh and the commander. Thank you for coming in to give me a report. Give me 5 minutes to speak with Henry and I'll be with you. We'd like to hear his report as well, the commander said. She met his gaze and said, Please wait here. She guided Henry to where the stacks of MRE crates were piled, John a silent shadow behind them, and said, Talk fast. Henry crouched in front of her, almost in her personal space. I've identified the virus. It's a variant, as we suspected. The success with your test group here is a surprise, however. My results indicate too many differences from the standard virus for the vaccine to offer protection. You'd started a second test group. Any results yet? It's too soon, but we know the MMR vaccine often decreases the severity of other diseases in people. Those studies are observational, Henry countered. No one knows for sure why that appears to happen. As long as it happens, you can figure out the why later. She canted her head to one side. Why did you need to come all the way here to tell me this in private? He paused, his gaze freezing into glacial ice. Because the CDC is the source of the variant. The entire planet stopped rotating for a second. What? It was developed in the early 80s, a weaponized version of measles that was never used and stored in our vault. Our vault? That could mean only one thing. They had a traitor in their midst, a person willing to kill thousands of innocent people. The magnitude of the crime closed off her throat for so long she wondered if she'd ever breathe again. Doctor. Henry's tone was both question and concern. She couldn't panic. Too many people were counting on her. She closed her eyes and focused on relaxing. Finally, the block on her airway cleared. Who else knows? The CDC director, DS, River, Smoke, and now you. Henry cleared his throat. I think I might know who did it. She considered the possibilities. Dr. Halverson? Henry nodded. He was pissed when he got fired. There's a big difference between being angry and deciding to commit mass murder. Who else could have done it? We need evidence. Hard evidence, not circumstantial. Yes, ma'am, but let's, for argument's sake, assume it's him. What would he do next? Why Orlando in the first place? She asked. Why not Los Angeles or New York? This would be a better place to test it, Henry said slowly. See how it performs in a relatively small but dense population. So the question should be, where's the real test going to be? If I were a virologist bent on revenge, Carmen said slowly. Washington, D.C.? Why? Henry asked. That's where the Surgeon General's office is, and it was his signature on the termination letter. It's where anyone important who makes decisions is. He's not going to be able to get anywhere near anyone's office, Dozer said, joining the conversation for the first time. Security is airtight. He doesn't have to get close, Henry said. He just has to infect the right people, cleaning staff, security, cops. The virus will take it from there. What was it you wanted my opinion on? Carmen asked Henry. Henry angled his thumb at Raleigh and the National Guard commander. Can those two be trusted? We're going to need Homeland's help in tracking down Dr. Halverson, and the Guard needs to know this isn't going to stay contained to Florida and a few of the southern states. So, yes. Carmen waved at Raleigh and the commander. When the two men arrived, she indicated they should sit down. They both looked ready to tear someone a new one. Please understand, Henry is one of my lead lab techs. He is cautious about who obtains sensitive information because that's his job. He didn't give you a report because until I hear it and determine it's something you need to know, he isn't allowed to give you that information. I'm not a doctor, Henry added. You're going to have a lot of questions I can't answer, but Dr. Rodriguez can. He looked at her. I want to take some samples and talk to some of the care teams before I go back to Atlanta. Henry, speak for, I'm going to tear apart this virus until I figure out how to create a vaccine. Carry on. He nodded at Diaz, then turned and limped out of the tent. Raleigh stared after him. What happened to him? You mean why is he limping? Diaz asked. IED in Afghanistan. Tough bastard. He nearly bled out, but he put tourniquets on both legs before he passed out and was rescued by combat medics. He kept one but lost the other. Chapter 18. Monday, April 7, 11:16 a.m. Dozer watched Carmen explain Henry's findings and their significance and kept his mouth shut. Both Raleigh and the Guard commander reacted to the news that the virus was man-made in America and had been stolen from the CDC vault with equal parts disgust, horror, and anger. Raleigh was the first one to bring up the issue of security. Just how easy is it to get into your vault, Doctor? It's not, she replied. Access is tightly controlled, but no one could have foreseen Dr. Halverson or anyone else with access stealing a viable pathogen from the vault. You said he was fired, the Guard commander said. Why? His random drug screening came back positive for cocaine. The current Surgeon General had just been sworn in, and he has a dim view of drug use. Zero tolerance for it. He personally fired Dr. Halverson. Used him as an example, I think. What kind of security measures do you have? You know what Cheyenne Mountain looks like? Not personally, Raleigh said, but I've seen pictures. Well, it's kind of like that. It's deep underground and built to survive almost any kind of attack other than a nuclear bomb. The entrance isn't just a complicated set of combination locks. You also have to provide fingerprint and retina scans. They're updated on a random schedule. You have proof it was Dr. Halverson? Raleigh asked. No, but he had the means and a possible motive. He's also the only person with access who's been let go in the last 2 years. So he's your number one suspect, but not your only suspect, Raleigh pressed. We don't have any other suspects, she said. Because if it isn't Halverson, someone working for the CDC right now is smuggling lethal pathogens out of the vault and either selling them or giving them away. Shit, Raleigh said, slashing the air with one hand. What should we do about it? Carmen said. We need to bring Dr. Halverson in and ask him some questions, search his house, and find out if he has a new job. The guard commander shifted. We have other news. The first confirmed cases have been reported in several cities outside the South and East Coast in the past few hours. Los Angeles, New York, Houston, Seattle, and San Diego, Raleigh said. The media is calling it a national outbreak, and the number of reporters asking questions has doubled in the last hour. Carmen's expression went from dismayed to determined. Please inform the press. I'll give a statement in 30 minutes. I need to make some calls first. Can I suggest controlling the number of reporters by holding the press conference in a smaller contained area? Dozer asked. Raleigh nodded, pulled out his phone, and walked a few feet away before he made his first call. Carmen called the CDC director first. They discussed the content of the press conference and wording, then their next steps. You're on your way to Los Angeles? She asked, concerned, making eye contact with Dozer. She nodded at whatever her boss had to say. Yes, sir. I'll arrange transport and make our case. Hopefully he'll listen. He's always been reasonable and he respects what we do. She hung up. So? Dozer asked. So we're going to Washington. I have to convince the Surgeon General to issue a nationwide shelter-in-place order. Until then, I can only recommend it at the press conference. Mention how many people are infected and dead, he said, unable to keep the doom out of his voice. That ought to convince some people. The public likes people who shoot from the hip. Trying to make it sound better than it is a form of lying the public expects from politicians. You're a doctor. Deliver the diagnosis and projected outcomes. She gave him a wan smile. Thanks for the pep talk, Coach. You're my star player, he told her, putting his hand over hers. Go get him. She strode over to update the staff on the outbreak statistics. Dozer called an old buddy who was still in the Army and would probably stay in until he retired. Monty, it's Dozer. I need a favor. 25 minutes later, Dozer escorted Carmen to a makeshift stage and podium. Several microphones perched at about the right height for her to speak into them comfortably. The faces of the press, what he could see of them above their surgical masks, looked concerned, anxious, and in some cases angry. Carmen explained the standard vaccine didn't offer direct protection from the virus variant. She explained how contagious it was, how easy it was to become infected, and recommended people stay home and away from public places. "Why aren't you instituting a quarantine order?" one reporter shouted. "The criteria for quarantine have not yet been met," she answered. "If they are met, the order will go out." "What are you doing about the cases in L.A., New York, and other cities?" another reporter asked. "Every hospital that reports a suspected case of measles will receive prompt assistance from the CDC, with additional frontline healthcare staff, nurses, and doctors to start. If the number of cases is beyond the capacity of the hospital, we'll set up temporary triage and care wards like we've done here." "Are you afraid of another bombing by the FAFO?" Dozer zeroed in on the reporter who asked that question, a man dressed in more casual clothing than most. He wore a mask and the standard press credentials hanging on a lanyard around his neck. "I'm afraid of a lot of things. Getting blown up is only one of them." She scanned the group in a quick sweep. "Thank you. That's all for now." She stepped back and hopped down onto the pavement. Dozer put his hand against her back and rushed her out before the reporters shouting questions could catch up with them. Armed National Guard members held the throng back. "Where to?" he asked her. "The tent. The Deputy Director for Infectious Diseases is coming here to take over coordination of our response while you and I go to Washington. The Surgeon General wants a first-hand account from someone who can answer questions. The Director of FEMA will also be there in case his agency is activated in response, which seems likely." She leaned closer and said in a quieter voice, "I need to arrange transportation. I've got it ready and waiting. I called in a favor and got a ride on a military plane. We're on the manifest as 2 pieces of heavy equipment." They were whisked away in a military jeep. A transport plane sat on the tarmac, its engine set on a contained roar, its rear ramp still open and receiving passengers and cargo. The driver dropped them off right in front of the ramp, then left with nothing more than a casual wave. A uniformed soldier wearing a surgical mask looked at his clipboard, then at them. "Dozer 1 and 2? He asked, deadpan. "With our engines idling," Dozer said. "Get inside and into position, then turn your engines off. No exhaust allowed in the cargo area." It was full of heavy equipment, real dozers, caterpillars, backhoes, and several forklifts. Once they'd finished buckling themselves in, Carmen said to him, "So we're just another couple of bulldozers on this flight? You're creative, I'll give you that." She studied him. "You're afraid the FAFO is going to try to kill me, aren't you?" She asked the question like she was asking what he wanted to do this afternoon. "I don't know if it's them or Dr. Halverson or someone else, but someone has attacked the CDC indirectly several times now. I don't think they're going to stop unless someone else makes them stop." Those are some ominous words. We're living in ominous times. His brain went straight back to 9 years ago, like a memory bomb had gone off inside his head. The explosion, the screaming, and the ensuing silence that hurt worse than the blast had. The running, the hiding, and the killing of anyone who got between him and getting Carmen out of there alive and unharmed. It turned out he'd done all the harming. "Never mind." Carmen's voice contained so much regret. Her eyes and skin had lost their color. Her mouth drooped in the corners. She knew what was going through his head. She'd been there. He was an asshole. "One of these days I'll learn to think before I speak." "No," she said immediately. "It was not talking and keeping things to yourself that got you into trouble." She poked his shoulder. "Honest communication can't happen if you're censoring yourself constantly." She paused. "At least with me." They were met outside the plane by a man dressed in a dark suit and tie driving a black SUV. Leon Astor. Dozer made the introductions, then asked him, "What's the mood like?" "Nervous," Astor said. "A lot of people are working from home today." "Good," Carmen said. "The president and his family were moved to Camp David about an hour ago on a—" He paused to put air quotes around his next word. "Vacation. Traffic is a bit light for this time of day," Dozer said as they drove. "All government employees were offered the option to stay home today." He sighed. "That hasn't stopped the protesters, though." "Protesters?" Carmen asked. "Several hundred outside the White House protesting Big Pharma. Some news media are reporting there's antiviral treatment available, but the FDA is refusing to okay it for sale. Even if it does get permission to be used, the cost has ballooned. Viruses aren't like bacteria, and you can't just kill them off with antibiotics. Well, the media is reporting that you can." "Who is telling the media that?" "They're just saying they have an anonymous source." "So it could be anyone? And they don't check the veracity of the information they're given?" "Supposedly they do. A couple of hours ago, the media began saying this isn't a regional outbreak, but an international one." "They're going to start a panic." "The panic started when the reports of cases in California, Washington State, and New York hit the news." Astor glanced at Dozer. "I'm dropping you into a messy situation." Astor drove past the White House to give them a chance to see the protesters and get a read on what the public knew or didn't know. Some of the protester signs were interesting. "Thanks to Big Pharma, I'm planning my big fat funeral. To afford medication, I have to sell a kidney. To pay off my medical bills, I have to mortgage 3 generations." Carmen didn't say a thing until Astor pulled up to the entrance of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services building. It housed the Surgeon General's office as well as several other leaders in public health for the federal government. Esther took them up to the SG's office and left them with reception. Before they even had a chance to sit down in the nice waiting area chairs, they were directed into a large office containing a big mahogany desk and a man dressed in a naval uniform. He came forward and shook their hands. "Thank you for coming, Dr. Rodriguez, Agent Dozer." He studied them for a moment, then went back behind his desk and picked up a phone. "Stacy, could you grab 2 high-protein meals and some coffee for my guests? Thank you." The SG scrolled through something on his tablet. "I just received the latest numbers on the outbreak. 12,000 people hospitalized across the country, with the majority of those in Florida. 533 dead, another 168 in comas. 28,112 confirmed infected." He looked up and stared at Carmen. "Am I reading this correctly?" Chapter 19. 3:02 p.m. Carmen didn't blame the Surgeon General for the disbelief on his face. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she might not believe the numbers either. "Yes, sir, I'm afraid you are." "I'd be concerned if this was the flu, but this is measles." He fell silent for a moment. "The situation has worsened since you left Florida. It isn't just about infection rates and how many are dead, although that's bad enough on its own. The media has used this story to whip the public into a panic. The District of Columbia, California, and 6 other states just declared states of emergency. 10 minutes before you arrived, I got off the phone with about the 10th congressman or senator demanding antivirals be issued to every man, woman, and child in this country." "Do they know antivirals can't cure people? Nothing we've tried made any difference." "I tried to explain, but I don't think they care. What they want is to be seen doing something. Then they can say they did all they could." "Sir?" she said diffidently. "I'd like to make some recommendations." That got his attention. "Please do." "We need to do something similar to the avian flu response in 2006. I suggest recommending to the Director of Homeland Security that a nationwide curfew be instituted. No one allowed to congregate anywhere. Not at work, malls, movie theaters, places of worship, schools, doctors' offices, nowhere. People need to stay home and shelter in place." "It's probably too late for that to have much of an effect. With this many people presenting in hospitals, you know there are thousands more out there infecting even more people without knowing it, until they too fall sick. We have to try. I'll issue the orders I can issue and recommend what I can't, but I think our proverbial barn has already burned to the ground." "Sir," Dozer said, "we'd like to locate a possible suspect, Dr. Halverson." "Halverson?" the SG snorted. "You think he's behind this?" "He's the only one who could have taken the virus out of the CDC vault who has any motive." "Halverson was having some personal issues, but nothing in his file would indicate he'd commit murder on any kind of scale." "He got fired," Dozer said. "Then what? Has he gotten another job?" "I don't know." The SG picked up his phone. "But I can find out." As the SG got to his feet and moved away, the door to the office opened, and a middle-aged woman brought in a tray with 2 plates, cutlery, and 2 cups of coffee. She set them on a low table facing a small sofa. The SG waved at them to eat, so they fell on the food. Real food, not MREs. Real coffee, not the instant stuff. A cold chill stole its way over Carmen's skin as it occurred to her that distance made the outbreak seem less dangerous, less real. That in itself was a precarious perspective. She was supposed to remove the emotional part of the equation when making decisions, but if she did, would she make the right decision? There was a fine line between the right thing, the easy thing, and the mathematically correct thing. She'd always hated math. The SG, still on the phone, picked up a remote sitting on his desk and turned on a flat-screen TV hanging on the wall facing them. A panel of 3 people, their images taking up most of the space, sat above a rolling ticker tape of information labeled Breaking News. Carmen continued to eat, her attention only partially on the television, until someone said CDC. Her fork paused halfway between her plate and her mouth. "The CDC has completely mishandled this outbreak of measles," one of the panel members, a woman, said. "They didn't mobilize fast enough, didn't bring enough staff or equipment, and didn't provide any antiviral medication to any of those who'd fallen ill. It's a travesty." Another panelist, a balding male, snorted and said, How do you think they're going to get there? Borrow a Starship transporter? Unlike watching the news on your phone, no one can cross 450 miles in an instant. Antiviral medications are available right now, the woman said, her body held so rigid she shook. Why aren't the CDC and every hospital, doctor's office, and pharmacy handing them out? They ran out, the third panelist, another younger man, said. Within hours of the first reports from Orlando and the national news, antivirals across the country were sold out. People who weren't sick bought them because the sick were too ill to get into their car and race to the drugstore, which meant the sick didn't get very many of those drugs. Like I said, the first panelist wore disgust around her nose and mouth like a Rottweiler right before it bit you. Mismanaged, the wrong responses at the wrong time. There are new antivirals available. The government can't just hoard or refuse to approve them. We need them now. No one is hoarding anything, the second panelist retorted. We can't allow medications that haven't been through the proper tests and studies to be made available. If we do and there are significant side effects, who's going to pay for those medical bills? The pharmaceutical companies? Who's going to pay for all the pain, suffering, and death that will result if the government doesn't step in? The federal government will go bankrupt if it's taken to court. The volume cut out. Carmen glanced at the SG, who had the remote in his hand again. Every news channel is the same, he said, his face stony. The talking heads are calling for antivirals, most of which haven't gone through the appropriate processes to be approved by the FDA. They should be urging people to stay home, Carmen said, putting down her fork, her appetite gone. Prevention is 1,000 times better than trying unproven medications that aren't a cure anyway. The SG studied Dozer and her with a single-minded focus. She could almost feel the hairs rising on the back of her neck. Had she said the wrong thing? Next to her, John sat up straighter. You've got a plan, sir? Not yet, but it's coming to me. I need to make a few calls. The washroom is through there. He pointed at a closed door in the back corner of the office. Don't go anywhere else. His voice, cool but intense, strengthened the feeling something was coming that she wasn't going to like. Sir? She asked. Let me see if I can make this idea work before I involve anyone else. By anyone? John said. Do you mean us? The glance he gave John said her bodyguard guessed correctly. He pulled out his phone and made a call, then walked out of the office, closing the door behind himself. The Surgeon General of the United States had just ordered her to stay in his office while he figured out a plan to deal with what might be the biggest health crisis facing the country in 100 years. The food she'd eaten sat in the bottom of her stomach like a lead weight. Carmen looked at what was left on her plate. I'm not hungry anymore. John shoveled another bite into his mouth. Eat. My oh shit meter went off, which means you're going to need it. Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. She made herself eat another bite. It tasted like cardboard, but she swallowed it anyway. He better not put me in front of a bunch of cameras. Not a fan of press conferences? No, they never ask the right questions. Well, this is Washington. It's more likely that you'll end up talking to a bunch of old people who don't have a clue about what needs to happen. Unfortunately, those old people are the ones who will make the decisions about our little health crisis. Thanks, she said dryly. I feel so much better now. He looked at her. You don't have to do it alone. I'll have your back no matter what the SG decides. She glanced at him. He met her gaze with steady eyes. How are your ribs? Your wound? He shrugged. Sore, but only a 2 or 3 on the pain scale. Easily ignored. Ignored? I envy your ability to compartmentalize things. He snorted. Is that a nice way to say I don't listen? No. She paused. I don't think so. I just wish I could put some things out of my mind. That's a strength, being able to see the whole picture. Well, she said, pushing the plate away. There was no way her stomach was going to let her eat another bite. The picture I'm seeing in my head is damn scary. So think outside the box. Oh, I threw the box out a long time ago. I think that unless we're very careful, this is going to end in only one place. What place is that? She just looked at him. She didn't want to voice what she thought was going to happen, didn't want to give it any power over her thinking or his. He stared at her for a moment, then shook his head. No, that's not going to happen. There's a school of thought that has been saying it's just a matter of time. Disease has always been one of nature's ways of controlling the population. We're long overdue for a correction. Helped along by terrorists or more likely an angry virologist? He sounded even more certain. Cold, exact, confident. The trigger could be anything or anyone. That's not important. What is important is the reality that if this disease isn't stopped from spreading any more than it already has, nothing we do is going to be able to stop it. Wait, he said, putting his hands up as if he were trying to stop traffic on a freeway. He stared at her, but his focus seemed on the thoughts racing through his head, a cognitive dance she could only watch until he revealed them. Can't we create a new vaccine to cover this variant? Creating a vaccine doesn't happen overnight. It's a complicated process, compounded by the fact that this is a completely different strain of the virus. If our second test group doesn't do well... So you're saying the situation is hopeless? She sighed. That is a distinct possibility. Shit. 3:37 p.m. Carmen woke with a start. The SG shut the door, then strode across the room toward his desk. He glanced at her, and though his expression didn't change, his body was too tense for good news. John was still out, and they'd slept for 20 minutes. Okay, good. That was good. Long enough to rest, but not long enough to fall into a deeper sleep. She put her hand on John's thigh. John, wake up. His eyes opened, and he put a hand over hers, pressing it tightly against his leg. He lifted his head, scanned the room, then released her hand slowly. Nice nap? The SG asked, without looking up from reading whatever was on his tablet. Yes, sir, Carmen said. Do you have anything for us, or can we go back to Orlando? A smile did flash across his face this time. It made the hair on the back of her neck rise. I want you to hold a briefing. The bottom of her stomach disappeared into the center of the earth. Sir? In 30 minutes, you're going to explain what's going on to the surgeon generals of every state of our nation. It'll be via video conference. All of them will be able to see you, but you will only be able to see a few of them at one time. Sure, no pressure there. Sir, what am I supposed to tell them? Give them the latest numbers, the hard truth, then tell them the moment they have reported cases of measles in their state, they need to tell people to stay home. Essential personnel on the roads only. She could not have heard that correctly. You want every state to set up its own quarantine? No, I want them to do everything just short of a statewide quarantine. Curfews, shelter in place, states of emergency even, but not a quarantine. Not at this time. Holy crap. Sir, I'm not prepared. I need time to talk to my people, obtain all the data, see how the effort to untangle the virus has progressed. That's too much information, he told her. The basics, Dr. Rodriguez. Keep it simple and short. Make sure they understand at the end of the briefing that they're to maintain law and order within their jurisdictions and treat the sick with every resource at their disposal. But no antiviral medications are available at this time? Carmen asked. Correct. She stared at the SG's face and wished she'd stayed in Orlando. The SG's lips twitched upward. You're just senior enough to have clout, but not senior enough to know all the answers they're going to demand. They can't bully you into giving them what you don't have, John added. She almost rolled her eyes. Plausible deniability had always felt like a cop-out to her. There's an escort waiting for you outside, the SG said. You are to return to this office when your briefing is concluded. How long should it take? She asked. Short and simple, he said. 10 minutes tops. John leaned over and said, Then get the fuck out. Their escort drove them to the Pentagon, which surprised her. They had to pass 2 security checkpoints before they reached the room where she would deliver her briefing. It wasn't empty. Aside from the audio-visual equipment, there were a half-dozen military officers. All of them wore impatient expressions. Next to her, John straightened, standing a fraction taller than he'd been. She wanted to laugh. You could take the man out of the army, but you couldn't take the army out of the man. Do you recognize anyone? She asked him softly as they walked toward a small podium facing a video camera. Yeah, 2 of them are on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The guy in the suit on the far left is the National Security Advisor. This was an audience she wasn't prepared to deal with. People on the other end of a digital connection was one thing. Having officers who would decide what might or might not save the lives of thousands of soldiers was quite another. Her breathing shallowed and her vision got a little fuzzy at the edges. The Surgeon General left a couple of things out, she said. Or had she just thought those words? John leaned closer and whispered, "Sneaky bastard." She had to suppress a laugh, and something in her head flipped back to the on position. The world snapped back into focus. Work the problem. Let the people figure themselves out. Good. What time was it? She checked her watch. "Afternoon, everyone. Give me 2 minutes to get organized, and then we can begin." A couple of the hard expressions directed her way relaxed a fraction. Military people appreciated competence and efficiency. A young soldier manned the video camera while she pulled up the latest numbers on the outbreak. They'd jumped since she'd last checked. Again. Some of her confidence bled away. Nope, not going to let worry or panic take the reins. "You've got this," John said to her with an encouraging smile. She let out a breath, nodded at the young man, and began to speak. 4:43 p.m. Dozer listened to Carmen providing all the latest numbers on the outbreak. 32,467 confirmed cases in the entire country. 13,000 hospitalized in the entire country. 586 deaths in the entire country. She told them about the virus itself, the ineffectiveness of antivirals, and the fact the virus was man-made. No one said anything or even reacted until she began recommending action plans. What they could and couldn't do, including curfews, shelter-in-place orders, states of emergency, and quarantine. She got some pushback on her suggestions, but handled it well. The SG was right. She was the perfect person for this briefing. Everyone took her at her word when she said she didn't have more information or more authority to make sweeping decisions. If they had an issue, they could take it up with the SG, but her tone clearly said the SG would be impossible to reach. After thanking everyone for their time and attention, she ended the video conference. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff sat back in his chair and said, "That was a nicely sanitized, carefully worded speech. How about giving us the quick and dirty one?" He made the question sound like a command. Carmen looked at him, then at the others, all watching her with the same hard-edged expressions. "I only provide information one way, gentlemen," she said, sounding unimpressed with his order. "Dirt has no place in it." The general leaned forward. "Is this outbreak a threat?" "It is," she agreed. "How do we stop it?" Dozer cleared his throat. Everyone looked at him, including Carmen. He ignored everyone else and said to her, "Practical suggestions." He smiled wryly. "Short and simple." She looked at their audience, took in a breath, and said, "Airports, hospitals, malls, schools, restaurants, anywhere people travel to and from and congregate, are where this virus is going to move from infected to uninfected. If I were in your place, I'd sequester everyone right where they are, as little population movement as possible." "Is it really as easy to catch as you say?" someone else asked. "Yes." She tilted her head to one side. "Let me put it another way. One contagious person will infect 90% of the people they come into contact with. There's no miracle drug, no quick fix. This outbreak will cost us lives and money we can't afford. All we can do is mitigate the damage as best we can." "Have you done a projection?" the general asked. "I'd be surprised if someone hasn't, but I'm unaware of any. The numbers are changing fast." She paused, then continued. "We're still learning about this virus. We don't know yet if it has any weaknesses we can exploit." "But you're looking for weaknesses?" "Yes." She stopped speaking to look at each man in the room. Smart woman. She kept any suspicions to herself and only voiced the facts. Something these old soldiers could understand and respect. "Does the Surgeon General have your contact information?" the general asked. "Yes, sir." "Good. Expect me and some of these other gentlemen to be added to your contact list. Dismissed," he said, getting to his feet. He didn't salute, but Dozer found his back straightening all on its own. Carmen glanced at him, and he nodded at her to follow him. Outside, their escort waited for them. The man led the way toward the vehicle they'd taken to get to the Pentagon. 2 men dressed in dark suits approached them from the left. Dozer slid over so he was covering her left side, blocking any possibility of direct contact. "Dr. Carmen Rodriguez?" one of the men called out when they were still about 10 feet away. "Don't answer," Dozer whispered in her ear. "Don't react, just keep walking." "Dr. Rodriguez?" the man asked again louder. 8 feet away. 7. 5. Their escort stopped, put one hand on his service weapon, and extended the other, palm up and out. Stop. The two men came to a halt, both of them trying to catch Carmen's eye. She looked everywhere but at the two men, scanning the parking lot for more hostiles. Damn, that was sexy. One of the men took a step forward and held out his hand. "We'd just like to talk for a moment, Doctor." Dozer pulled his Beretta. Their escort did the same. "Go through channels," Dozer said. "She's not going to chat out here in the open." One corner of the man's lip rose in a flash of a sneer. "We just want to have a conversation." "No," Dozer said in an almost friendly tone. "Move away." The second man chuckled, but it was strained. If just seeing a gun pointed at the ground ruffled his feathers, he wouldn't last a day in a real combat situation. "What are you going to do, kill us? We haven't done anything but request a conversation." "You're right," Dozer agreed. "I won't kill you, but I will shoot you." The two men dropped their friendly facade. "This conversation is being recorded," one of them said. "Really? When were you going to tell us that?" Dozer asked. He studied them for another moment. "You're not reporters." He watched them stiffen slightly. "You're lobbyists from—" He paused, watching their body language. "Big Pharma." Both men shifted their weight on their feet. Bingo. "Doctor," Dozer said, turning his head slightly so Carmen could hear him clearly. "Please take a photo of these gentlemen," though that description of them was stretching the truth. "You can't do that," they both said. "You're recording this, aren't you? Quid pro quo." One of the men tried smiling again. "A simple conversation is all we'd like to have." "If it were simple, you wouldn't be recording it," Dozer said. The soft snick of a phone taking pictures just behind him made him very happy. "Dr. Rodriguez," the other one said, his voice full of false promises. "We'd very much like to help you control this outbreak." "You believe you can?" Her voice was colder than an Antarctic winter. "We're certain we can't make a bad situation worse." "What does that mean?" "It's all over the news," the first man said. "A new version of measles with a higher hospitalization and death rate, a strain you're powerless to stop." "You have something you think will prevent or cure the measles?" He shrugged. "We think it will." Sirens blared and military police cars sped around a corner and came to a halt, blocking any escape. Dozer holstered his weapon, but their escort didn't. Military police got out of the two jeeps and came toward them. It took a few minutes to sort things out, but the MPs confiscated the tiny remote video camera attached to the mouthy one's tie clip. Where the feed landed was anyone's guess. The MPs escorted the two squawking lobbyists off Pentagon grounds. "What do you think they wanted to talk to me about?" Carmen asked once they were on their way back to the SG's office again. "Probably wanted you to advocate for their antiviral meds or some other expensive drug they own the rights to." "Yeah," she said on a sigh. "That's what I think, too." She pulled out her phone. "I'm sending the photos I took to you, the SG and the CDC director." "Good," Dozer said to her. "It would be good to know who those two work for and what they were trying to sell." Carmen was silent for a few moments, then asked, "How did they know who I was and where I would be?" His spine straightened. "That would be even better to know." Was someone in the SG's or Joint Chief's office passing along information? What else could they have shared? Carmen's phone rang. "It's Henry," she said. Dozer listened to her one-sided, "Uh-huh. I understand," conversation. She signed off with a softly worded, "Keep at it." He waited for her to tell him what the call was about, but she remained silent. That could only mean bad news she didn't want their escort to hear. They were dropped off at the SG office building, went through security, and waited outside his office in the waiting area. Carmen's face had lost all color, and she moved with the painful arthritis-constricted motions of a 90-year-old. "Bad news?" He asked her casually at a volume that wouldn't carry beyond her. She winced. "Henry says that the virus doesn't quite match the one on file. It's either mutated on its own or it got helped along, because the virulence is higher than what was recorded in the lab back in the 80s. "How likely is it to have been a natural mutation?" "Not very damned likely." "That is shitty news." She gave him a smile that lit a slow burn inside him. You're always able to put things into perspective. How was it tested in the 80s? On mice, probably. Maybe on monkeys, too. I don't know. Her phone pinged, and she looked at it. It pinged again and again. "Damn it," she whispered. "Carmen? New numbers have come in. Several other states are reporting suspected cases. There are also suspected cases in Canada, England, Germany, and France." Dozer's phone pinged. He pulled it out and swiped the screen. He had a text message from his supervisor ordering Carmen and him to attend a meeting at his office in Washington. "We've been summoned to the Homeland office. Want to bet our lobbyist friends complained?" "I can't just leave. I have to report to the SG." "I'll see if I can put it off for an hour." He texted his supervisor and requested a later meeting time, but his supervisor was adamant that both he and Carmen come as soon as possible. He showed his phone to Carmen. She groaned. "Lovely. I never did figure out how to be in two places at once." She paused, then looked at him. "There are two of us." His gut turned into a glacier. "No, we're not splitting up. How else are we going to do this? Circumstances are extraordinary." "I don't give a shit about the circumstances. You don't go anywhere without me." She sighed. "I won't be going anywhere. You're the one who has to leave. I'll be fine here." "No." Shit, he sounded like a child. The SG strode through the space. He flashed a hand signal indicating they should join him. Good. Maybe he could talk to the Homeland office, explain why he and Carmen couldn't be at this meeting. As soon as Dozer shut the door, he began talking. "Sir, Homeland Security has ordered us to attend a meeting at their office." "When?" "Now." The SG didn't hesitate. "No, there's too much information coming in. I need Dr. Rodriguez here working with her teams around the country." He looked at Dozer. "Go talk to Homeland. I'm sure you've heard enough to give them the basic facts, but don't speculate. If they want an opinion, they're to call me." "Sir, I need to stay with Dr. Rodriguez for her protection." "You don't believe this office can adequately protect one person?" "Sir, there have been several determined efforts to kill her." "And you," the SG said. "With you out of the office, the risk will be cut in half." Dozer opened his mouth to argue further, but the SG cut him off with a raised hand. "Go and make your report. She'll be safe here. I've got an office for her to use down the hall. She's not going anywhere but there in the bathroom." Fuck. Dozer forced his lips to lift to the corners. "Thank you, sir." "I can look after myself," Carmen said with some heat. She had some color to her cheeks now, along with a frown. "Not against armed men, you can't," the SG said. "Or lobbyists who shouldn't have known where to find you," Dozer said. "Lobbyists?" the SG asked. Dozer explained their encounter with the two men. "Son of a bitch." The SG sounded royally pissed off. He stared at Carmen for a long moment. "You're definitely not going anywhere." "Thank you, sir." Dozer checked his phone. Another text from his supervisor. "Interested in remaining employed?" He typed back yes and sent it. "I have to go." He looked at Carmen. She had her arms crossed over her chest and a thunderstorm on her face, but she nodded. She didn't want him to go. He could see the worry in her gaze. That expression warmed him. Damn it. He didn't want her out of his sight. Shit. He wasn't going to be gone long. The sooner he got there, the sooner he'd be back. "Stay safe," he said softly to her. She glared at him, a normal Carmen reaction. He left. A taxi took him to the main Homeland Security building. A crowd of agents dressed in suits so similar they could have been carbon copies of one another filled his boss's office. That bothered him more than it should have, since he regularly wore one of those suits. His supervisor, Mark Rones, surfaced out of the circling suits with a shark's focus on bleeding prey. "Good. I need you and Dr. Rodriguez to brief some people." "Well, shit. She isn't here." His boss spun around. "I specifically asked for both of you." Dozer shrugged to mask the churning of his gut. The man's reaction was more than a little over the top. "The Surgeon General overruled your request." "Rones, is Dozer here yet?" Someone yelled from the other side of the line of suits. His boss shook his head. "I hope you're up for this." He strode through the pool of agents, so Dozer followed him. They headed for an office he'd never been in before. As soon as he saw who was behind the big desk at the far side of the room, he knew why. The Director of Homeland Security. "Sir, Rowe said. "This is Agent John Dozer." The director looked at Dozer, then at Mark. "Where's the doctor?" Dozer answered. "The Surgeon General has her working on the measles outbreak, sir. She couldn't be spared." "Measles isn't the problem," the director said. Dozer had to restrain himself from reacting like he wanted to, with equal parts disbelief and laughter. He managed a more or less neutral, "Excuse me, sir?" His supervisor stabbed him with a glance. Must not have hit his reaction as well as he thought. "The FAFO has sent a half-dozen hospitals bomb threats. They've also publicized a list of people they'd like to see dead." "Interesting. Your name and Dr. Rodriguez's name are on that list. We already figured out they want to kill both of us. It's gone further than that. They've put a bounty on each of you." "Nice. I guess I can cross getting on someone's most wanted list off my bucket list." The director's face turned an unhealthy shade of red. "This isn't funny. I think it's hilarious." He shrugged. "It doesn't change a thing as far as I'm concerned. They've already tried to kill me twice." The director stared at him with narrowed eyes. "Yes, they have. What do you know that put you at the top of their list?" "I have no idea." "And your lady doctor friend?" The way he said friend made it clear Raleigh had provided his own interpretation of their relationship as fact. The weasel. "Dr. Rodriguez?" he asked, just to re-establish the professional nature of their official relationship. "She's actively investigating how the FAFO seems to be getting its hands on pathological bacteria and viruses, when she's not coordinating outbreak responses around the United States and the world." The director studied him. "The FAFO is all over social media. They use untraceable fake accounts to post threats, news, and information that has just enough accurate information to make it seem completely credible. Information an isolated terrorist cell should never be able to get its hands on." "I agree." The director leaned forward. "They're getting their info from somewhere, Agent Dozer." "I wonder," Dozer said slowly, "if they're getting it from the same place the two big pharma lobbyists got Dr. Rodriguez's whereabouts from an hour ago." He had their complete attention now. "They wandered up to us right after a high-level briefing wanting to talk to her." Dozer let a half-grin lift one corner of his mouth. She declined. "The Surgeon Generals of all states?" the director asked. "That's the one. You knew about it but didn't come?" "I was in transit between the airport and here." The director looked at Rones. "How the hell are lobbyists getting our agents' whereabouts?" "The SG was about as impressed by that as you are." He looked from one man to the other. "What else is going on?" "Someone took a shot at Agent Raleigh in Orlando." Dozer's faint amusement died a quick death. "How bad is it?" "The shooter missed," his supervisor said, "but in all the confusion, he got away." "Shit." "They seem awfully determined to silence you," the director said. "So I'm going to ask again, what do you know that warrants multiple attempts on your life?" "Sir?" Dozer said, more confused than ever. "I have no idea." Chapter 20. 6:18 p.m. The office the Surgeon General assigned her wasn't big, but it did have a fast, secure internet connection, and that was worth more than a bigger room or a raise. Because unless they came up with some way to mitigate the staggering number of cases of measles, she might not have a job at all. She'd be blind or brain damaged or dead. Or in jail. Because she'd finally snap and murder John for being an overbearing, brain-damaged man. She wanted to be with him, but he was smothering her. She couldn't be with someone who didn't trust her enough to look after herself. And because he didn't trust her, she couldn't trust him. It was a piece of foundation that would always be missing in their relationship, and without it, there was no relationship. Carmen dragged her thoughts out of the rabbit hole they'd gone down and focused on the data coming in from all over the country. Orlando was still in the lead for confirmed cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, but L.A. was on the board with far too many, and Seattle wasn't far behind. Henry had gone into his lab and was refusing to come out. He was still sending data, though, so she'd left him alone to unravel the virus. If anyone could find a way to combat this outbreak, it was him. She stared at her computer screen, too tired to be afraid or anxious anymore. The phone rang, and she picked it up automatically. "Dr. Rodriguez?" "It's working!" someone shouted. "What?" "The second test group!" The voice was female and infused with exhausted excitement. "We've just finished entering all the results from the lab and correlating it with current patient outcomes from both test groups." She paused to take in a breath. "Both groups have nearly identical results. After vaccination, 80% of patients see significant improvement. None of the patients in either test group have died." For a moment, Carmen couldn't breathe, her muscles held in place by a shot of adrenaline so strong she was sure she was floating. "What about new infections?" "No one who has received a third vaccination has gotten more than a mild case." "Report these results to the director of the CDC immediately. I'll inform the Surgeon General." She stopped to catch her breath. "And thank you." Carmen ended the call, then, grinning like a loon, hurried to give the news, good news, to the Surgeon General. Tuesday, April 8, 1:16 a.m. Carmen woke to darkness and noise, running feet, shouting, and shots fired. Shots fired? She'd gone to sleep in her small loaner office just down the hall from the SG's office. She must be dreaming. Another couple of shots reverberated through the walls. Nope, not dreaming. The long, cold fingers of terror closed around her throat. For a moment, all she could do was stare into the darkness, unable to understand how this could be happening. Where was security? Why wasn't someone stopping the shooter? Someone screamed and screamed and screamed until it was cut off by another shot. She finally managed to suck in a breath and roll off her cot, but instead of landing on her feet, she hit the floor on her hands and knees. Shit, nothing was working. Not her arms or legs or her head. Pushing away from the floor, she staggered upright and turned toward the door. More screams, more shots. Terror tried to choke her a second time, but she shook that bitch off, eased the door open, and peered out. The crack of a shot split the air right in front of her. Sheldon, one of the SG's aides, staggered and fell in front of the door, a spreading stain of blood across his shirt. Sheldon's arm smacked into the door hard enough to knock it open. Carmen stumbled back, then found herself in plain view of a man holding the back of the SG's shirt in one hand and a semi-automatic pistol in his other hand. A man with Dr. Halverson's face. A very angry face. "Dr. Rodriguez," he snarled. "How fortuitous." There were a lot more words beginning with F that she'd call this situation other than fortuitous. "Come out of there," he ordered, "and show me your hands." Raising her hand, she followed his instructions and emerged from the room one step at a time. Getting shot wasn't on her list of things to do today, but wringing his scrawny neck just got added. Dr. Halverson waved his gun at her to precede him into the SG's main office. She walked slowly and carefully into the large space, stopping when she reached the center of the room. The doctor and his captive entered, then Halverson kicked the door shut. "Close the blinds," he ordered. Carmen moved to do as instructed, continuing her unhurried approach to the desk and windows. She hated to block a possible sniper shot, but she had to get Halverson to a place where he believed she was on his side. It might be the only way to talk him down safely from whatever mental perch he was standing on precipitously. When she finished closing the blind, she turned to face him, putting her hands back in the air. Halverson pushed the SG way hard enough to make him fall. "Sit in the chair," he ordered. The SG got to his feet, then sat in one of the visitors' chairs with a short back and arms. "Dr. Rodriguez," Halverson said as he kept his gun pointed at the SG. "Tie him to the chair." This could be a problem. With what? She kept her voice as non-threatening as possible. Halverson glared at her for a moment before looking around. There was nothing obvious in the room that could be used to tie a person's arms to a chair. "His tie," Halverson said. "Use that and his belt for the other arm." She followed his instructions, glancing at the SG several times as she did so. For a moment, the highest-ranked health officer in the country met her gaze and spoke several silent messages at once. Their captor was insane. Death for someone was guaranteed. Surviving the situation for any of them was questionable. Fuck. After she was done, she withdrew a few feet, standing where both men had a clear view of her and she had a clear view of them. Halverson pointed the weapon at the most senior-ranked healthcare officer in the country and said in a shaky voice, "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't shoot you." The Surgeon General waited a beat before answering in a calm, measured tone. "I'm your best bet to getting out of here alive." He paused again. "If you shoot me, the law enforcement officers outside will shoot whoever's moving in here." Halverson sneered. "That's why she's in here." "They don't know she's in here." The sick smile on Halverson's face faded and fell off his features, and panic whitened his face. Then his cheeks became a dry red. "You're a cold bastard. You fire me without any hearing, and you presume to control people and events that are outside of anyone's control." "I do my job," the SG said, as if they were talking about subpar service at a restaurant. He tilted his head to one side and infused a genuine-sounding concern into his tone. "What are you doing, Doctor?" "You fired me!" Halverson shouted. He bounced awkwardly in place, the gun in his hand in no way controlled. "You humiliated me and made it impossible for me to find another job in my field." He recentered the weapon's muzzle on the SG's chest. "You broke security protocols and your drug screening was positive for cocaine," the SG said with more patience than anyone tied to a chair with his own tie-in belt should have. "I had no choice." Security protocols? This was news. Nostrils flaring, Halverson sneered. "It was a false positive, and I was performing important experiments. Instead of firing me, you should have supported the revolutionary work I'd undertaken." "Nothing in our vault needs to be made more dangerous," the SG said. "We've got all the deadly pathogens needed to wipe humanity out dozens of times over. No one should be developing bioterrorism weapons." The smirk appeared. "You might not be, but other people are." The SG looked genuinely surprised. Either that or he was a really good actor. "Who are these people?" Before Halverson could answer, the SG continued with, "This is the kind of intelligence I in particular need. If you had this intelligence when we spoke last, our conversation would have ended quite differently." Halverson looked skeptical. "Are you saying you wouldn't have fired me?" The SG leaned forward. "The American government never throws away valuable assets." Shock and confusion crossed Halverson's face. The two emotions battled back and forth, twisting his features. "You wouldn't have arrested me? He assured me I'd be arrested." "Who told you that?" Carmen asked, pulling the attention of both men to herself. She smiled at Halverson, a sad, slightly misty smile. "Who convinced you to violate your oaths?" Halverson swallowed as if he had something large stuck in his throat, but he didn't answer. "Did someone approach you to steal pathogens from our vault?" the SG asked, leaning as far forward in his chair as his bonds would allow. "Were you blackmailed into doing it?" At that, Halverson's confusion cleared, leaving behind only ruddy-faced rage. "I was shown proof," he said. "Proof you were going to fire me anyway. You ruined my career and have taken everything I am from me." "No," Carmen said, taking a step toward him. "That's not—" "Shut up!" Halverson yelled, pointing the gun at her. "Not another fucking word or I'll shoot you first." Was getting shot second supposed to be better? She'd seen other men in this situation, armed, angry, aggravated, and at the end of their rope. She knew what was going to happen next, because he was going to shoot her. He was going to shoot everyone in this room, including himself. Fear tried to strangle her. It circled her throat with cold fingers and squeezed. After all the hard work she and her people had done, after all the crap they'd had to sort through, put up with, and conquer, to be murdered now by one of their own was unacceptable. She was done with people who thought it was okay to hurt others because they were frustrated, angry, or sad. Done. If he was going to shoot her, she might as well get shot for a good reason, like punching Halverson in the face. She had nothing to lose. The noose around her throat loosened, and she was able to take in a breath, let it out, and suck in another one. Her stomach settled back into its place, her heart let up on the gas pedal, and she could suddenly see everything in the room in sharp detail. Dr. Halverson was yelling at the SG again, screaming about how dismissive his coworkers and supervisors had been, how often he'd been humiliated, how no one recognized or even noticed his intelligence or ideas. He waved the gun in the air, using it to punctuate his tirade. With every second that passed, his rage increased until spittle flew in a wide arc from his mouth. There was another chair sitting off to one side. Plain, with no wheels on the bottom or arms, it would be the last choice for any guest in this office. She measured the distance between herself and the chair and estimated that reaching it would take 3 steps. 3 steps to return to her current spot. Another 2 before she'd be close enough to do what she needed to do. Halverson demanded the SG apologize while he recorded it. If he was happy with the apology, he promised to kill both of them quickly. How kind. Certainty and adrenaline slowed time to a crawl as she walked to the chair. She grabbed it by the back, turned, and pushed herself forward to gather momentum. Gun hand leading the way, Dr. Halverson turned toward her. She pushed harder. At the same moment he had the weapon pointed at her, she brought the chair down from right to left, bashing it against his arm and shoulder, knocking him to the floor. A shot exploded through the room, and the vibrations spawned by the bullet reverberated through her in a sharp, sickening wave. The wave crested and plowed her over. She hit the floor, and time returned to normal. The chair had knocked Dr. Halverson down. He lay sprawled on his front and was scrambling to get to his hands and knees. The SG bellowed for help and struggled to get out of his chair. Halverson flopped over, staring at her with rage and pain twisting his features, but his hands were empty. Where was the gun? Carmen tried to roll to get to her feet, but all her strength had disappeared. The door to the office burst open. Men in a variety of uniforms and suits rushed in, shouting for everyone to stay down and don't move. Attention fixed on Carmen, Halverson slid toward her in a broken, jagged crawl. Blood dripped from somewhere on his head onto his hands and half of his face. His lips pulled back from his teeth, allowing the viscous red fluid to stain his enamel. He slithered closer despite the male voices demanding everyone stop moving. Her limbs weighed far too much, her lungs unable to take in enough air for her to go anywhere. Odd. She really did need to move if she didn't want Halverson to strangle her. She slid almost close enough to touch her, had reached out with one hand when the sound of a shot hit her ears at the same time as Halverson dropped onto his front in an untidy sprawl. She glanced past the body, because the man was obviously dead, to see John standing in the doorway, his service weapon in his hands. She smiled at him. He looked good, uninjured and full of energy. She wanted to tell him he could stop frowning at her, that he'd killed the bad guy, but a dark, prickly pain spread out from her chest with unexpected strength, swallowing her whole. Chapter 21 1:47 a.m. Dozer saw Carmen sag onto her side, blood pooling beneath her. Fear stabbed him in the gut. "Carmen!" She didn't respond. He was moving before he realized it, holstering his gun and stepping around the body of the disillusioned doctor he'd just killed. He knelt next to Carmen and rolled her gently onto her back so he could see where the blood was coming from. The front of her shirt had a blood stain on it over her lower right abdomen about the size of the palm of his hand. That didn't match the amount of blood on the floor. He rolled her onto her side and glanced at her back. Her clothing was soaked in blood from her neck to her butt. "Medic!" he shouted, pulling her shirt up to see where the wound was. Blood poured out of a thumb-sized hole in her back. "Jesus." He slapped his hand over it just as 2 pairs of booted feet arrived on either side of him. First aid equipment dropped to the floor along with both responders. "There's so much blood," he said, but he didn't even recognize his own voice, it was so strained. "Was she shot?" the woman asked. "Yes, through and through, I think. It happened before I could get into the room. There's a smaller entry wound on her front." "Keep the pressure up," the other responded, a man instructed. "She's bleeding out." The skin on her face and her hands was already paler than he ever remembered seeing it. "An air medevac is going to meet us outside," the woman said. "We're going to get her to a hospital in minutes." The female responder probably thought she sounded comforting, confident, caring. All Dozer could see was the blood all over Carmen, and now all over him. Her blood. He'd promised to protect her. He was supposed to keep her out of the line of fire. He was supposed to keep her safe. So how the fuck did he get here? Kneeling on the floor of the Surgeon General's office, trying to stop the woman he loved from bleeding to death. He hadn't even told her he loved her. Fucking moron. A moron about too many things, including a goddamned measles outbreak started by so-called domestic terrorists and possibly helped by one disgruntled ex-CDC employee. He glanced at the body of the man he just killed. From everything Dozer had been able to find out, Dr. Halverson had been a relatively normal guy, smart, dedicated, and focused on his research. Until his wife left him. After that, he'd become aloof, secretive, and suspicious. That was still a long way from the paranoid asshole he'd put out of his misery. The two paramedics put pressure bandages over Carmen's entry and exit wounds, inserted an IV needle into a vein on the back of her left hand, and got her onto a stretcher. They managed to move around Dozer without getting themselves or him tangled in their gear or the IV tubing. Because he wasn't backing up or backing off. He kept his hand on the pulse point of her right wrist. As long as that steady rhythm kept on thumping, she was okay. If she was okay, then he was okay. She has to be okay. "Sir," the female paramedic said to him, "we need to move." He looked a competent, middle-aged woman in the eyes and said, "I'm coming with you." "You're welcome to come with us to meet the helicopter," she said, "but there's no room for you in the bird." He opened his mouth to tell her there wasn't a force in hell that could keep him off that aircraft, but the Surgeon General appeared in his line of sight. "Agent Dozer, I need you with me." Then he took Dozer by one elbow and tugged him away from the stretcher, allowing the two medics to rush Carmen out of the room. Dozer took a step after them. The SG got in his way again. "The danger isn't over yet," he said in a low voice. "All kinds of people are trying to kill us." He wiped his face against one shirt sleeve and looked around furtively. Sweating and suspicious. Dozer looked at the man, really looked, and noticed what he should have seen the moment he walked through the door. His white shirt was splattered with blood, his wrists were bruised and bloodied from whatever restraints Halverson had used, and he all but vibrated with indignant rage. "What do you mean?" "Halverson." He glanced at the body, then back at Dozer, and continued in an even lower voice. "It's just the beginning. Someone turned him. Someone else pulled his strings." The FAFO. The name wasn't enough. Dozer needed live people to question, to punish. The SG paced away. The back of his dress shirt collar was soaked. Dozer had thought it was due to stress, but what if that wasn't the only reason the other man was sweating? "Sir, are you okay?" The SG swung back around, blinked at Dozer, then stumbled a few steps to one side, and collapsed like every tendon in his body had been cut. The paramedics were there almost before he hit the floor. "Check for a rash under his arms," Dozer ordered. The paramedics glanced at him. "Measles?" one of them asked. "Look and find out," he suggested. If there was a rash, the SG had been contagious for days. Every person in this room had been exposed to it. They tore open his shirt and looked under his arms. The paramedics glanced at him and nodded. The measles had infiltrated all the way to the Surgeon General, a man who spent time in every major government building in the city. The FAFO didn't have to drop a bomb anywhere. The fucking measles was about to explode through the population of Washington, D.C., and it would kill a lot more people than any one conventional bomb could. The only problem was Dozer still didn't know what the fuck was going on, who the inside mole was, or how to stop the disease from killing thousands and potentially millions of people. Raleigh came up beside him. "What's the verdict?" Dozer glanced at him. "We're fucked." "That's not funny," Kettner said, joining them. "Does it look like I'm laughing?" Dozer shook his head. "He's probably had a fever for a while. That means anyone who's been in the same room with him in the last 3 or 4 days has been exposed." Raleigh and Kettner watched the paramedics assess the Surgeon General. Then they turned to him. "What do we do?" Raleigh asked. Even Kettner looked concerned and seemed ready to accept orders. They were now in worst-case scenario territory. Dozer pulled out his cell phone. "I'm calling the director of the CDC." Once he explained the situation, the director decided to take the nationwide response one step further. The shelter-in-place recommendation was changed to an order to be enforced by not just police, but the military and National Guard. The director also decided to recommend every man, woman, and child in the country be given an additional MMR vaccine booster. "What the hell use is another shot?" Kettner asked, pacing away then back. It gives your immune system a kick in the pants or something like that. He wasn't the doctor. Millions of people are getting sick and they've already been vaccinated. People who get another shot appear to be faring better than people who don't. Both Kettner and Raleigh stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Dozer raised his hands in surrender. Hey, I'm just repeating what I've experienced and what I heard Dr. Rodriguez tell others. I'm not the expert. What are you talking about? Kettner asked. Dr. Rodriguez ran a couple of test groups. He gazed at the other men, gave them the extra booster. One of those people was me. We should be trying one of the new antivirals, Kettner said. Maybe if things go on long enough, one of those new drugs will turn out useful, but everyone at the CDC was hesitant to use untried drugs, especially when they cost so much. The MMR vaccine is cheap, available, and safe. Raleigh nodded. Those are very good reasons. Where do we get the vaccine? The CDC is already on it. Dozer's phone pinged. He pulled it out to check. It was a text from Henry. Dr. Rodriguez is in surgery at DC General Hospital. Where the fuck are you? On my way. Dozer texted back. The Surgeon General just collapsed. Measles. Proper face masks in use? Nope. Stupid fuckers. Yup. Get to Rodriguez. Guard her back. Will do, boss. Dozer looked at Raleigh, then Kettner. You got this? Raleigh nodded. He'd already pulled out his phone and was texting rapidly. Kettner's eyes narrowed. Where are you going? We need you here. Officially, I'm not here at all. Unofficially, I'm just a bodyguard, and the body I'm guarding is in surgery. Kettner's eyebrows rose. I thought she died. Dozer had to stuff the anger down deep, or it would stab out of him and poke a whole lot of holes in the FBI agent's body. No, in surgery. Raleigh studied Dozer for far too long. I was told she was dead, too. By who? Dozer asked. She'd been shot only minutes ago. Raleigh stiffened. That is a very good question. It could have been a member of the SG staff, Kettner suggested. That's a hell of an assumption to make, Dozer said. The whole office is in chaos, Kettner said in a tentative tone. Mistakes and misidentifications are more likely to happen. I'm not sure I buy that explanation, Dozer said. Sharing sensitive information without corroboration will get your security clearance revoked, and if they're sharing that info with you, who else are they sharing it with? That is a unique position to be in, Raleigh said. Only a handful of people are privy to that much information so quickly. He punched in some numbers on his phone. I've got this. Good, because I'm out of here, Dozer said, walking toward the door. Wait, Kettner said. Which hospital are you going to? The one with the best surgeons in town, Dozer said, then strode out of the room before Kettner could ask another stupid question. Dozer left the building but stopped as soon as he reached the sidewalk. The only vehicles in sight were emergency and law enforcement. Shit. His phone pinged. Another message from Henry. You ready to leave? Because a buddy of mine should be there any second to take you to the hospital. His name is Marco. He's with the NSA. He's blonde and looks like he should be surfing the big waves. A tan-colored SUV rolled up to him, the driver's window came down, and the driver looked Dozer over. You Dozer? He raised an eyebrow. I knew I should have put the plastic seat covers on. Henry never calls me unless there's a mess to clean up. Dozer glanced down at himself. Carmen's blood had soaked the front of his shirt near his waist and splattered all the way up to his collarbone. Just how much blood it took to do it almost took him to his knees. Only his need to make sure she was okay, safe, kept him on his feet. Get in. He got in the passenger side and shut the door. It's going to take about 15 minutes to get to the hospital. Dozer studied the other man. It was either that or pound his fists on the dash. He was big, blonde, and scruffy. You don't look like a surfer. Compared to Henry, I do. Dozer grunted. He couldn't argue with that. John Dozer, Homeland Security. Marco Blitzer, NSA, and I'm not just here to give you a ride. Oh? We're all about information at the NSA. We monitor email, social media, texts. If you use it to communicate with someone, we're watching it. Have you heard something that pertains to the outbreak? Quite a bit. It's all everyone's talking about. It's who's talking to who that's interesting. The mole. Who's made themselves interesting? Homeland Security admin, specifically Human Resources, talking to a couple of FBI agents in the New Orleans office. Multiple calls over the last 3 or 4 weeks. This news should have given him a shot of adrenaline, but he was so fucking tired there wasn't any left. Of all the ridiculous shit that had happened, this was just the rancid icing on the damned poisoned cake. Kettner was from the New Orleans office. He hadn't always been pleasant, but he hadn't struck Dozer as the kind of man who'd support bioterrorist attacks. "What kind of information changed hands?" Dozer asked. "Don't have that yet. We're working on a warrant, so we should know in the next few hours what they've been talking about or exchanging." Was the leak in the FBI? The fucking FBI? Kettner's girlfriend worked for a pharma company. Was he the leak? No one could be that stupid. Greed had made a lot of people stupid, however, and would continue to do so. Dozer told Marco about Kettner's connection. Marco cleared his throat. "Henry saved my life back when we were in the army together. In this shit?" He indicated the quiet traffic, much too quiet for the middle of the day. "This shit is real. The NSA is on it now. We'll get to the bottom of this." Dozer had to hold in a snort. That was what he'd said when this first started. All he'd found was either another dead end or another dead body. Over and over again. The pattern was set. Whoever was in danger of being discovered was going to end up dead. Dozer glanced at Henry's friend. The guy looked like he gave a shit, and if Henry trusted him. There was more to this than just the measles epidemic. Much more. Summoning up some energy from somewhere, John Dozer, a man who trusted, truly trusted few people, opened his mouth and let it all come out. He gave Marco a succinct summary of the entire investigation into the bioterror events the CDC believed the FAFO was involved in. 8 months of bombs, bacteria, and bodies piling up. "It's not just this outbreak," Dozer said. "We've been playing a search-and-destroy game with the FAFO since they emerged. At first they seemed like a single group or cell who, like some cults, recruited college-age kids. But as time passed, they've shown themselves to be more sophisticated. They strike different cities or regions every time, and I think the college kids are used deliberately as cannon fodder. We're not sure when Halverson stole the virus or if he only got involved with them after he was fired or what. But we're losing the battle with these people." He looked out at the empty streets. "Losing badly." Marco drove for a couple of minutes. The hospital was in sight ahead, and the NSA agent turned onto the road that looked like it would take them to the emergency entrance. Where the rest of the city was quiet, here the road was jammed with ambulances, police cars, and even a couple of fire trucks. "Where is she?" Dozer asked. Marco started to shake his head. Dozer leaned closer and said, "You need to go make sure no one assassinates Kettner before you can interrogate him. I need to make sure Dr. Rodriguez stays safe. That's my only job here." Marco hesitated, then said, "Sounds like a plan. Keep yourself out of trouble, too." "That goes without saying. Where's your phone?" Marco handed it to him, then told him the location of the OR. Dozer handed the phone back. "My contact info is in there. Stay in touch." "Ditto. Good luck." "Watch your back," Dozer told him. "These fuckers like to put bullets in them." Marco waved, pulled a U-turn, and drove off. Dozer made his way to the bank of elevators that would take him up to the 4th floor and the operating rooms. When the elevator doors opened and he strode out, a cluster of staff standing at the nursing desk turned to look at him. "Sir, you can't enter this ward without a mask on." "I've already had these measles and I'm not contagious." "I'm sorry, sir," one of them said. "Having measles when you were a kid." "I've had the new strain," he said. "Had it, recovered from it, the whole shebang." He paused to be sure they heard him. "I'm working with the CDC. Dr. Carmen Rodriguez is in surgery here. Can any of you tell me which OR she's in?" "Oh, I see," the spokesperson for the group said. "That's good to know. She's in—" One of the other women whispered something in a voice too quiet for Dozer to catch. "OR 3. There's a small waiting room close by. I'll show you." She led him down to the hall to a door and opened it. He stepped in and nodded at the older man already there. "Hello, dump truck. Feeling better?" Chapter 22. Wednesday, April 9, 7:20 p.m. Something tasted horrible. Carmen ran her tongue over her teeth. What the hell had died inside her mouth? The white noise she'd been drowning in retreated. Her memory opened up like a bottomless pool she dived into head first. She'd been in a little room off the Surgeon General's office trying to sleep, until Dr. Halverson had walked past with the SG as a hostage. She'd been forced to join the kidnap parade and realized Halverson was going to kill them both, no matter what else happened. She tried to disarm him with a chair and had been shot. Where was she? She tried to open her eyes, but couldn't. She sucked in a breath, but found it hurt too much. Her muscles stalled partway through the motion, then collapsed. That hurt almost as much as trying to take in extra air. Somewhere close to her head, an alarm went off, the kind of sound medical equipment makes when something is happening that shouldn't. So, a hospital. Now that she wasn't trying to move, the pain was gone. Well, it wasn't gone, but it didn't bother her. Maybe Halverson missed or just grazed her or something. Why couldn't she open her eyes? The alarm stopped making noise. Someone touched her eyebrows, then stroked a callous, rough thumb across the skin below her eyes. She rotated her left arm and snagged something that felt like a T-shirt. "Carmen?" John's voice. Rough, tired, hopeful. She tried to talk, to ask for some water, to find out what happened, but all that came out was a squeak from low in her throat. "Shh," he said, his voice gentling. "You're okay. You're safe." His hand cradled her face. It shook. "I thought—" He paused, his voice strained as if he'd suddenly swallowed glue. "I thought I was going to lose you." She made a negative-sounding croak. He laughed and kissed her forehead. His lips touched her temple, her nose, the edge of her mouth. She wanted to see him. Her fingers tugged his shirt. "What?" he asked. Then he moved as if someone had pulled his attention away from her. He untangled himself from the light hold she had on his clothing. "I have to tell the nurse you're awake. Be right back." She had to stifle another unhappy noise. Someone, not John, took her other hand in a loose grip. Calloused fingertips, but the flesh beneath hers was wiry. "Glad to have you back with us, boss," Diaz said, his voice softer than she'd ever heard it. "Gave us all quite the scare. I thought I was going to have to knock your dozer over and sit on him a couple of times." Heat warmed her head and neck. "You coded twice while on the table," he whispered in her ear. Oh. That's why John sounded so anxious. People entered the room. John was talking to someone, asking a question she couldn't quite hear. "Hello, Carmen," a woman. "I'm just going to take your vitals, okay?" The nurse vocalized her vital signs as she did them, all normal. "I'm going to do a little mouth care, then you can suck on some ice chips while I get all of the Vaseline off your eyes." She must have been out for a long time if they had to keep her eyes from drying out. It took a few minutes for the nurse to do everything, and at one point she kicked both men out. But eventually the nurse finished and left her with John and Diaz hovering over her, one on either side of the bed. "How long was I in surgery?" she asked very slowly. Her throat was sore and so dry. "About 10 hours, John said after a moment. His face was pale. He had dark circles under his eyes, and he looked scared. "Halverson shot you in the chest. It nicked your liver and an artery. They had to give you lots of blood, too. The surgeon said it took some fancy stitching to plug all the holes." It took a few seconds for it all to sink in, especially the fear on John's face. What put that there? "What's happened?" she asked. "The Surgeon General is in the hospital. He's okay, but it was close. Halverson is dead. Someone tried to shoot Kettner. Same MO as my shooting," John said. "But they missed." She raised an eyebrow. It took way too much effort to lift it half an inch. "Agent Kettner," Diaz said with his patented mean smile, "has had an attitude adjustment. Being targeted for assassination will do that to a person. His girlfriend works for Cura Tudo. She was a virologist. She died in a car accident while you were in surgery." John sighed. "Kettner isn't in good shape. He knows he's screwed up." "Was he the only one?" "No, his unit chief bought all the bullshit she sold to Kettner, too. I guess she was acting as some kind of expert source of information for the agency." "Cura Tudo?" John sighed again. is claiming they know nothing about everything. Kettner's girlfriend was an employee. If she was involved with terrorists, it was on her own time. So far, the only evidence we have implicates her, not the company or anyone else. The NSA is mining the data to see if they can find more, but it may take time. The FAFO is doing what they always do, Carmen said, stopping to take in another breath, and damn, that hurt. Killing anyone who might be vulnerable and moving on to their next target. We're gonna find them, Diaz said. How many people are going to die before we do? She asked slowly. Pain pulsed through her body like a tide, unstoppable and constant. The room faded. She fought with her eyelids until they opened back up again. She looked at John. You look like crap. Diaz cleared his throat. I'm gonna go get backhoe here a coffee. Be back in a bit. She maintained eye contact with John through force of will alone. The pain in her chest had spread until it felt like it was part of every cell in her body. You promised you'd take care of yourself. She made it sound like an accusation. He blinked and reared back. A second later, his jaw clenched and he leaned in close. You attacked a homicidal man with a chair, a man holding a loaded handgun pointed at you. He was going to shoot me anyway. I decided to act before he did. I was waiting outside the office door with a tactical team. He growled at her. You didn't need to do anything. Oh, John. I had no idea you were out there. I suspected there might be law enforcement officers, but I didn't know what they might do or not do. She stopped to catch her breath, then continued. I couldn't wait for you to rescue me. I had to rescue myself. By getting shot? His voice was even lower than before, making him sound furious. I hoped the chair would disarm him. He stared at her like she'd lost her mind. Perhaps it was a good time to distract him. That might help his blood pressure at the very least. The outbreak? He gathered himself. It took a few seconds, then he said, Every healthcare facility in the country is adopting the treatment protocol you initiated with your test groups in Orlando. Measles is still spreading like wildfire, but there's hope now. The vaccine is widely available, so access is much more widespread than using any antiviral would have been, if anyone had been able to afford it. Cura Tuto didn't get the contract it wanted for its drug? No. The FDA refused to back down on its requirements. It won't approve drugs that haven't gone through the proper testing. Are we safe here? She asked. Afraid someone is going to walk in with a gun and a smoke bomb? It's happened before. This hospital is full of politicians, congressmen, members of the Senate, and a number of the president's staff. There are checkpoints at all entrances and exits, and a second set of checkpoints before you can reach the elevators or stairs on every floor. We're good. People with bombs don't usually worry about checkpoints. He looked at her with a hard gaze. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you, Carmen. And how will you manage that? She asked, genuinely curious. If someone is determined enough, they'll get in here. Are you trying to drive me over the edge? No, I'm trying to find out if you've accepted you're not Superman. You can't save me from everything that might go wrong. God damn it, he muttered. Diaz came in with 2 coffee cups in hand. He held one out to John. John took it. I need some air, he said with one last hard glance her way before he left. Diaz watched him leave, then turned an inquisitive expression on her. Did you shove an aardvark up his ass? I told him an unfortunate truth, which is, he can't shield me from every bad thing that might happen or ill-intentioned people who mean to do me harm. Diaz rolled his eyes. Why would you say that? That boy's blood pressure has been riding high since you got hurt. You keep saying stuff like that and he's going to have a heart attack. He paused. Or a stroke. I can't function if he's got me wrapped in cotton wool. He's scared, Diaz said with no trace of sarcasm. Cut him some slack. I can't yell at him anyway. It hurts too much. You almost bought the farm, boss, Diaz said. He'll calm down. Just give him time to come to grips with it. How much time do you think we have? Before what? The FAFO sets off another bomb or outbreak. Alverson is dead. They're cut off from their supply of bugs. If he was their only source, if he gave someone measles, I wonder what else he might have given them. Boss, Dia said, command saturating his voice. Stop worrying and focus on recovering. There's a lot of work still to be done on the measles outbreak. The Rodriguez protocol is in effect, and for the first time since the beginning of all this shit, it's looking like we might win. She thought about all the faces of the dead, the bodies wrapped in body bags and stacked outside the morgue tent in Orlando. Winning wasn't a concept that applied to their situation, but arguing with a retired drill sergeant wasn't going to get her anywhere. Well, there's that. She smiled, or at least she tried to. Her eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds or more. And I'm fighting a losing battle with sleep. 11:30 p.m. Dozer walked into Carmen's room to see her thrashing around in bed. He grappled with her, trying to stop her from yanking out her IVs. She'd managed to rip off the heart monitor thingies that had been attached to her chest. Most of the monitoring equipment in her room was blaring out alarms. A couple of nurses rushed in. One took in Dozer, restraining her hands, and ran back out. The other nurse looked at the monitors. "What's happening?" he asked. The nurse checked the monitors, then took Carmen's temperature. "She's spiking a fever. Measles, but she was vaccinated again. We had to give her several units of blood," she said. "Sometimes that depresses the body's ability to respond to disease." Like a suppressed immune system? Carmen had talked more than once about how fast those people died from the measles, their bodies unable to fight off the virus. The nurse nodded. That's what was happening to her right now. Carmen stopped struggling and seemed to slide into a deeper sleep. The nurse pulled back the blankets and looked under her arms. "There's a rash," she said, glancing at him with pity in her eyes. "I'm sorry, we can't treat her symptoms, but she has to fight this off on her own." She left the room. Dozer stared at Carmen. Her face had a red tint to it. He cupped her cheeks. She felt hot. They didn't come all this way, survive this much for the fucking measles to take her from him right before the finish line. He thought over all the conversations he'd overheard between Carmen and her team of doctors, nurses, and technologists. There had to be something. Henry talked about something she thought could work. Some kind of goblin. He texted Henry with the news Carmen had the measles and asked what kind of goblin might help someone. "Immune globulin," Henry corrected. "It's a blood product made from the blood of people who've had the disease. I wish we could try it, but we won't be able to make any for a few months at least." "Shit. Is there anything else we could try?" "What blood group do you have?" "A positive." "Same as Rodriguez. It's a long shot, but you could give her a plasma transfusion. You have the antibodies to the virus in your bloodstream. It's not as good as the immune globulin would be, but it might help." "Thanks, I owe you." "You owe me Jack, don't let her die." Dozer hurried to find Carmen's nurse. It took a bit of convincing, but the woman finally agreed to talk to Carmen's doctor about doing a plasma transfusion. Diaz, who'd been doing his own thing, came and went, returning just after 1 a.m. with Ruby, carrying a case of medical equipment. "Ruby can do the plasma transfusion. She's going to draw a unit of blood from you." "The doctor agreed?" Dozer asked. "Nope, he's down with the measles, so I figured we could bring in our own people and just use the hospital's equipment." "They went along with that?" "I didn't give them much of a choice." The old man grinned, and Dozer could just imagine what the asshole did. Likely stood in the middle of someone's fancy office and refused to move until they gave him what he wanted. It took about 15 minutes to fill the bag, collecting his blood. As soon as it was done, Ruby took the needle out of his arm, put a Band-Aid over the hole, then left with a bag of blood. "Where's she going with it?" "She has to put the bag in a centrifuge to— I don't need to know the details," Dozer said, waving. "Stay here with the boss," Diaz said. "I'll be back with Ruby as soon as she's gotten the plasma ready to transfuse." Yeah, Dozer said. "Go so you can come back faster." Chapter 23. Saturday, April 12, 4:36 a.m. She was so thirsty. Carmen tried to lick her cracked lips, but even her tongue was dry. She tried to open her eyes once, twice, 3 times. Finally. The room was dark with the background hum of an IV pump. "What?" Her throat was so dry it hurt to talk. "Do you want some ice chips?" a familiar voice asked. John. A shadow rose and loomed over the bed. A plastic spoon touched her lips and deposited a few blessedly cold slivers of ice on her tongue. She moaned in pleasure as the relief sank into her parched tissues. As soon as they melted, he slipped a few more into her mouth. She could get used to being taken care of like this. Their fight in all its stupid, irrational glory flared up in full color, 3D splendor in her head. She had told him in no uncertain terms she didn't want him to take care of her, yet here he was doing it anyway. Instead of feeling angry, she felt guilty. She'd been wrong. About Halverson, the reach of the Fae-Foe, and what she really wanted, a man she could depend on. She'd thrown it all away. She sure as hell didn't deserve to have him looking after her now. Carmen turned away the next time he offered her more ice. "How long have I—" She wasn't sure what had happened. "You have the measles. You spiked a fever and the staff here weren't— They didn't— The surgery took a lot out of you." "They thought I might die?" "They don't know you like DS and I know you," he said with a shocking amount of pride in his voice. "After talking with Henry, we decided to try something a little unorthodox." She tried to snort. It came out strangled. "You're an expert at a little unorthodox." He tilted his head a little. "Did you know you and I have the same blood group?" "Blood group?" She sucked in a breath. "You gave me a transfusion?" "Plasma only. Henry thought the antibodies I have in abundance might do some good in you, and since your fever broke and you woke up, I'd say he's right." She glanced at his arms and saw a bandage in the crook of his elbow, right in the donation's sweet spot. He'd given her his blood and saved her life. Again. "Why?" she asked, tears clogging her throat, making her voice husky. "Why do you keep saving me?" For a moment he seemed frozen in place, not moving, blinking, or even breathing. Then he leaned down so his mouth was next to her ear and said very softly, "Because I love you." No, he couldn't. But, no buts, no maybes, no ifs. He pressed a kiss to her temple. "You're it for me. From the day we first met until forever, you're it." Tears tracked hot trails down the sides of her face. She wanted to tell him everything, every secret, hope, and dream, but there were still too many obstacles between her and that happy ending he'd promised her all those years ago. She wasn't that girl anymore. "I'm scared," she whispered. "I'm scared I've changed too much, grown into someone you won't want. I'm not that innocent, naive young woman who thought you could walk on water." "Don't go giving me a messiah complex." It was a protest, albeit a quiet one. "I screwed up plenty. Hell, I screwed up every day of the 9 years I spent away from you. I should have tracked you down after we got out of that death trap in Afghanistan. I should have known you wouldn't have left without talking to me without a reason." She began to sob. Several of the monitors sounded alarms. Someone grunted, and then DS was on his feet and at her bedside next to John. He took one look at her face and asked, "What's wrong? You dying?" John sighed with a theatrical flair. "I'm trying to tell her I love her." DS gaped at him, then stared at her before returning his gaze to John's face. "You idiot. You don't tell a woman you love her while she's still sick and in a hospital bed. You give her flowers, take her out for a good steak dinner, then get on your knees and offer her a fucking diamond ring when you say you love her." He smacked the back of John's head with the flat of his hand. Diaz turned back to her and gave her the biggest fake smile she'd ever seen. "Well, I'll just chalk this up to a fever dream, okay?" Her sobs turned into laughter. That didn't stop the tears from flowing, but it did allow her to crawl out from under the 1,000-pound rock of uncertainty she'd been living under. Before she could regain her composure enough to talk again, a nurse came in and shooed both men out of the room. She took Carmen's vitals, then smiled at her. "Your father and husband haven't left you alone once in the last 36 hours or so." Her who? Those lying, conniving cheats. "They're a couple of—" Was there even a single polite word for either of them? "Rascals," she said with an apology in her tone. "I hope they didn't cause any trouble." No, they were a big help, actually. Every department is understaffed thanks to the measles. They saved me from a lot of work and running around. She glanced at the almost empty IV bag hanging off the pole next to Carmen's bed. I'll be back in a minute to hang a fresh bag. She gave Carmen a wave and left. John and Diaz strolled in, looking as innocent as two men caught with their hands in the cookie jar could look. "My husband and father?" she asked. "Really?" John opened his mouth, but her eyes were closing. "No, don't tell me now. Explain when I'm not so tired. I think I'm going to want to remember it." The next time she woke, she was alone in the room, but she could hear a familiar rumble of male voices outside her room. They got louder until she could make out individual words. "You think I'm going to let you anywhere near her? You're fucking nuts." That was John's voice, and he sounded furious. "I need to talk to her." The other man sounded desperate. "Why? She doesn't know anything." "She was the last person to talk to Halverson. I need to know if he said anything about the FAFO or Sarah to her." "Look," John said, his tone softening a little. "I get how you feel. She lied to you, betrayed you, then left you to deal with the consequences alone. Even if Halverson did say something to Dr. Rodriguez, it won't have been enough to explain what she did and why she did it. Any clue or piece of information could break the case open," the other man said. "I need to talk to her." Carmen thought back on the moment Halverson had forced her into the SG's office at gunpoint. He'd rambled a lot, but then he already had a fever. "John," she called out, but her voice wasn't louder than a whisper. She cleared her throat and tried again. "John." The voices broke off, and someone tall with broad shoulders came inside. "Who are you talking to?" John reached over and covered one of her hands with his. When he squeezed, she squeezed back. "It's Agent Kettner. Turns out his girlfriend was mixed up somehow with a FAFO. He wants to ask you some questions." "Bring him in." John shook his head. "You barely survived the fucking measles. You need rest, not an interrogation." "He isn't going to interrogate me," she said in a soft, chiding tone. "I don't have much to tell him, but I can at least give him the peace of mind my answers might provide." John stared at her with lips compressed tight. Finally, he nodded. He went to the doorway, gestured to someone, and came back in. Agent Kettner entered, slowing his pace considerably once he saw her bed and all the monitors. He stared at Carmen with wide red eyes and an ashen face. "I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am," Kettner said. "I was hoping to ask you a few questions about Dr. Halverson. If he might have mentioned Dr. Sarah Jones, or if he made any other references about a woman being involved with the FAFO." "I'm sorry, he didn't," Carmen said. "Dr. Halverson was the kind of man who didn't like to share the credit with other people. Even if she was involved, he wasn't likely to mention her." "Damn it." "I don't think he could have done all this alone. I think there were several people assisting him in various ways. Maybe he never met any of them. Maybe he was scared they'd claim all the credit for themselves. Whatever the reason, he never mentioned more than the FAFO, which he also seemed to despise. He was sweating when he died. So he probably had the measles, too." Kettner stared at the floor for a long time before he met her gaze again. "I'm sorry for my poor attitude earlier in the investigation." He glanced at John, too. "I'd been told you two and your whole department was dirty, taking kickbacks from other pharmaceutical companies." "Your information was wrong," John said, his arms crossed over his chest. "I know that now, and again I'm sorry." The visitor rubbed a hand over his face. "I've been trying to figure out what the hell happened since the moment I realized she'd played me." "What else did she say?" Carmen asked. "Do you have her phone?" John asked at the same time. Kettner put up his hands. "She never named anyone or any specific corporations, but she talked about how the CDC hadn't kept up with the times. She compared your lab and research facilities to a backwoods campground." "We're always upgrading our facilities. If we're going to stay one step ahead of pathogenic microbes, viruses, and fungi, we have to." "How did you two meet?" John asked. "I met her 6 months ago at an all-inclusive resort in Mexico." "Let me guess," John said in an I-told-you-so tone. "She was just your type, right down to being a fan of all your favorite sports teams." "Yeah," he said hoarsely. He closed his eyes. "God, I'm an idiot." Someone went to an awful lot of trouble to feed you the wrong information, John said. No one spends 6 months in a relationship with someone for a small favor. What was happening 6 months ago? Carmen asked, almost to herself. El Paso, then Utah, John answered. This is big, maybe a lot bigger than we thought. They killed her, Carmen said, looking at Kettner, before she could tell you anything. Kettner's mouth tightened until it was nothing but a white slash across his face. We're going to find out what happened to her and everyone involved in the FAFO or whoever the fuck is doing this shit. John told him with a confidence and certainty that was more than a promise, a vow. Kettner squared his shoulders, nodded at both of them, then left the room. John stared at the other man for several long seconds, then turned to look at her. How are you feeling? Like crap. How long has it been since the surgery? 3 days, he sighed. The hospital wants to discharge you. They need the bed. The nursing staff and your surgeon argued against that, but they were overruled. Lying in bed was easy. Anything else? Not so much. I'll need help. He gave her a cheeky grin. That's what husbands are for. So I hear, she said. Too bad I don't have one. Pretend, okay? I'll take care of you like you took care of me. She didn't want to pretend. She wanted the real thing. She wanted him. What did he want? He said he loved her, but what did that mean exactly? There was still so much they hadn't worked out, hadn't said. The nurse came in, took her vitals, and looked at her underarms to check on the rash. She gave Carmen 2 thumbs up, so she supposed the rash was either disappearing or gone. 2 hours later, she was sitting in the front passenger seat of a small SUV John said was a rental, with Diaz in the back seat along with a large bag of medical supplies. The 2 men seemed to have become best friends at some point. You 2 are weirding me out, she said. What does that mean? John asked. You're getting along. It's creepy. It's a limited-time offer, John said. Diaz cackled. I'll go back to my usual cantankerous self once things return to normal. She gazed out the window at the lack of vehicles on the roads. Where are we going? A hotel for now, John said. Diaz is heading back to Atlanta to organize your return trip and hold down the fort. At the moment, no airline will allow you to fly with them. We might have to wait as long as a couple of weeks. 2 weeks with John Dozer alone. They'd either kill each other or end up married, and since he was already pretending to be her husband. No, she had to get that idea out of her head. This period of time was out of the ordinary. Once things went back to normal, well, nothing had really changed. He was still ignoring her orders and requests whenever he felt like it. She'd only be in the same place later as she was now, with a man who didn't trust her to make the right decisions for herself or anyone else. Chapter 24. Saturday, April 12, 12:15 p.m. Dozer glanced at Carmen, wondering why she wasn't contributing to the conversation. She was asleep, her head canted toward the window. Is she supposed to do that? He asked Diaz. Just drop off? I've seen a lot of people hurt in one way or another over the years do the same. Once they run out of energy, they're out. Scary as fuck, Dozer muttered. Get used to it, Diaz said, his tone sharp. Or do you want to switch jobs? No. He sucked in a breath and tried for a calmer tone. No, I'll take care of her. Are you sure she wants you to? Diaz asked, his voice quiet for the first time in ever. She's acting funny when you're around and not in a fun way. She's sick. How's she supposed to act? Like everything is peachy keen? Boy, Diaz said, his voice sharp again, I'm not liking your attitude. Dozer squeezed the steering wheel. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to make sure she doesn't do anything to further jeopardize her health. My number one goal is to get her back on her feet and working as soon as she's able. She's got 1,000 reasons to be unhappy. I being an asshole is only one of them. Okay, I see your point. Just... Diaz paused. Try not to antagonize her. The vehicle in front of him braked suddenly, and Dozer had to stomp on his own brakes to stop from running into the back of the black minivan. What the hell? The quick stop was hard enough to be grateful for seatbelts, but John still thrust an arm out to keep Carmen's body from being thrown around too much. She jerked awake with a gasp. The back door of the van lifted, revealing a man with a large handgun pointed at them. Shit. Gun! Diaz shouted as Dozer put the SUV in reverse and stomped on the gas. Going backward, they sped away. The gunman fired 3 times, one after the other, the recoil forcing his hands up and spoiling his aim every time. "He's firing a Magnum Research BFR," Diaz said absently. "A what?" Carmen asked. She sounded a little fuzzy, but Dozer couldn't take his eyes off the guy in the van to check on her. With vehicles coming toward them from behind and the van backing toward them from the front, they were running out of exits. "A big-frame revolver," Diaz answered. "It could punch a hole the size of my fist through a person, but I'm not sure we need to worry too much. He can barely keep it up." Carmen snickered sleepily. "That's what she said." What kind of idiot fired a weapon at an actual target that poorly? If you were going to shoot someone on purpose, wouldn't you at least practice with your weapon a few times so you looked halfway competent? Dozer stopped their SUV, then jumped the median in the middle of the road and put a heavy foot on the gas pedal. In the rearview mirror, he could see the van following. "How many in the van?" Dozer asked, pushing the SUV to go faster. "A driver and a shooter," Diaz said. "The shooter is one of the 2 fake agents who tried to grab our girl here. I bet the other one is driving." Dozer had to take a corner too fast, and Carmen was thrust into the door. She groaned. "Carmen?" He glanced at her. She was holding onto the seatbelt with one hand and had the other over her wound. "Ow. You okay?" he asked. She huffed. "Not really. I'm on some pretty good painkillers, but I wasn't expecting gunfire or a car chase." "She's right," Diaz said. "We've got to end this before we crash or get shot." "I'm open to suggestions," Dozer said. "I'm not armed. Are you, DS?" "Nope. Find a cop." "There's got to be a speed trap somewhere close, right?" A second or two later, the sound of sirens became audible. Dozer grinned. They were going to make it. One of the SUV tires exploded. The vehicle swerved wildly, but he managed to get it under control by slowing down. Unfortunately, that allowed the minivan to catch up to them. It pulled up on their left side. The front passenger window was rolled down, and that BFR was pointed at them, him again. Shit. The cops weren't going to reach them soon enough. "Hang on," he said to Carmen. He jerked the steering wheel to the left, ramming the SUV into the minivan and spoiling the asshole's shot. Instead of hitting Dozer or the SUV, the weapon shot through the minivan's roof. Dozer stepped on the brakes and let the other vehicle continue on. The shot must have scared the shit out of the driver because they swerved in out-of-control arcs, then hit something on the side of the road. A fire hydrant. The van knocked it into the air, sending a geyser of water 20 or 30 feet up and itself on a diagonal roll. A body flew from the vehicle, landing hard some distance away. The van finally came to a rest, steam rising from the engine, looking like a partially crushed soda can. No one said anything as the sirens got closer. Finally, Diaz cleared his throat. "Well, I guess a fire hydrant will do." Something moved inside the van. A person climbed out through the driver's window, looked around, then limped toward the nearest building and disappeared from sight. Injured, the driver wasn't going to get very far. He turned to Carmen. "You okay?" She gave him the most exhausted smile he'd ever seen on anyone. "Are we done drag racing?" "God, I hope so." Someone tapped on his window and Dozer lowered the glass and said to the cop, "This is going to take a few minutes to explain, officer." It took about 3 hours before the police and paramedics allowed them to leave in a second rented SUV. Carmen passed out before they'd gone 10 yards, and Dozer wasn't going to be far behind her when they finally stopped moving. DS was the only one who still had any energy. Dozer dropped the older man off at the departure level of the airport, then drove Carmen and himself to a hotel not far away. He woke her, got her out of the SUV, and wrapped an arm around her so she could walk slowly inside. Their room had 2 queen beds in it. He helped her take off her shoes and tucked her into bed, then went outside to grab their luggage. Such as it was. Sunday, April 13, 8 a.m. The next morning, Dozer slowly slid away from Carmen and went into the bathroom to shower. Time to get this day started and his lady a hearty breakfast. He was drying off when something went thump against the bathroom door. Carmen? He yanked the door open to find her standing a few feet away, the side table clock in her hands. At his feet, a young man sprawled on the floor, one hand to his head, the other reaching toward a handgun laying a few feet away. "What the fuck?" He stepped on the back of the idiot on the floor, pushing him down and knocking the wind out of him, and grabbed the gun. "Did you let him in here?" Her expression, which had been neutral, became one of shock and irritation. "Yes, of course I let him in, right after he so politely announced he was with housekeeping," she said with more sarcasm than he'd heard in a while. "I also invited him to join us for breakfast after he shot both of us." She snorted. "He must have had a room key because I woke up to see him examining the bathroom door. He looked at me, then turned toward the bathroom, obviously deciding you were the bigger threat. So," she shrugged, "I hit him over the head with the clock." "He could have shot you," Dozer said, staggered that she would take such a risk. "He would have shot you," she retorted. "You're welcome." The guy on the floor moaned and tried to get up again. Dozer put his foot on the guy's back and stepped on him again. "Who should I call?" she asked. "The police, Homeland, or the FBI?" "Call Raleigh and Kettner. They're going to love this. Since that guy got away yesterday, giving them a live terrorist they can question will make their day." Carmen shook her head and made the call. Dozer grabbed the idiot by one arm, pulled him to his feet, then sat him in the room's lone chair in front of the desk. The kid, who had some blood on his neck from the blow Carmen had dealt him, looked at him with hate. He opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Carmen walked over. "How did you get in here?" she asked. "Fuck you, lady." "You had to get our room number and a key to get in here from someone," Dozer said. The kid lifted his chin. "I'll never tell." Dozer sighed. "I've heard a lot of people say that, but none of them ever keeps it a secret long. Not when we can take you to some black ops site and interrogate you with, shall we say, questionable tactics." "You'll never break me," the idiot said. "Everyone has their limits," Dozer said. "It's just a matter of finding them." Carmen sat on her bed, her arms crossed over her chest, staring at their would-be assassin. Dozer handed her the gun long enough to get dressed, then he took it back while she went into the bathroom to get her own clothes on. By the time Raleigh and Kettner arrived, Dozer was starving for breakfast, and he'd bet Carmen was too. She let the agents in. They crossed the room to stare at the idiot. "What did he do?" Raleigh asked. "Got a room key from somewhere and walked in like it was his," Carmen said. "When he decided killing John was more urgent than killing me, I brained him with the clock." Raleigh blinked. "Is that where the blood is from? A head wound?" "It's superficial," she assured him. "It's hardly bleeding at all now." Raleigh's smile came back. "You with the FAFO kid?" he asked. The idiot sneered at them. "I'm dedicated to free America from oppression." Kettner's face was carved of ice, but beneath it a volcano was building to explode. "Cool." Raleigh's smile was cold. "That means I can arrest you with charges and hold you indefinitely in the deepest, darkest hole I can find." He smacked his hands together, glanced at Kettner, and rubbed them with way too much glee. "That's not legal. You can't do that," the kid said. Dozer ignored him and spoke to Raleigh. "That's only if he's lucky. Everyone else connected to these fuckers has been assassinated by the FAFO." He turned to look at the kid. "As soon as you're no longer useful, they put a bullet between your eyes. Or in your chest," Raleigh said. "That's if they don't blow you up," Carmen added. Raleigh pulled out a pair of handcuffs and put them on their young assassin. He looked at Dozer and Carmen. "The FAFO knows you're here." Dozer ran a hand on his face. "Yeah, I wonder how that happened. I thought we plugged the leak." Neither man looked happy. Kettner's face grew ruddy. "We'll find it." Raleigh glanced at the FBI agent, concern lowering his eyebrows, but he nodded in agreement. Dozer met Carmen's gaze. "We're going to have to move." "Where?" she asked. "I'm supposed to be taking it easy." Dozer glanced at the kid. "We'll figure something out." Raleigh hauled the little shit out of the room. Kettner followed them without saying a word. Dozer would have to talk to Raleigh about it. Kettner looked like he was one small step from losing his shit. Dozer closed and locked the door. "Why does it feel like those fuckers are everywhere?" "Probably because they keep showing up where they shouldn't be." Carmen stood and walked to her side of the bed. She sat, turned, and slid under the covers. "That's enough excitement for me. I'm exhausted." "We have to leave," he reminded her. Something about her wasn't right. "No, two people who look enough like us to fool everyone watching us need to leave since you announced our departure with the idiot in the room. Once they think we're gone, this'll be the safest place to hide." The thump echoed through his brain, and the sight of her standing over the idiot, the clock in her hands, sent a spear of alarm through him. If he'd opened the door, the kid would have shot him, and his chance for a real life with a woman he loved would have been over. Finished. Dead. Not only had she handled it, she'd done it with nothing more than what she could get her hands on while recovering from a bullet wound and measles. "Seeing you standing there with a clock in your hands is the sexiest thing I've ever seen," he said. Her eyes popped open. "Seriously?" He smiled. "When an intelligent, beautiful woman smacks down an asshole? Oh, yeah. You've lost your mind. Yeah, for you." Her eyes opened again. "Don't say things you don't mean." Words weren't the only way to get a message across. He approached the bed and knelt on one knee right in front of her. She reared back and barked, "No." "No?" he asked. She looked at him with round eyes and a slack jaw for a full second before wiping the mortified surprise off her face. "I haven't asked any questions," he said, then paused. "Yet?" She tried to look angry, pressing her lips together, but it didn't quite work. "Don't you dare. You... She seemed to run out of air. "Idiot, moron, douche." She glared at him for real this time. "You are not a douche." He laughed. He couldn't help it. "It's okay for me to be an idiot or a moron, though?" She kept her laser-hot gaze on his face and finally said, "Sometimes you are an idiot or a moron. Sometimes. Too much of the time." He'd hurt her with his asinine behavior, more than once. "I'm a goddamn Neanderthal where you're concerned. The second you're in any danger—" He snapped his fingers. "I lose my ability to make rational decisions. All I want to do is wrap you up in bubble wrap and put you somewhere safe." "You can't—" "I know," he said softly. "It's finally sunk in. You can take care of yourself. You took care of this last guy while injured and sick." He pulled the box out of his pocket, opened it, and showed it to her. A brilliant diamond perched on a white gold band. "I have loved you since the day we first met. I was a fool to let you walk away from me, but I've grown up. A bit. I'm not that same fool anymore." She stared at the ring with bright, wet eyes. "I know you're mad at me. That's okay. I can take it. What I need to know is if you trust me. If you don't, I'll put this ring back in my pocket and work harder to earn your trust again." Her gaze left the ring and focused on his face. She still didn't say anything. Her silence sliced thin little slivers off of him. "What do you need me to do?" he asked softly. Tears spilled over and down her cheeks. "You mean it, don't you?" she whispered. Hope added a depth to her voice that had been missing for so long he'd almost forgotten what it sounded like. "Yes." She wiped her face with the back of her hand. "You didn't get mad at me for hitting that guy. You were irritated he got in, but—" She smiled, and it was like the first glimpse of sun after a month of nothing but rain. "You trusted me." "Yes." With a shaking hand, she reached out and plucked the ring out of the box. The stone seemed bigger now that she held it with her smaller fingers. She slipped it onto her ring finger. It was a little loose. She looked up at him and said the only word he wanted to hear. "Yes." The next moment he had her in his arms, her lips on his, her scent in his nose, her taste on his tongue. He never wanted to stop kissing her. Now he didn't have to. Chapter 25. Sunday, April 20, 10:12 a.m. Carmen couldn't remember the last time she'd slept this much in 1 week. She opened her eyes to a ceiling that was becoming much too familiar to her, the apartment bedroom where she and John had spent the last 7 days doing nothing but sleeping, eating, and cuddling. The same apartment across the hall from Henry's. No sex. From the way John said it, any number of people, medical and otherwise, had told him no sex until she was given the all-clear, and he was going to follow those orders verbatim. She wanted to tell them to mind their own business. She knew herself, knew what she could physically handle. The cuddling was great, but after a week of it, with little else to distract her, she wanted more than his arms around her. She wanted his hands on her. Although she tried to roll over, John had one arm under her head and the other over her chest, pinning her to the bed. She couldn't get enough leverage to move him. Carmen poked his biceps. "John." No response. She poked again, harder. "John." He woke, blinked, and asked, "What's wrong?" "I need to use the bathroom." "Oh." He looked at her expectantly. "You have to let me up." He blinked again, then nodded and extracted himself from the bed. When she would have tried to sit up, his hands urged her to roll toward the edge of the bed where he could help her get to her feet. He kept his hands on her, one on her back, tucking her in close to his body, the other under her elbow. "Here you go," he said, guiding her into the bathroom. He let her walk the last few steps alone. "Call me when you're done." He shut the door. She was tired of the whole let me take care of you thing. She wanted to go back to work. After using the toilet, she washed her hands, then carefully unwrapped the dressing over the wound in her chest. It was looking much better, with no puffiness or tenderness around the site. The pain was down to a dull ache, which was something she could manage without difficulty. She could have a shower today, an honest-to-God hot shower. Carmen removed her loose pajamas and started the water so she could find a comfortable temperature. The door opened behind her. "What are you doing?" John asked, as if she'd engaged in something illegal. "Having a shower," she said over her shoulder. "I checked my wounds and they're healing well. The pain is quite a bit less intense and I feel greasy." He gave her a skeptical look. "I'm having a shower," she told him. She would not be denied. "What if you slip and fall?" he asked, his tone sharp. She turned and smiled at him. "That's a reasonable concern. Why don't you take off your clothes and join me?" He didn't smile back. "Or are you too scared?" He swallowed hard, then said quietly, "I don't want to hurt you." She held her hand out to him. "The only way you'll hurt me is if you go back to thinking you know what's better for me than I do. I'm the doctor, remember?" She leaned forward and whispered, "I'm not expecting you to fuck me up against the wall." She allowed a slow smile to curve her lips. She stepped into the shower, letting the hot water spill over her skin in a refreshing cascade. Despite doing absolutely nothing for several days, sleeping as much as she wanted and eating as healthy as anyone can from takeout, her muscles were still sore. She dunked her head under the water, then went to put some shampoo in, but before she could get her hands above her shoulders, masculine hands cupped hers, scooped up the shampoo, and massaged it into her hair. Strong fingers kneaded the muscles of her scalp, making her moan. Carmen put her hands out, and they landed on John's naked chest. She slid her palms around him until she was pressed against his torso. "Hey," he said, his voice husky. "No sleeping on the job." "But you feel so good." His erection bumped against her hip. "Happy to see me?" she asked. He chuckled and said, "Darling, you have no idea." He kept massaging her scalp. She giggled. That hurt, so she stopped laughing and just leaned against him. "I get it now," he said, tilting her back so the water rinsed her hair. "How you felt when I got sick. How hard it was not to be able to do anything but mop my forehead and watch me get sicker." She lifted her head. His eyes were somber. "Love isn't always easy." "Yeah," he said, a crooked smile tilting up one side of his mouth. "But I've discovered something about myself." "Oh? When it comes to you, even the difficult stuff feels good, knowing you give a—" He caught himself, smiled, and finished with, "Knowing you love me. No conditions, no exceptions, no hesitations." He leaned down and kissed her, long and slow and deep. "It's a kind of freedom I never knew existed." He rubbed his hand over his chest. "All week I've awoken in the middle of the night in a panic, thinking you might have a fever again. The relief when I realized it was just a nightmare. I'm so fucking grateful for you." She stared into his liquid gaze, seeing herself reflected there, knowing she wouldn't have to wonder or question his feelings or intentions or anything else ever again. "I love you." He kissed her, then whispered in her ear, "If I'm really careful and take my time, can I fuck you up against the wall?" She laughed. "Yes." His answering laugh was a rumble against her skin, sending a shiver through her. On second thought, his voice, slow, deep, was so hot it lit her blood on fire. "A bed is better for what I have in mind." "Haven't I heard this line before?" she asked as he guided her out of the shower. He wrapped her in a towel and began drying her off with careful concentration. "Possibly. I owe you a lifetime of orgasms, remember? It's time I started paying up." "Hard to argue with that logic," she said as she stroked his damp chest with one shaking hand. He cupped that hand in his and brought her palm up, kissing the sensitive center. "You okay?" She was pretty sure her smile was just as shaky as the rest of her. "Just excited." Her breathing had gotten erratic, too, and impatient. Pressing into him, she hummed in pleasure at the heat of his body. "And maybe a little scared." His eyebrows lowered. "Scared? I'm not sure how much I'll be able to do." His grin came back and then some. "Not a damn thing." He leaned down to rub his nose against hers. "I'm going to do all the doing." He kissed her, a long, slow promise of pleasure. "Let me take care of you today." "Yes." It came out breathy and she didn't care. He kissed her again. "And tomorrow." "Yes." Another kiss. "And forever." Tears wet her face and she gave him the only answer she had inside her. "Yes." He opened his mouth to speak again, but she slapped her hand over his lips. "Stop talking and make love to me." He kissed her, walking her backward out of the bathroom and toward the bed. When they reached it, he scooped her up and laid her down. Uncertainty crept into his expression as he stared at her torso. "Maybe we should wait." She glanced down. A small amount of watery blood was smeared around her wound. "Bandage me up and it'll be fine." When he didn't move, she added, "John, this is normal." Instead of leaving to get bandages, he leaned down and kissed the tender skin next to the wound, then another and another until he'd kissed his way all around it. His gaze met hers. "I'll be right back." It was only after he left the bed she realized she'd been holding her breath and let it out all at once. She'd wasted so much time on her hurt and anger. She wasn't going to waste another second. He returned with a fresh dressing, removed the tape covering the adhesive all around the borders of the bandage, and gently positioned it over her wound. He placed his palm over the wound. "It guts me every time I see this." She stroked one finger over the mostly healed bullet wound on the side of his chest. "I have never felt as powerless as when you were hurt. Then you got hurt again, and again." Her throat closed up. He captured her free hand and kissed the ring on her finger. Her gaze caught on it. "I want to get married." "Good." He sounded so satisfied. "Today." He blinked. "I'm not going to run away." "I know, I just don't want to wait." She swallowed. "For anything." A grin kicked up one corner of his mouth. "Well, there's no way I can say no to that because my lady gets whatever she wants. Which do you want first?" he asked, laughter in his tone. "Orgasms or a marriage license?" She bit her lip. "It's hard to choose, but I think orgasms." "Yes, ma'am." This time his kiss was a sensual promise, one she intended to collect. He kissed her long and slow until she was breathing hard and halfway to senseless. Then his lips made their way down her body. Her breasts were licked, sucked, and teased until she begged for him to take her. Only when she demanded a damned orgasm right now did he slide down between her legs to lick and suck at her clit. Her first orgasm rolled over her like a massive wave, and she floated on its currents and eddies for a long while. John let her down from the high gradually, then built it back up using his fingers to tease and torment her. Only when she was coherent with need did he enter her. It felt so fucking good she climaxed on the second stroke. He fucked her through the orgasm until she opened her eyes and met his white-hot gaze. He sped up and brought her to climax again. He came then, and they lay in each other's arms for a long time before either of them moved. John rolled out of bed and snatched his pants off the floor near the bathroom door. He pulled his cell phone out of a pocket and punched in a call. "Hello, this is John Dozer. Can you tell me the fastest way I can get a marriage license?" Wednesday, April 23, 11 a.m. It ended up taking 3 days to obtain the license. The outbreak had disrupted the smooth running of the government, but now that everyone was getting vaccinated again, more and more departments were back to their regularly scheduled work. DS and Raleigh stood as witnesses, DS wearing a smug expression as if their union was all his doing. Raleigh seemed slightly confused, like he couldn't figure out why he was there. He looked even more confused when Dozer handed him his written resignation. "You're quitting?" Raleigh's face was pale. The man had been working non-stop since the outbreak started and probably hadn't had a full night's sleep in weeks. "Yep, looks like your job as liaison is permanent now." Raleigh stared at the sealed envelope in his hand. "But don't worry," Dozer said. "I'm going to be working with Carmen and our people on the Outbreak task force, so you'll see me a lot." "That's not what I worry about." "Oh?" Dia said, joining the conversation. "You scared of something, Homeland?" "Everything about this job," he said with no hesitation. "I had no idea of the scope of the work the CDC does, no idea how important it is. I thought you were just a bunch of lab techs and nurses who never see the outside of a lab or a clinic." "And now?" Dozer asked. "Now I think I'm horribly underqualified to be liaison." "You were underqualified," Dia said, slapping him on the back. "Now you just convinced me you'll do." Carmen was watching him from a few feet away, a smile on her face. When he met her gaze, she raised an eyebrow. "Gentlemen," Dozer said, barely glancing at the two men, "I'll see you in a week." "Honeymoon?" Diaz asked. "Something like that." He took her hand and led her out of the courthouse and into a car. "Whose vehicle is this?" she asked. "A friend of Henry's loaned it to me." He drove them to a small boutique hotel. There still wasn't enough traffic for it to feel like normal, but there were people out and about and a few cars on the road. "It feels like we've been through a war," she said softly. "We have, one kind of war. It's going to take a while for things to return to normal." "But we haven't won the war. In fact, we still don't know who's attacking us." "But we're getting closer to them all the time." He reached over and squeezed her hand. "Don't lose hope. We're going to get them." Carmen let out a breath, rested her head on the seat behind her, and nodded. "Yes, we will." This concludes Search and Destroy by Julie Rowe, narrated by Jeffrey Kafer. Copyright 2019 by Julie Rowe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing LLC and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.